I think whoever's on the land and physically owns it or has some kind of paper. Well, I'm talking obvious stuff. Obviously, you own it, and at some point, if you want to take things into your hands in the USA, you could. Like, you could protect yourself
I could
here.
only protect. I am in the USA, and I have 2.5 acres. I could only protect what I think is my land, but it
So,
ultimately
how do you
belongs
know
to.
it's your land then?
How do I know it's my land?
Yeah,
Is it? What was your question? That was your question.
yeah.
No, it's not my land. You didn't hear me
But
out.
you said
I,
you own 2.5 acres.
no, I said I have two and a half
So,
acres.
well, what do you mean have? Is it yours?
Fuck no, it ain't mine.
So, did you buy it?
I paid cash for it. Goddamn right.
And what state do you live in?
Texas.
Okay, so are you sure? like, why do you say it's not your land? Because,
Because if
uh,
I don't pay the yearly property tax on this land,
oh,
they will kick me off my own land.
oh, but as long as you pay, it's yours.
No, as long as I pay, I'm good. Yep.
Oh, so that's perfect, man. So that's how you know
So
you
that
own
that
it. You
means I
pay
own it.
for it.
Yeah, that means I own it. Right? I got to keep paying for it, even though I already paid for it cash, right?
Well,
But every single year I got to keep paying
you
for
own
it.
a pay. Yep, that's how it
So
is, man. So
no, that's not how
okay,
it
so
is. That's not how it is. That's not how it should be. That's not
it's
how it
not how it
is.
should be. That's how it is. That's two different things. But
Okay, well then you're complacent with that's how it is. So
no, how should it be then? Like that you shouldn't pay?
if I already paid. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, so what do you want to do about it then? Are you going to keep on paying or are
No,
you going to
no.
fight for your land?
Well, I'm definitely going to live on my land, right? And I'm definitely going to comply with the local government here,
Yeah, it
right?
seems like
Just
it's
to keep
it's
them,
it's worth it.
just to keep them from right. But I'm definitely not going to vote for any more of these motherfuckers that sit on these seats who are raising taxes, raising property tax, right?
Yep.
All
So
this
that's
shit
a
every
start. When
fucking
I say
year,
what
dude. Fuck you. Fuck off.
Yep. So when I ask what are you going to do about it, that's a start. Maybe it could in the future one day there'll be a state where you don't got to pay these things and you have property rights.
No, no, because
Yeah.
we're already on this thing about the whole world is already owned, right? It's owned by something or somebody. I don't know,
So
right?
why do you say that person owns it then?
Because they say they do, and they wrote it down.
Exactly. So if
They
you
wrote it
say
down on a goddamn book somewhere,
so if you write it
just
down,
like the
believe me,
book we're talking about, right?
listen, if you write it down on a paper and declare
Mm.
your land as yours and fight for it with guns and go to war for it, it could eventually you could be the guy writing the papers. So uh, the governments know that, so they tax you just a little amount so you won't go crazy, but
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, like, you can say what you want to say, like you have the right
Oh
just
yeah,
like
I
the
can
other
go to
guy.
every county council meeting and I can say what I want to say and be like, "Hey, I have not improved my property. Why did my property tax go up 10 grand this year?"
No, you could
Right?
say this
It's
land is
like,
mine, I don't care, I'm not
yeah,
paying.
this is mine. I paid for it. What gives you the right to tax me on my own land? I paid for it. Here's my deed. Here's my title. I paid for this land. What gives you the right to fucking do that? I'm free and clear. I got my deed and title.
Maybe you should just commit
Well,
suicide, bro.
sir, you're inside the city limits, is what's happening here. Okay. You're inside the city limits, and the city limits allows us to tax certain properties for the school district, for the fire department, and all this stuff. I said, okay, fine. Can I not donate myself to the school district? I'll give them 10 grand every year. Can I not donate to the fire department? I'll give them 10 grand every year. What, like, what's wrong with that?
Well, yeah, that's you. I don't know what happens if you don't pay. Um, but listen,
Anyways, regardless, so we got
if,
off track.
if there's a place, you can fight for your land, bro, it's America. And if there's a place that you can just sign some kind of declaration of your own and somehow get through the system and not have to pay anything for the rest of life, it'll be in America. And who knows what the future will be, but I'm telling you,
What about
if someone breaks into your house and slips on the stairs, you're getting fucking sued, bro, and that guy's not going to jail. He could
what
break
about
into your
what about the Palestinians fighting for their land? Like, what do you think about that? Is that too far? Did I go too far?
No, I think anybody could fight for their land and has the right to fight for their home and family. And the
Yeah.
question is, what do you mean by fighting? Like, are you talking about literally trying to get land back? Are you talking about literally fighting for some piece of land? Because we've been given so much land. We gave more land back than the whole state of Israel, like itself. And
But
when you're
like
talking about just
SE said,
going up,
the Israel was
blowing up
granted.
buses and just shooting up random grandmas in the street, kidnapping girls, fucking rape.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, we're here.
Hello, 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 hello.
Greetings and salutations. Hey, did you guys all get a invite from Demon? Was it Demon Stride or something?
How many people do we have listening to this live stream?
Did you guys censor them?
They're probably wondering why I got silent all of a sudden.
Do people really listen to this on the YouTube?
Well, two people just got muted, so that's why I was silent for a while.
Maybe you should unmute them.
Are you here, Geo?
Hey, True Seeker, are you new here?
Yeah.
Dude, I like your thumbnail for your thing. Is that... Where'd you get that?
I made it.
That's cool. Do you think that there are... Do you think you're the top of the food chain here?
No, sir.
Me either, man. I don't think we are.
If we were, wouldn't we have freedom?
Yes, good point. I agree. We wish sure as hell wouldn't be renting from everybody.
Well, I see that as a big deception. The thought that we don't own the land that we're on, which that is true if we don't understand the law. And
Right?
I'm not talking about the legal law either. The law of the
Yeah, kind of like
land,
God's law or something.
that too. Well, God's law is over the law of the land, man's law, right? Obviously.
Right. So I really think that. Yeah, I think that too. I think there's rules that we don't know about. Or never explained to us. They're you can operate within them. Who is moderating right now?
Geo.
Oh, okay. That's why I was asking if Geo. Are you there, Geo? Hey, do you guys see that event I posted in chat?
What is it?
that stuff. So
What do
I'll
you
be here
mean?
when you win it. I'll be here with the Bible. I'll wait in the corner.
Do you
Well,
have any
exactly. The
scripture you would
Bible.
like
That's what I'm getting at. A
do
lot
you
of
have
it
any
is in the Bible.
scripture you would like to explore?
What do you mean you tried and then what you saying?
Oh, that's me pretending to be part of this conversation about man's laws. I was pretending, so I just brought up Levitical, and that was it. That was my entrance. But yeah, I don't know about man's laws, man. Man's laws, they don't even care about man's laws.
Well, I think we could use man's law to our benefit, potentially, if what I'm hearing holds any merit, holds any light at all.
Who holds that standard? Who holds that standard above our heads? I hear a lot of people use the word science, all the time, when scientific method and haters and naysayers will come in here to yell at people and say you don't believe in science. And then QE will say something about science over here. Then you got this one, bro. And then you got this legalese stuff like this. Bro, this is all man's confusion and bullshit. That's not real. That's just man trying to say they have it figured out, bro. So the only truth is the Bible. It's not only the law, it's the only truth. It's the only love. It's the only way, bro. So every lie was to get you away from that Bible. So I look at it because I'm biased. If I use man's laws, I'm already not paying attention to the Bible. And that's how I got in the problem in the first place.
Exactly.
It would be Psalms.
100%.
Yeah.
You're right. But what I'm getting at is that we can also use man's law to our benefit. Or are you saying by doing so, by paying taxes to the IRS and have the IRS pay us, right? Like, for instance,
I can't give. Can I give legal advice? Yeah, go ahead.
If a police officer pulls us over for not wearing a seatbelt, which only inflicts harm to me and no one else, right? They're harassing me by pulling me over and give me a ticket for it, which is illegal. Like, that doesn't hold up at all.
That's rude. Yep.
But that does hold up if we acquiesce and we don't say anything, right? We are consenting by not knowing the law, but not standing up for what is right, or whatever we want to call that.
Right.
Using our words,
No victim, no crime. No cop, no donut. No cop, no crime.
Type in Earth Awakenings. Will it come up without me being logged in? Let's see. Yep. Hit the live button. You only got 4 watching? You guys need to get with the program here. So, as Nathan Oakley would say, go ahead and share this link. Earth Awakenings Livestream 1/1238 looks like the number, and it just went down to 3 watching. You guys got to get this up here. So no more dry spells. We're gonna have to turn the heat up.
I think the most I've ever seen was like 20 people watching.
We need more globetards.
Bro, Sasha, truth peeker in the building. Watch out, guys. Go ahead and share that link, okay, Sasha? Go ahead and get your Discord, like you like to walk around in your Discord, and share that link. Okay.
All right, I'll share it to my
Speaking of laws, Exodus 20, if you're curious where to begin, Exodus 24 is probably one of my favorites. You shall not have any graven images of anything of any likeness in the heavens above, or the earth beneath, or the water under the earth. That's important. That's going to be important on the test at the end of this conversation. Let me tell you what, because that's the water under the earth. And it took me 1,000 times telling me to read the Bible. Everybody tells you, I've read the Bible. Listen, I read that 1,000 times. It took me 1,000 times to figure that out, and I still don't understand it. But it means that they've been hiding the Shamayim above and the Mayim below. Welcome to Waterworld. 818 west of the Rockies. 377 miles south of Judgment Scar. Go ahead, man. You got it.
Wait, you just say, and the watchers below?
Yeah, that's
No, it
Exodus
says
20, man. Yeah, the waters below the earth. below
No,
the
he
earth,
says he says
underneath the earth, as it says in Hebrew.
which is he separated water from water with the
Psalm
firmament.
148, waters that be above the heavens. Psalm 29, the voice of the Lord is as many waters. That's a nice one. My goodness. Oh, don't forget your baptism, right? That might be important. You get submerged. That's what baptism means. Huh. He split the Red Sea. Okay. And the Jordan. Uh-oh. Might be something going on here.
Or that might just not be real, bro.
You know what I find interesting about when people talk about the Bible? Some people automatically associate it with a religion, as if like we have to be religious to take a one word from it. I hear that so much. It's interesting. You know what I mean?
Wait, say that again.
They associate with the Bible as religion, as if like we have to be religious to for there to be a truth in one word of it at all.
Yeah.
Right? They just throw the whole thing out like it's complete nonsense. Like it's
No, they
black and
want us
white.
to be like religious instead of taking it seriously and trying to really learn from it, you know? They want us to be this cult.
I don't know. I just think I think the people that like flock to organization or like want to be in charge and whatever I think they just ruin it always. It's always some or organized. It's like organized people just always fail for some reason.
Well, there's only one thing about the Word of God, and it's just like somebody said the lottery. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but you can't win if you don't play. And in order to get used to that Word of God, you're going to have to read it, and you might have to read it a few times, and it might actually be boring. It might be a challenge. It might not be the easiest thing, but it's going to take some attention. But if you pray about it, turn to God, and maybe you can function with the Bible in your life. But let's be honest, on the internet, we don't see a lot of people getting into that Bible. So when somebody presents information, it's intimidating. It's scary because if you don't read the
Maybe. I don't know. I'm looking next year to find some land somewhere in the States where I can build me a home. But Oregon is pretty shitty, man. Pretty liberal out there.
Yeah.
Right as a church mouse.
So, any of you guys see what like videos from what went on?
Daniel 3:21, and these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceeding hot, the flame of fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these three men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound in the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast three men bound in the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see four men loose walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the fourth is like the Son of God.
Do you get paid for
Then
this?
Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake, and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth and come hither.
Bro, chill.
Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men, upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair on their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of
I
fire
hear
had
no
passed from
shakes
them.
right now, bro.
Then Nebuchadnezzar spake,
Whoa.
Baruch Hashem, blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel and delivered his servants that trusted in
Dude's on
him, and he hath
crack.
changed the king's word, and yielded their bodies
This
that they may
is really truth.
any god except their own God. Am I lagging out, Sasha? Reading the Bible, Sasha, and that's why I don't talk to you. So I'm glad that
Bro,
you
that
exposed excellent. That's the right answer.
When
See
you look
how
at the moon,
it's
it's
impossible for you to
circle.
discuss Bible. That's what I love about this guy. He can't, every time I do it, he's like singeing. Okay, let me just go to 12. 10 earlier. Who hath measured the water in the hollow of his hand? Wow, 10 verses earlier, the Mayim in his hand. Wow, he's got the whole world in his hand. Yeah, the whole world, not a ball. No, the whole world actually seems to be starting with water. Yeah, that's Isaiah 40:12. Baruch Hashem.
So you still believe in Waterworld?
That's the secular term, bro. No, I believe the Bible. If people that need a term to use that, and they say, no, bro, I can't use the Bible, bro. I light on fire every time I try. Okay, bro. If you can't use the Bible, just say Waterworld. It puts out their fire. They're good, and they can't even be challenged. So I don't even talk about. I mean, you could say Waterworld, but that's just the beginning. Actually, no, I'm almost done talking. You're having a panic. Relax. It's okay. So I will say that if I need to, like somebody like you, that doesn't believe the Bible. Yeah, I wish I had a card. I'd hand it to you and say, don't call me. No one will call you. But that's it. Yeah, you need that. But you can't stand the Bible. I would say Waterworld. However, you don't need to say that because it's very clearly in Isaiah 40:12. Who hath measured the water in the hollow of his hand? So it's about that. It's about the word of God. It's about his creation, right? But it seems that waters is what it's all about because it says there's water under the earth. And the word heaven means water over there. Shamayim is watcher. That's literally means the water or water over there. So we got water everywhere. And the land is coming out of the water. What are you breathing? What do internal combustion engines work on? What does the most necessity to all things in this world? What's the number one source of everything? What's the most abundant of everything? What's the most abused of everything? It's water.
The word of
Just
God.
like God. Just like God, right? He's the most abused thing. We abuse God more, just like we abuse water. It's pretty amazing. Oh, we abuse a lot of things. Rainforest, right? Rainforest comes to mind. It's even called a rainforest. Wow, Stormfire. Why is it called a rainforest? Wow. Does the rain have a father? I bet that's in Job. Job 38. Who's the father of the rain? Let's go look. Let's go to Job. Wow, I just happened to turn right there. Look at that. Okay, who hath divided a watercourse for the overflowing of waters, or the way of the lightning, of thunder? What comes to mind, Sasha, when you think of lightning? Let's see if you can be honest.
I think of Zeus.
What?
I think of Zeus, the Greek god Zeus.
That's excellent. Yeah, it's definitely not biblical. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. So, who hath divided a water course for the overflowing of waters, or the way of lightning of thunder? You see, the God of the Bible does all those things. You see, not just lightning bolts, not just the Mayim, not just the earth, not just the mountains, not just the Shamayim, the water, the underneath, everything. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. That's why you know the Bible's got it, bro. The Bible that's it. It's over. This is the end all. This is the end of the internet, end of the world, end of your world.
It's the end of your world, bro. Chill.
Snacks from the fridge.
Wait, were you guys fighting before you, is this just came in here?
I'm just trying to help this man just straighten out in life.
Oh, we go way back. We're close friends.
This guy's on
track. You're gonna get straightened out in life, man. You will. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess, bro. So that's all there is to it.
Can we
I talk?
I believe in God as well. That's the thing.
I know, but you don't want to talk about it. I know, but since you're, I know. Good. Okay, that's perfect. Now, can we talk about what you do believe in? Evolution. We got to talk about your evolution belief because I'm still waiting for you to first tell me what it is, or just give me an example of adaptation in nature, and I will donate to you everything I own, including my name. So let me know you can do that.
I think I've proven evolution to you multiple times.
Well, if anybody knows about it, did you get the Nobel Peace Prize or something? Because nobody knows that Sasha did anything. We're like, who's that? Like, I don't know, some guy that proved evolution, but nobody knows who he is. They don't know. So, bro, you need to tell people what you're doing. I mean, you could be making millions, billions. If you have any evidence for that religion that they're they don't even have a claim for anymore, bro. So we need someone to show us what this is. This is the paradigm of most secular institutions. This is
Can we
big.
get backstory real quick? You guys just like came in here. It's like a bar fight. Just went down.
Well, I'm just trying to just give some good time
Yeah, you
for
are. You on
Geo
crack.
deserves some conversation on here instead of it being, kind of relaxed. I'm just trying to do something different here and see if he responds. And I'm just trying to give him a chance. So, did you want to give me any example of that? Because it makes for great conversation. You can't do it.
Trying to run a psychological study.
It's psychiatry. So, listen. Can you give me an example of adaptation in nature? Ask a lifeline, phone a friend, whatever you need to do, but make it concise. Give me an example of it in reality. That's what I say nature. Is there an example of adaptation? What does that mean? Can you define it first? Let's get a definition first. What is the definition? Somebody did this for me yesterday. By the way, somebody did this for me yesterday, so I know it's possible. Go ahead.
It's when you change forms to better survive.
Oh, that's an excellent claim. Wow. That's a big jump. I didn't know you were going to go that far. That's a change form. Like, bro, like I feel like I'm watching Wolfen or something right now. Like I'm kind of like, whoa. Like I just went from man to wolf with this claim. I just changed forms, bro. Is this Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct? I'm liking it. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, obviously, we have an example of reverse adaptation.
Don't leave us hanging.
So, an example of adaptation, it would be people that live near the equator, such as Africa, have darker skin, but people that live in the north, Europe, have lighter skin.
Dang. Okay, so you're saying if I go to Africa right now and live there, how long is it going to take me for me to turn into a black man?
It would probably take a few generations of reproduction.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're saying if I marry a black person there and then I procreate and have a family with these people, my children are going to start to turn a lot darker. Yeah, they're already there. I'm looking for adaptation, something that's not already there. So yeah, several generations down the line, that's going to happen. But is something going to happen to me, or if I going to be able to survive there? Or is it going to be too hot? Anyway, so if I already have the ability to survive there, I'm certainly not. Whoa, you just went off your horse. If I already have the ability to survive there, right, then that means I didn't have to adapt. If I move there and I die, I certainly didn't adapt. So unfortunately for you, both options remove adaptation. Now, would you like to try again? So I need to know, did these people, they went there, they were white, and then they changed to black people? Is that what you're saying? Or because I need a claim, though, because they are already there.
They mutated, and the ones that did not mutate eventually died from cancer.
Oh my gosh. Whoa. So you're saying the ones that already had the ability to live there, live there. Is that your final answer?
They mutated, yes, that's correct.
No, you're saying the ones that they already had, right, the ones that already had the ability to live there, did they go there and didn't have the ability and they died and then gained? After they died, you're saying they got better. Is that what happened?
No, that's not my claim.
Well, we don't know what that means, bro. You're saying they went there, didn't have the ability to survive, then they changed form, right? Is what you said, and then they changed to black people. Then that's how they survived, right?
Yes. Otherwise, the sun would be. Yes, that's correct.
Wow. So you're saying, okay? So let me get this straight, just for the record here. So, and this is something that you, of course, because you are a philosophical time machine mind reader, that you read the minds of these people from whenever this of course happened in the past, right? So this is a pretty amazing find. So you're saying white people moved to South Africa and then turned black and then lived?
No, it was actually the other way around. People from Africa migrated to Europe and became white.
Oh, wait a minute. The whole thing was about dark people in Africa. That was the whole point. Now you're telling me they already always were that way. So you've completely now thrown out your own goalpost and now you're sinking. Okay, so that's gone. You just You just proved my point. Perfect. Okay, do you want to try again?
Okay,
Do you want to see
so
if there's a
this is
claim for
why I can't have
adaptation?
this conversation with you.
No, you did a
You
great
don't
job. I just got
listen.
it. You literally just proved my point, bro. You literally just fell for your own trap. You went in a circle and you lost your marbles down a hole. It's over, bro. No, you don't even have a claim for adaptation. This is what I tell people that are creationists. There's no such thing. I say, bro, there's no such thing as adaptation, let alone evolution. If you ask people for an example of adaptation, they will run themselves in a circle and down a hole. It's so easy. There's no such thing. It defies the law of biology. Biology states that we already have the ability to survive from the beginning, and if we don't, we die. And we have to move to places that allow us to live. I can't move to a place and then gain the ability to live there. I had to already have it, or I would have died. It's that simple. If you take the water away from the crocodile dies because he can't adapt. The reason we find fossils is because they couldn't adapt to the changing environment. They couldn't. It's the opposite of evolution. It's so easy, bro.
So, Exo, do you ever feel like God is talking to you?
I'm glad that you could give us that example of that. But yeah, God tells me things all the time, Mr. 2.0. Absolutely all the time, in ways that are just beyond my comprehension, to be honest.
So, how do you get him to communicate with you?
I read the Bible and prayer. See? And there's
well,
other things. It says with prayer and fast.
I mean, I've already done both those things.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're missing a big key here. Yep. Exodus 20. I'm telling you, bro. Look right. You can start right there if you want. It's right there. You know what Exodus is in Hebrew?
Well,
It's
water.
Shmot. It's such a good guess. God bless you. It's Shmot, which actually means names or names. Actually, the names. Isn't that nice? It's the names, bro. This is crazy, huh? But Exodus means exit. So in English, we say Exodus. Genesis actually is one of the few, that actually means what it is in Hebrew, right? You know what Genesis means, right?
Genesis means creation.
No, you don't know what it means, but that's good.
It means
So you haven't been paying attention.
beginning.
There you go. Second guess. Good job. You put it in the right shape. Good job for you. It does. It's the beginning. In the beginning, right? Or in beginning is literally but a sheet, right? So that matches. Then you go to Exodus. That actually means Shmot. That's name. That doesn't match Exodus. Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Yeah, Judge. Okay. So Leviticus is nice. That means of the Levites. It's actually Vayikra, I believe. That means and he called. So that's interesting name of a book. And he called, because it's always the first sentence, right? Let's see if I can remember. And then Numbers is Midbar, which means wilderness. Isn't that nice? And this is what God shows us, bro, in his word, and you develop this understanding. It helps us read it more. And then we start reading, in Numbers 7. Isn't that interesting? Numbers 7, awesome depiction of the, Ark of the Covenant, the mercy seat. It's crazy things, Sasha 2.0, but that's the Bible side of it,
Okay,
so that's my thing. So sorry.
I prefer Truth Seeker now.
All right, Truth Seeker. Well, I'm using the Bible. I'll honor your name. If you need to be called Truth Seeker, okay, but there's only one truth, one way, one life, and nobody gets to the Father except through him. But if you don't read the Bible, it don't matter.
To get to him. I mean, I guess I just continue reading.
But you're not reading the Bible. I mean, this is the Bible, though. I'm just going to show you that it has all the answers, right? So, but if you don't want to believe the Bible, that's cool, though, right? So that's my point of view.
Well, I don't believe in heaven or hell. That's correct.
I think Shamayim, I think even a lot of naysayers believe in heaven. Even a lot of people that don't like the Bible want to believe in heaven. So that you're not going to win over any hearts or minds or kneecaps or teeth with that attitude. You're going to have to change your attitude, bro. That's not the right way to look at this. Yeah. There are beautiful things
I believe in
the celestials.
I believe in reincarnation, sir.
I mean, I do too, kind of. I believe in the biblical sense of it, which is different. You know what I mean? So there are things that there is truth to that, but I think it's a biblical only thing, right?
So you get reincarnated to heaven.
Ooh, yeah, I believe in a judgment reincarnation. I believe in a judgment, yes.
What does that mean?
I believe when you look at the formation of the earth, you can see judgment from the waters. It's very deep, the judgment of God. So he flooded the earth. It's 2 Peter 3. For this they willingly are ignorant that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth is standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was overflowed with water perished. And at the end of that, 2 Peter 3:18, it says, all the glory to Jesus Christ. Wow. Only God gets the glory. So that judgment, that water is the judgment. When he flooded the earth, it was a judgment. When he died, there was a judgment. He was killed on the cross 2,000 years ago. Only God can be the perfect sacrifice, and that's a loose term. It's Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh in the flesh. That's what it says in Revelation 1:8. They left out the word God in the KJV.
Are you Trinitarian?
Go ahead, Sasha, what? Or
Did
whoever.
God curse the people who killed him?
Oh, he said forgive them.
Are you a
Wow.
Trinitarian?
No, what's that?
So do you think Jesus was? Do you think he was God?
Oh, Jesus is God. He's the name above all names. He's
Okay.
in the flesh. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh in the flesh. Yeah. When he comes to flesh as a man, yeah, that's him. There's only one. Yeah. Echad in Deuteronomy 6:4. So when God is the Savior, Isaiah, right, the only Mashiach. There are many little Mashiachs, but there's only one main Mashiach. Just like there's many men, there's only one, the Son of Man. That's just a huge deal. So God can be these many forms. He also comes as an angel. He comes as a warrior angel, kills 185,000 Assyrians. That's pretty serious. But yeah, he's the savior. That's it. It only makes sense for you to follow one person. You believe on him. If you're going to tell me I'm going to believe on somebody that's not God, now I'm going to have an issue, you see? So there's only one. That's it. And he's so powerful. He can come down here and talk to himself. Yes, he is beyond powerful that we could ever understand anything about him. There's no searching for his understanding. So I would never put a number on God except for one. There's only one God. That's my number. Oh, Baruch Hashem. Look at the book of Daniel. That's where we get Baruch Hashem. Him and Noah say it. So there are 7 spirits as well in that book of Isaiah. It gets into detail about God. Also, that's amazing that, basically Isaiah was teleported to the throne of God. So that gets super serious, right? And then the angel had to place the coal on his lips to bless him, to literally purify him before he could speak, to have a conversation, right? Well, that's interesting because, of course, the New Testament shows that we have to be clean in front of Jesus. Wow. Just like you have to be clean in front of the Father, right? You have to, we're to be without blame, right? We want to be purified, right, by God, right? He saves us. He makes us purified for his sight. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like the Most High God planned and proposed for himself to send himself to Earth as his own son, agreeing with himself. He volunteered himself to himself.
Yes, amen. Amen. That's what it says himself, auto. The word is auto in Greek. Yes, only he does it. There's only one God. Yes, he does all things. All things are judged by him. It's Exodus 12. He executes judgment. Yes, so when you say that, that's a mocking of God. That's actually completely satanic, that somebody would say anything like that. That's completely evil and goes against the entire Torah, that we would never mock God and try to describe him in any way like that at all. Yeah, so you got to be very careful with talking about God that way. Yes, there's only one God, himself. Yes, the word is auto. Yes, there's only one. Yes, that's right. So I don't know why people would mock him. He's the only one. Yes, himself is the only one that's going to complete the mission. Save us, get it done, do the right thing, come down, get the bad guy, save the girl. Him. He's the hero. He gets all the credit. Only he gets the glory. Yes, himself. 3,000 million infinity times. Yeah. But that's it, man. Yep, there's only one.
Well, I'm just saying, like... Okay.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me plug in. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm just saying. I know. Hold on.
Man, the Trinitarian stuff, I don't get that, personally. It doesn't make sense. Anyhow.
Oh, yeah. He is really hard about scripture. He gets really passionate.
Man, that was pretty wild. Like, just coming in here, coming in hot.
Oh yeah, it's the word. Yeah, Bible studies every day. Yeah, we get very amped up, bro. Yeah, I have a shofar. I'm in security, like, real life. I mean, there's my channel right there in my profile, bro. We want to get the information out. We have evidence. We have long distance shots that are twice as long as these flat Earth groups. We're very motivated. We're very excited with the Word of God. Yep.
So
Can I ask then, if
The flesh.
sorry, if it was a sacrifice if God sacrificed his child, which was Jesus, is that right? There was a sacrifice, right? Is it?
You can't.
No,
Yeah, it's
that's
not
not.
something we can understand. Yeah, only something perfect has to be without blemish. So obviously, only the deity could be without blemish, the creator of the heavens and the earth. That's why it describes all these things. So it's, again, the information's in the Bible. I won't be able to tell you my personal opinion. I just read
Okay.
what the Bible says. Yeah.
Okay, but so then if Jesus is technically God, and Jesus was sacrificed for us, then
Flesh,
technically
right?
it wasn't really a sacrifice, because if he's
Okay.
God, then he's just going to go back, because it's not like as if. No, I'm
I mean, that's
just
working
sort
for
of
me.
putting it
Well, I mean,
forward.
that's what you have to read the Bible. It explains why it is. Yeah. It
Don't
explains all the
ever
details
try
of how
to
good it is. Yeah.
downplay the death of God. God is.
Wow. Hey, it's okay, Sasha. Hold on. No, we're gonna get there. Hold on. Yeah, this is a big deal. Yeah, this is serious. But that's the point, is that you have to understand the words, like, not robbery. That means it's not a problem. Not stolen valor. This is not confusing. Nobody who understands basic English is even confused by this. This is why atheists hate the Bible, because they have to make fun of Jesus. Because why would God be some puny little person, right? They try to make fun of that. That's the whole point. That's what the book depicts. But you gotta read it. Maybe you should research Hebrew and Greek. It certainly helps, and it just solidifies this. In fact, they got the Aramaic translation now called the Peshitta. This stuff has never been easier, bro. We have access to the internet. This stuff literally just rolls off your tongue if you just do some reading.
Okay, so sorry. What I'm wondering is that a sacrifice is generally something where,
It's a sacred
like you're
topic,
giving.
yeah. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
sacred topic, yeah.
you're really giving up something in a way, right? But if I know that I am, so technically,
Right,
if
you
it's
wouldn't hold,
God,
right. You're already
he
doing
knows
something that's already satanic. You wouldn't hold your standard up against God anyway. That would already be evil. So that's why that would be ridiculous. It would lead you to
Okay,
no fruit at all. So I have fruit to show,
okay,
and that's the point. So I'm going
okay,
to show people fruit. It's not for everybody. So if you have
okay.
fruit
No,
to show me, I'm interested in it. But no, there is no criticizing God. You want to criticize God,
I'm just,
criticize him to yourself, not me, bro. I have fruit to
I'm
show
just
people.
asking
You
a
can have your
question,
own.
though.
You can have your own religion. Yeah, no, you can have your own religion, bro. That's fine. I'm cool with your religion. I'm going to have my relationship with Christ, and I'm going to show people fruit. That's it. I'm going to give them the
Okay,
information. I'm going to show them what
just
the Bible
asking.
says. No, I'm just here for people that actually do want to know what the Bible says, bro. Okay, but your own opinion, that's fine. It's a sacred, no, to me, it's a sacred topic. In my religion, as you call it, it's actually blasphemy to even discuss this like this. It's called a perversion. I'm trying to tell you, you're offending me. We don't discuss things like that. Just like I don't try to say the name of God in public. Yod He Vav He, I use the acronym because I would never try to pronounce that. So there are sacred things that I will not do. And I would hope that you could respect that, because that's my religion. I respect you for your religion. Thanks.
Okay, but I don't actually have a religion. But if at the end
Your
of the day,
religion
if
right
you're
now is to
gonna come
offend
in,
other. Your religion right now is that you're a sycophant, offending people on the internet because you have power to do that on the internet. In real life, you would never do this. I guarantee it. You would be like everybody else that's tough on the internet. You would never try to interrogate me like this.
what?
Okay, I'm
I'm
trying to
just
show
asking a
people what the
question,
Bible
dude.
says. I know it's disgusting. You got to get some manners, get some
Yeah,
life experience.
I
It's
would.
disgusting. Flat Earth is full.
So you can't ask questions?
Flat
Asking
Earth is
questions
what?
is asking questions is an
He
abomination to God.
he cut off
No,
for me.
dude. Listen. Hey, guys. Listen. I'm a Christian. I'm Torah observant, and I just want to say, it's tough sometimes. Look, the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. I think that man, he's probably just having a bad day.
Guys, please be patient
Those
with
things
him.
do
He
not.
he has schizophrenia. Okay, just Try
That's
to be
all good. I'm just
tasteful.
trying to ask the question.
Because so what I'm wondering then, as a Christian, like because clearly I believe the Earth's flat, right? So I believe there's a creator. I don't believe in religion, but not the way that religion talks about our creator. I don't necessarily believe in that, because there's so many things within the Bible that I just think I would never want to believe in that creator. You know, like how he mentioned that the creator came down and killed 180,000 whatever. Like, I don't think that anyone that I should worship is the sort of person or the sort of thing who's just going to come down and murder people for whatever the reason is. I'm not gonna accept that. But what I'm wondering is that, okay, generally a sacrifice is something. If I'm sacrificing something, it's because I know I'm giving up something in a way, and it's going to be, it's telling for me to give this thing up. But if I give up my life knowing that technically I'm not actually giving up my life, then it's not a sacrifice. So if God is Jesus, and then Jesus supposedly sacrificed his life for everyone else, but then is technically God, and God is eternal, then that's not really a sacrifice. Do you get what I'm saying?
Man,
I think XO is a bad representation of anyone like saying they're godly. With my
Oh,
2 cents.
he's very extremist, but that's okay. He's allowed
well,
to be.
he sounds like he's mentally ill. In all honesty,
No. He does believe in God. He actually does believe in God.
It's
He
okay if
certainly
he
knows his.
believes in it, but he's not a good representative for it.
well, he sounds, he sounds sick.
Well, you have to realize that he's invigorated by the Holy Spirit. He lives for the Holy Spirit. Like that is him.
Dude, so all right, might you give us some backstory? Like, what did you? There had to have been something more to that whole conversation, bro. Like him just, and it obviously centered around you.
No, he does this to
Oh,
everybody.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
He's invigorated by the Holy Spirit, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, he's just invigorated by it.
I don't know. I was just listening, and all of a sudden, just bam, he just started reading scripture. So I don't know what caused that. It just went off. All of a sudden, these other two guys were talking, and then
Oh,
all of a sudden, he just come on, smashed into the scripture, and overtalked everyone.
he's always trying to convert me to become a Christian. He's known me, and every time I talk to him, he tries to convert me. But yeah,
How
that's
long have you known
basically
this
it.
guy?
Oh, I've known XO for like, I don't know, 4 years, 3 years.
He's
Oh,
been
wow.
in the pseudoscience server for a long time. I remember him like 5 years ago from there.
So even a question to the Christians in here, just as it's just a question I'm just asking. Now, if someone is not a Christian but lives a good life, they never beat their wife, they're beautiful to their children, then they're nice people, they help people, maybe they volunteer in a soup kitchen. I'm just making a person up, right? I'm sure there's people like this, but they don't believe in God. But then you have a priest who believes in God, who has raped children and done whatever, right? And been a very bad person. But then in the end says, hey, sorry, I'm sorry, God. Does the person who's been a good person all their life, do they not get the chance to go to heaven? But the person who said that they believe in God and did atrocious things, they do get to go to heaven?
Brother. Okay, hold on. I'll address it.
I'm just questioning. I'm not being. I don't want to be offensive to anyone. It's a genuine question.
I'm not offended. It's a totally valid question. Yeah, man. So, I think I don't know. Hold on. Let me stew on it for a minute. I don't want to just.
Because I've always not.
I don't think.
Sorry.
Okay, look, just straight up, dude. Like, who are any of us to know the mind of the creator, right? Like, for me, the way my worldview, the way look, I just straight up, man, the way I interpret the world, I look at the powers that be. You know, like I've just, maybe, obviously, I look at the powers that are be. I look at what they're doing, what their belief system is, and it's shaped my belief system. Like I literally went like, I mean, like look at my thumbnail. It's like, oh, what's my favorite celebrity doing today? Oh, worshiping Satan, right? Like for me, it's almost like I guess in a way it could be like almost like a protest, right? Like, oh, that's that team that runs the show is on that team. Well, guess what? I'm not on that team. I'm not on the opposite team. I'm on this team, and then and yeah, like, and it's evolved from there. Like I've learned there's a lot of truths like that were hidden to Christians. And in my opinion, like it's the one group that is like hated the most, especially me, right? A white Christian. Like everybody hates us. And it's like if that's I don't know, man. Like always rooting for the underdog. That's who I am. Do I think a wonderful, beautiful human being that is just that man that you described gonna go to hell? No, I don't think that, and I don't think any of us could try to know what the mind of the creator is.
Yeah, cool. That's fair enough. Because it's just something that like a lot of sort of probably I'm sure that XO and people anywhere close to where he is would sit there and say that, well, as long as you repent, well, sure, you'll get to go to heaven. But I mean, it's like, so Jeffrey Dahmer, who repented and said that now he believes in God after he's like murdered and killed and eaten people's bodies and stuff, and now he repents, he goes to heaven. But the person who, maybe they've just been an ordinary sort of bad person, but been 90% good. None of us are perfect, but that person doesn't get to go to heaven.
No, Bible doesn't say there's a heaven. That's like a big misnomer. So like that's not even what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that there's a second coming, right? Like it said it like thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So the message of like for Christians, the New Testament is that when Yeshua died, he didn't like what that guy is talking about. I don't agree with any of that. Like he died, like I posted that meme, but no, brother, like the message of the New Testament is the kingdom that comes. So like it says when Yeshua died, he became our high priest, right? And so like yeah, so he went to heaven and he's preparing a city that is gonna ascend to earth, like heaven on earth, and the Father and the Son are gonna live on earth and reign here. That's what the Bible says, and it says like when you die, it says the dead know nothing. You go to sleep, like and then that's the other part. When Yeshua comes back with the kingdom, he resurrects everybody, and everybody. Gary, get out of the trash. And everybody, you're gonna be judged, and everything that you do here matters, and it's all gonna be accounted for in the end, and that's what it says.
How is that possible, dude? Like, how can you believe all this?
Well, I mean,
it's a fantastic story, but like, how can you believe everything is actively being written down? Motives, I mean, people's motives in certain circumstances, like, that's a lot, dude. You know how much, like, hard drive space you need for that?
Yeah, I mean, look, bro, like I'm not exactly. I mean, I don't know what to say to you. Like, I mean, are you like in? Do you just believe in scientism? Is that what you believe in?
I believe we're a part of something very special. Obviously, somebody had to have created it. My only contention is we're all born alone, without instructions on how to live their life, and we kind of do what every other organism does: is try to survive until eventually we get some upper hand or some advantage, and we continue off that momentum. But as far as how far we've gotten with humans and our imagination and being able to control others with fear and other mechanisms, I think they found out really early, hey, we can control some humans by telling them some scary stories, and they'll go someplace bad if they don't obey us, and bam, we got followers. It's so hard about thinking this story is nothing but that. But until I see evidence of some of the grandiose claims in this book, I just I can't. I don't. If it is true, I don't think that he could hold it against me for not believing some silly story like anybody with this sober mind would question. And in order to believe, you have to kind of everybody says they do have blind faith. They can't deny it.
Yeah, I sort of go down the path, and I can't speak for SE, but from what I've heard him mentioning, where he kind of, unless this was just one thing that he was postulating, but it seemed like he was sort of going down the lines of like he feels as if okay, so we were created. It's almost like as if God just created it and said, okay, boom, there's the creation, and then he just took off. Because I mean, I don't see how a God would allow the things that have gone on this earth. I can't see that a God would come down and just murder people for whatever reason, or he just didn't agree with what was going on, so he just flooded the entire earth to just murder everyone but 2 people. I think he's just created it and then taken off, and maybe he comes back every now and then and Jackson has a look, see what's going on, and goes, holy shit, they're freaking crazy, what did I do? And then just leaves it again. I just can't personally myself. And this maybe it's my own
I don't think that.
incredulity. I don't think that we would have this, what's meant to be benevolent and all loving God, come and put us into this situation of just absolute hell. I mean, because this earth is hell on earth for some people. It's hell here for some people. They're
Dude, it's
living in
pretty
hell
good
already.
for most people. To say it's hell is you're not telling the full story, dude. To say it's hell
Yeah, of
for
course. No, it is
even
good for most
in their
people.
worst, even being alive, being a part of whatever this is, just living, pretty amazing, man. I'm sure there's poor people that are happier than the richest folks out there.
Yeah, I
This
agree
is
with you, and I think there is a lot of beauty in the world, but we couldn't tell the people in the Middle East for the past 30 years that have been living under oppression and murder and being bombed and killed and so forth, that there are parts of their life where they're living on hell on earth. And here's someone who was raped by someone, molested for 30 years of their life by someone. That's hell on earth for that person. Sure, for the majority of people, it's generally fine. But, for, still a lot of people, it may not be the massive percentage, but, 1% of 8 billion people is still a lot of people. And if you're living in a situation like that, you are currently living in hell on earth.
I know
so only
many. I know.
1% is hell on earth.
Yeah, I know many rape victims that would be really disappointed in what you're just saying because their faith, right? is not only larger than mine because of the rape situation, but beyond what I think what I could do. I think if I went through what they went through, my faith would be so much weaker than theirs. And for you to just step all over that is troublesome. To
He's
think
not
that
doing it on purpose. I get
I'm
what
not
he's
saying
saying.
he is, but
I'm
if
not
that person
stepping.
heard that,
I'm not
I've been
stepping on
through it. Yeah, you are. If you don't realize
No,
it,
he's
you are.
not.
Yes, he is, because I've been in these situations with these people, and this is how they feel. That's what I'm telling you. You are doing it, whether you really realize it or not. I've done it before, right? To say that you know what hell is like, to say that earth is hell on earth, is a ridiculous statement. For a person to say there's not enough disk to save all the information is ridiculous. This is the
So
creator
to
of all.
attribute it to hell, hey, to
I'll
attribute.
finish pretty soon. This
Yeah,
is
but I was initially
yeah,
talking first.
I
Let's
know
not forget that.
I know exactly what's happening here, right? I understand. I get it. I've done it myself. But just let me finish is all I'm asking. So to say that you believe in the creator of all things and then put a limit is totally weird. Go ahead. Have a good night.
No, what I'm saying is that for certain people's lives, and it's not just rape victims, you can't tell me that someone in Israel right now who just had their family bombed and killed, and then someone in Palestine who's just had their entire, block of houses destroyed and 300 people killed in there, aren't living in hell on earth right now. They're not happy about the
Not what I
situation.
said. Do you want me to restate what I said? Like hell on earth is not hell on earth. It's just a small portion. And I know people that's gone through that. Now, I don't know the Palestinians that's been blown up, but I know people that's had their legs blown off and arms blown off, that their faith is stronger than mine. Do you hear what I'm saying? I know people that are raped, right? That their faith is stronger than mine. So tell that person they're living hell on earth. No, they're not. They're living a glorious life to the fullest.
How do we
Maybe
know what
now.
hell is
They will.
anyway, and what it would feel like?
Yeah, how do
'Cause
you know what hell is like? How do you know this is
Well,
hell on earth? My life is not hell
in
on earth. That those people
in
that
the
have been
gen
raped and limbs blown off, or had their kids die, or people killed in war, their family members aren't living hell on earth. They're living glorious lives,
well, they are
enjoying
at that
every
moment.
second, every breath that has been given to them for free.
They're not enjoying it in those moments.
I didn't say they were.
They may grow back and become stronger in the future, many years down the track, or after a lot of work and going through things and working through what happened to them, sure. But in the
Or
moments
their
that these things
their
are
faith
happening to
was
them,
the same, and then when it happened, it just strengthened it. Because who they turned to was not dope or drugs or therapy or whatever. They didn't need that. They don't fear any of that. Yeah, I don't think you know people of faith very well if you're saying these things. Now, I've seen the opposite of that. My best friend, his parents seemed to me to be the faithful Christian, right? Going to Catholic church. I went to CCD with him. He died when we were 18 on his death certificate, it's death unknown. His parents lost their faith. I've seen the opposite too. But I mean,
Also, just plain so in 4 Ezra, it's a book that I think was taken out of the Bible personally, but it says that basically what the book describes is basically Ezra he's talking to an angel, and he's asking all these same questions, and Gabriel says, he says, well, how do you expect to even know God's mind, like the creator's mind? And he tells him, he's like, the world is a test. And he asks him, he's like, who do you think the creator wants, like, to be in his kingdom? Does he want the weak and the, like, He says who do you think we want? We want the gold. And how is gold procured? It's procured through fire. And he says some of these people are put here just to mess you up. Like we know some people aren't going to make it. So, I mean, maybe that's not the answer you're looking for, but basically it's just like saying that it's just a long way of saying that, like it does matter what you do. It's a test, and in the end it'll be accounted for,
Yeah, but how? Like, how is it a test? Like, I never like got the like test exam like in front of me. Like, anytime I've been a part of a test in school, I knew it was coming. I knew, all the rules. I was prepared for it. But this is some kind of weird test where, as we get older, there's some people telling us, "Hey, there's this book, and we got to, follow it."
No,
Like,
you don't have to. You don't have to follow it. You don't.
Yeah,
You have that choice. That's the whole point.
yeah.
You know of the book. You know of the rules. You know of the test, and you choose not to follow it. That's up to you, man.
Maybe the test
And I'll
is
just
to
say
not
this
follow
too.
it. Maybe the
Another
test is to not follow the word of man. But I don't know. I'm saying maybe the test is that, well, that's actually the word of man, and we shouldn't be following that. Maybe that's
Well,
the
hey,
test.
Rakia,
Well, that's
I want to ask
your
Rakia
choice.
a
You can use
direct
your
question.
discernment to decide that.
I'm
Hey,
not saying that that's what
Rakia,
it is. I'm just
how
saying maybe,
Yeah, that's
hey,
it. Maybe
how is
it's your
everything
choice.
being accounted for actively, Rakia? Like, where is this like stored? Like, who's holding all this information? Where is it kept? Have you been there? Have you seen it?
You're putting
Like,
limits on
proof.
God again. You're putting limits on the Creator of all things again. I don't care to discuss that. I mean, if you want to limit him or it or whatever you want to say, I'll just say him because it's easy. If you want to limit God or the Creator or whatever, go ahead, man. I don't. I don't have to ask that question. Where's all the information kept? I think it's actually sort of a ridiculous question. Now, because it's your question, I don't think it's ridiculous for you. To me, where how much faith I have, I don't even have to question that. If I have faith in the Creator of all things, the great I am, right? Then what do you mean about he knows he claims to know every hair on your head. He's the Creator. He is information. He is the storage, the disk, the flow of energy. He is energy. He is light.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine how much information is there in the earth in general, anyway, just in the earth. So
Unlimited.
if he's able to create that, then I'm sure he can hold the information.
He is
But
the
how do we know
information.
he actually
He or
created
she
it?
or whatever it is.
We're attributing this great, happening to him. How do we know that?
It's
What's the
beyond
evidence?
you knowing. It's beyond. What's the evidence? Have you seen a baby born? Have you cut yourself
No,
in Peanut Hill?
I know they're all
Have you been
babies.
out?
Yes, there's life. You didn't listen to me. There is this happening
Just
going on.
that
But
proves
how can
something above.
we attribute it to him
You can
directly?
attribute it to whatever you want. That's the whole point.
I know it could be any god. It could be multiple gods. It couldn't even be a god. It could be something else. We don't know. We just don't know. But we make up these crazy stories,
No one's making
and
up
they just
crazy
kind of
stories,
stick
man.
around. Yeah, the Bible's a made-up story, dude.
Well, that's your choice. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. I don't think it is. Don't mock my Bible. Thank you. I won't mock
I can say whatever I want about your
I
Bible.
didn't say you couldn't. I said please don't. Don't mock my Bible. Hey, dude. The Bible is a made-up story. You're an idiot. Is basically what you're calling me. No, dude.
Dude, read whatever you want into it, but
thank you. Thank you very much.
know,
Thank you. I would rather you say that. And you have the choice to do what you want. You can even mock the Bible if you want. The Bible just happens to talk about you and I.
I mean, just a couple things I would add to I just want to add to the conversation is just that, I mean, number one, like some of us, I know I can, like, speaking for myself, I've had like pretty amazing supernatural things happen to me. And then additionally, and another point of just clarity that I think is, like a hidden truth from people is, the Bible really doesn't talk about a hell. It literally just says that you go to sleep. But at any rate, and it says, and then far as like the lake of fire, if you read First Enoch, it would just totally give you understanding uh, on why the lake of fire is needed. But at any rate, the lake of fire, it's not a lake of fire that you burn in for eternity. It's literally just it's literally just um, basically a tool, or it's basically just a tool used in the end, in the final judgment. Like, okay, guess what? You didn't make it. You didn't want to be part of the team. So, you don't have to suffer or do anything anymore. You can just poof. It literally just says he burns them up into smoke and they're gone. Like, just swept away. So, just one thing, just to say, like, there is no hell in the Bible. There's no eternal burning in a lake. That's like a Catholic hellfire bullshit. And then and another thing I would say too, brother, Dave, China, maybe, I don't know, like, maybe you guys should pray, maybe, just say, hey, Father, if you're there, show yourself to me. I mean, he does, if you have like an open heart and mind to it, you might be able to see it.
I've been baptized, dude. I still pray today. I just don't pray to your God.
Well, I
But
mean,
I am honest with myself that I don't believe a crazy book. Maybe I'm just smarter. I don't know.
maybe
not
pray,
that
bro.
gullible.
It's just our own perspective, huh? Who knows, buddy? It's no. It doesn't have to be. I don't know, man. It's just different strokes for different folks. I don't think it's really. It shouldn't be like a. I don't know. There's plenty of other things to. Obviously, there's plenty of other things to celebrate that we have in common.
Well, look, there's, how many different sects of Christianity? 30,000. How could 30,000 different groups get it wrong? There should just be one.
Hey, man, people, it's not a perfect place.
Well, then that's just rationalizing. I mean, who's the right one then? Is it the Jehovah's Witness? Is it the Baptist, Calvinist, Presbyterian?
Which one do you pray to?
Lutheran?
Which God do you pray to? That's obviously the one for you.
Yeah, man, exactly. Yeah, it's the one that's right for you. I'm not here to tell you. I'm not here to tell you.
Me neither. But I mean, if the one you pray to doesn't have any good news for me that you want to share, doesn't seem like the one to me.
Well, see, the difference between the God that I pray to and your God is more people have died in the name of your God than in my God.
Yeah,
and potentially my God, hold on, I'm not finished. You can stop and let me finish. Potentially my God could be spread to other people and it could gain traction. And maybe 1 billion people will start praying to the God that I pray to.
Okay,
Somehow
go ahead.
my name will be...
What God is
Okay,
that?
I'm not finished.
I want to hear.
Just shut
I know,
up.
dude. I said 2 words. Just your
Just
God.
let
Tell
me
us.
finish, bro. So as of now, the God I pray to, nobody's dying. But look how many people have died because of your Bible and your God.
Okay, who is your God? I want to hear about this God that nobody dies under. So you're not going to die? I'm confused, man.
That's what I believe. But
What?
if I tell other people and it gains traction, then there's 10 people, 100 people, 1,000, maybe a billion with
Fair
enough
enough.
time.
How many people does
That's my
your God
point.
need to believe in him where no one dies?
That's not the point. The point is your God has already had millions and millions of people die, probably billions.
No, everyone. Everyone is going to die, sir. Your point is, again, about your God? Because my God is non-existent. I get it. You think that. We're talking about your God. How do I pray to this God? How do I not die? How many people do I have to get to follow your God? Right?
I never said anything about that. What are you trying to get to? I don't get your point.
You said you had a God that nobody's died under.
Mm-hmm.
I think he means in wars.
No, I
means in
think
that
just
type
because
of.
it's
No,
only my belief. It's only mine.
Because he made
It's
it
not
up.
anybody else's
Like, oh
belief.
God.
What I think God is. Is that good
well,
enough for you?
no, it's not. It's almost like weird that you're saying it and can't support it at all. I respect
You're under
what
the
you
same
believe.
umbrella, dude.
Do you
You
believe you're
should
going
be
to
the
die?
first one to cast.
Let's
Hey,
let's not
he
talk
should.
about me anymore. I'm already bound to death, right? According to you, because I don't know your God like you do, I'm bound to death. So now you got me
When did
interested.
I say that? When did
Well,
I say that?
you said your faith, where you put your faith in the God that you pray to, right? Hasn't killed. No one's died under him because you haven't died yet. I'm all
It's
for that.
my belief only.
I'm fine with that.
I'm
So it doesn't work for me.
I'm comparing my God and your God. Your God, many people have died under. My God, nobody's died under. It's that simple.
Sorry, do you mean like, because
I
obviously everybody
still don't get
dies,
it.
but do you
Yeah.
mean in some form of war or something like that? Is that that's what I'm trying to get at? You mean in
Okay,
some kind of like
what
under the
I
name
think
of
God
God?
is, what I think God is, and how many people actually believe what I do. Nobody's died because it's only me, because I only believe what I can believe.
So
There's
therefore you
still
haven't died.
books on it.
So
There's no nothing. But for him and his God, many people have died.
No. All people will die under my God, right?
No, no,
All
no,
of them.
no. Have you
Yes,
not
I
heard of the
promise you, all of
Crusades?
them will.
Have you not heard of all the other killings in the name of God? All
okay,
the
yeah. So sorry,
wars.
that's what I was
I
trying.
don't
That's what I
know
was
what
trying to
you're
get at.
talking about. I've
Am I
never
on mute?
killed anyone, and under God. I never will kill anyone.
I didn't say you. I said your God,
Yeah, that is my God. Under me,
your
right?
Bible.
The God that I believe in doesn't want me to kill anyone. Commands me not to.
But yet and again, in the name of God, many people have died because of your Bible.
So you're talking about
You
what
not get
man,
that?
right? What man has done?
Okay, who else is going to do it? The animals? They're going to pick up a book and fight
Have you
over it?
killed anyone?
No, why would I?
Exactly. Are you commanded by your God to kill?
What kind of question is that?
That's a serious question. If you ask me the same question, I'll take it seriously and I say, no, under God's law, I'm not to murder. Never, ever.
Oh, but then why was it that all the people during the Crusades died?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never been commanded to kill under any crusade. So you're talking about man's crusade?
Not
What he
you, not you, but the followers of your
I,
book.
I don't know that person. I don't know anyone who's followed my book that went out and killed for the name of God. If they did,
Should
I
we
think they're
should we
doing a
like
wrong.
read up into history, or do you not believe in history?
I've read the Bible front and back. I know the good and bad of every instance of the Bible, and I know what it happened after the fall of man. And I know right now, sitting right here speaking to you, I'm not under God's law to kill anyone. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about in history.
I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about right now.
What do you mean, right? Why do you want to cherry pick time?
I'm not cherry picking.
Let's
I'm cherry
go from the
picking the present.
inception of your book and the followers of it, and how many people have had to have died.
What men have done in history and has been written down in the book and told to me of why not to do this. Don't act like this. Don't ever do this again. You're talking about that book? Yeah, I follow that.
Yeah, the Holy Bible?
Yes, I follow that closely. Don't ever do that again. Don't do what other men in history have done. Also, don't make false idols, right? Which is why I wouldn't do what you're doing. I would never think I'm God. So what now? So I'm commanded under God's law right now, the God in that Bible, in that book that you so like to reference and mock, not to kill. And you're holding me responsible for what men have done in the past.
Do you have you or any of your relatives or anybody you know went to the army and killed anybody?
What does that have to do with? I'm talking about my soul, sir. I'm talking about my eternal life.
Why are you being so selfish, dude? You're not the only person alive.
What are you talking about? That's the only person I'm responsible for. Under God, is the only person that's gonna judge me is God. He's not gonna judge me on what I thought about my Uncle John. He's gonna judge me on my actions, my heart. So try again. And you know the Bible teaches that, right? You know the Bible teaches
to cherry pick a lot.
I'm not cherry picking. You can't find anywhere in the Bible that I read anyway, because you seem to have your own script, that tells me I'm going to be judged on what my Uncle John did in the war.
Now, well, you're the one that's talking that your Bible doesn't command you to kill anybody, but yet
it doesn't.
Again, there's commandments.
No, there's no commandment that tells me. So go ahead and just read that scripture out to me. Go ahead.
Okay.
Find it. Thank you.
Yeah, let me look for it. I wouldn't have to look too far because Deuteronomy, I'm sure I'll find it there. That's the most absurd book ever.
Deuteronomy commands me to kill? I doubt that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Just post it, man. Make sure you read it in context and post all the before and after that. Because it might tell a story of other men killing. I'm not commanded to kill. Maybe start with God's laws. Because that's what I live under. I don't live under what the story tells in Deuteronomy, what the laws were then. I'm living under God's present law. Yeah, you're talking about, what are you talking about?
Things can change, huh?
No, yeah, everything has changed. No doubt. After the fall of man, after Jesus was hung on the cross for no crime whatsoever and paid for your and my sin, yeah, everything's changed.
Paid for sin? What are you talking about, paying for sin? What is this paying for sin?
So you don't believe that either? You seem to be the one. You seem to be the one projecting that I cherry pick, and you're cherry picking what you want to read out of the Bible.
No. I want to get this whole sin thing.
First, just post where the Bible commands me to sin. Let's start there. Where it commands me to murder. Go ahead and start there. Just let me know when you post it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's easy to find. I've read it before. Some of the absurd things that
you've read in the Bible in Deuteronomy where God has commanded me to murder. You don't even know my name.
The other people in the Bible, he's told them what to
has
do.
Nothing to do with me.
Happens.
Which has nothing to do with me. Do you hear that?
So then the Bible isn't directed to you then. Why are you reading it?
What are you talking about? Surely you're not reading the same Bible I am. It's very personal to me. What I should do right now is follow God's law. Today, presently,
Is
tomorrow,
it
every second, every breath that's given to me.
God's law, is that the 10 Commandments?
God's law, it's almost as easy to find as where it tells me in the Bible that I should murder, which you'll never find. Quit lying to yourself. Please don't misrepresent me. And, don't try and teach this to other people, because that's not what the Bible says. It
So
doesn't
if I
command me to
find
murder,
somewhere
ever.
where God commanded
No.
somebody to
Commanded
kill somebody,
me, not my Uncle John, not your aunt. Commands me to murder.
it says nothing about you, dude. You're not that important.
I'm not important to the Creator. I think you're wrong again. Maybe you're misreading the Bible
It
again,
didn't say, dude.
dude.
So
You're
why are
telling me
you
I'm
cherry picking
insignificant
The
now?
whatever
Creator
you
No.
want?
doesn't know you.
The Bible actually says I'm the most significant thing ever created.
Where's your name in the Bible? Where are
It
they
says
directly speaking to
we
you?
are
Get
all,
away from me, for I do not know you.
wants a personal relationship with you and me. It mentions you too. And
How can there be
never
personal
commands you to murder.
relation?
Will
How can
never
there be a
command you to murder.
personal relation when it's a book, dude?
Well, that's what the book says. Dude,
This is weird, man. Like,
yeah, I
how
know
can you
it's
have a
weird. You're
relation with
misrepresenting what
anybody?
the Bible actually says, and then saying that. Why does the Bible say this? Are you kidding me? Have you found it yet? Or are you going to call me insignificant again? Which is nowhere in the Bible either.
I'm looking.
I know. Next, you can find where it says I'm insignificant.
Well, it
I'm,
doesn't even
I
say your
know
name
it
in there.
doesn't
So
or
what
say
how
are
it.
did
you
you
even
say it?
talking
I'm
about?
nobody. My name is not in the book. My name is in the book. My name
I
is
can
David.
verify to you that it doesn't say that.
Exactly, it doesn't. It never commands me to murder either. And I have a biblical name. It's David. You seem to be reading the wrong book.
I mean, what do you? I'm just curious. Just to kind of wrangle this in a little bit. Uh, the Old Testament. Anyhow, yeah, the Old Testament's fine. I would talk about that too. But the main thing is my question is, what do you guys object about Jesus or Yeshua, as I like to say? But what do you object about him and Christ and his what his model, or what do you object to anything he did? Is there something that he did that offends you? Because the Old
Who
Testament,
is that directed to? Is that directed to me? I'm trying to read here.
I'm just saying, because the Old Testament is a lot to unpack, and I would say, um, honestly, I think there's a reason why we have 66 books in the canon. I think that you're missing some context when a lot of people are missing some context when they read the Old Testament, because they've left a lot of books out that should be in there.
That's
Like,
convenient, right?
well, it's not. It's just the facts, bro. It's just the facts. Like, there's like the 12 patriarchs, and this wasn't like, and these books weren't taken out like, you know, like these books were there forever until like the 1500s. They just took them out, right? So like, it's actually, that's what I'm saying. It's a lot more to unpack than just. I get your reaction, but I'm just asking. I guess you really, the main thing is what 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 Christ did. What do you object about what Christ did and like his example? Is there something that you think was bad about Christ? And that, I mean, because that, as Christians, that's who we're trying to emulate and follow, is Christ. So is there something with Christ you don't like?
So first of all, if you guys are trying to emulate him, you guys already failed, because you guys, used the money system, and he wanted to do away with all of that. So, are you going to give away all your things and your worldly possessions and do what he says and, be preachers? It's pretty much what he commanded people to do,
Post
to be
that.
Christ-like.
Post that. Being Christ-like has nothing to do with giving up all your worldly possessions. Well, I wouldn't say nothing, and just being a preacher. That's not what the Bible commands us to do either.
So he didn't go into the temple and
I didn't say what he did,
make
or
that whole scene.
I never said
Of the
anything
money.
about what Jesus did.
Okay, so then, I mean, even that, bro, that's not really that's not answering the question. You're literally just accusing me of not being a good Christian, which, fine, that's fair enough.
No, he's accusing you of not being Christ, which is, no one denies that. It's weird.
Here we go. Deuteronomy 13:15.
That's Old Testament, man.
Oh, dude, come on, man. You fucking pick and choose whatever you want.
We don't live under Old Testament law. And dude, being Christ-like,
you should have God's law. That's the only law that there is.
I will finish. But being Christ-like doesn't mean we are Christ. Can't be.
Asking, man, let's just be honest. Like what about Jesus's life or his example do you not like? I mean, I know I suck. You're right. I'm terrible. But I'm asking you, like, what axe do you have to grind against him?
I don't know, dude. Like, I don't have anything against the dude. I really don't even think that he existed. I think it's just a concocted story. That's all. It's nothing personal. I don't have anything personal against Christians. Nothing, dude. I just think, you guys just believe in a cult.
No one denies that Jesus walked the earth, man. He has more evidence that he walked the earth than you. There's more written down evidence of Jesus Christ walking the earth than you walking the earth. I promise you.
Show me all the coins minted in his image. Show me all the t-shirts and posters that people made, because there was some guy that came to people's towns and he was healing people. Why wasn't he the most popular thing that ever existed? People barely
why didn't they write it down and give their life to preserve that writing? No one has ever died for a lie, man. People just don't do it.
You got death certificates? What do you got? Stories?
That's what they did?
What do you got, man?
Yeah, stories.
You ain't got no proof. These are just
you ain't got
stories,
no proof
man.
of your life. What proof do you have of your life? You think you have more proof of your life than Jesus's life? I'll take that one. Even based on what you're talking about, written down evidence or preserved manuscripts or people's stories passed down from generations to generations. Go ahead.
I just want to make a point here. Look, so I mean, if you're being real honest with yourself, you don't like Christian people. You don't like religion. You think that it's a lie. But if you're being honest with yourself, like, I mean, you said you have nothing against Jesus, or what he did. You don't think he exists.
I never said I don't like him, dude.
Well, my point is that, I mean, you're saying all these things. I think it's kind of been programmed, but my point is that, like, really, if there are people that are trying to be like Yeshua, is there really a reason to like dislike that? I mean, if you're being honest with yourself.
For the most part, Christians are good, right? Like, they try to live good lives, holy lives. but something happens to a person, regardless of, okay, let's just say, for instance, when you're going to war, they know they're not supposed to be killing anybody, but they still kiss their Bible and pick up their rifle and, start killing people.
And how does that make it fake?
I mean,
I'm just saying, if you're a true Christian, you wouldn't be, going and killing people.
I tend to agree with that. But how does it make Christianity being more Christ-like or trying to be more Christ-like fake again? And to tell me you don't believe in religion? You believe in religion. You made up your own religion. You think you're God. Or you've made up a separate God. Well, I'm just saying, you have a religion is all I'm saying. I'm not telling you what your religion is. Why are you so combative about your own religion that you just told me so adamantly about? That you pray to a God that only you know, and until enough people know of your God, we're going to keep dying and keep murdering.
No, the Holy Bible, your guys' religion will keep killing people. That's fine. It doesn't mean you guys are all Christ-like. You guys wouldn't be killing anybody.
Yeah. Again, I haven't killed anybody and won't ever kill anyone. Thank you.
I mean,
your brothers in Christ have.
Well, I can't help them, sir. They're not being as Christ-like as I want them to be. Neither are you.
I would just ask, what I would just ask, like, what followers of, I mean, bro, like, let's just be honest here. What you're talking about is governments. And yeah, like each, owners of people, like, which is what a government is, right? Like they own you. Their followers can be any kind of thing and have people go off to war. It's not exclusive to Christianity. It's not exclusive to Christianity or even the Bible or religion at all. It has everything to do with,
the fall of man. Yeah, the fall of man, which is the Bible. He's preaching the Bible. He doesn't even know it. Before the fall of man, no one would have went to war and killed anyone. We would have lived forever.
And the other thing to add, brother, which is kind of funny, because Yeshua, when he was in his time, he literally, brother, he walked around absolutely like condemning. He spit venom. Well, not spit venom, but he totally. The only people he was actually condemning and judgmental of were the religious leaders of the time, right? Like he was like, "You synagogue of Satan, you brood of vipers." Like he literally went around, casting down the religious, like the religious people. Like basically, like everything you're saying is what like the model of what Jesus did. So just to keep that in perspective.
Yeah, he was casting down the Jewish religion. That one.
Like the religious leaders of the time. Yeah, he was like, exactly, right? Yeah. So he's literally, I mean, yeah, man, I don't know. Like you might not hate it as much as you think. Like you might just have
hate nothing, dude. Like it's weird, man. Like how you guys can believe in something with no proof.
No, I don't think you know what we believe. You've made so many mistakes in what the Bible says. You don't believe what you don't know what we believe. So this is a Bible quote, right?
Made a mistake
Remarks
about what?
Prophet of teaching of Jesus about love.
You just made a claim, dude, that I made a mistake about what the book teaches.
I'm proving it to you right now. I'm proving it to you right now. Thus there exists for the children of God no law and no compulsion, no war and struggle, but only an untiring love and overcoming of evil with good demands, which the Sermon on the Mount interprets in extreme cases. That's what Jesus stood for. He didn't stand for war. He never commanded you to go kill anyone. He doesn't support war. He supports love and peace. So for you to sit there and blasphemy, I don't know the true definition of blasphemy, even as a Christian, because it's so distorted now. But for you to put down the Bible, and it's your choice, right? But for you to do it is wrong. You're wrong about what the Bible says, for one, and then you're putting it down in a way you're actually supporting the Bible more than you've been so wrong about it. Because the opposite is what the Bible says.
I'll give you one chance. Prove to me that sin exists.
I'm doing it right now. I'm being prideful and boastful and like unworldly. Like I live in sin right now.
And how is that proof of sin?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what is proof of sin?
Okay, define
original sin.
Define sin for me then. If you want me to prove it to you, define it.
That we're born unclean.
That's your definition of sin? The act of sinning? Is that we're born unclean? I don't believe we're born unclean.
It does say that, yeah, we are born.
Let
me look at the definition.
Jesus, man.
That's
your definition of sin, though? I mean, seriously? Fair enough if it is, but just wondering.
Going back to a slight other one, like we can all agree that there have been wars declared in the name of God, right? I'm not saying that that's in the Bible and that's what the Bible says, but we know that there have been wars that have been declared in the name of God.
Yeah, man is definitely evil. Yeah, is that what you're saying? Absolutely.
Well, yeah, sure.
Absolutely. And the Bible has told stories about those wars. It's actually has told stories about how God has intervened in those wars, right? But it doesn't mean that he wanted them to happen or commanded them to do them or, supports them or wants them to happen again.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. But then, so also one of the commandments is, I don't know if I get it right, this is just my understanding of how it is said, but do unto others as you would have done to yourself. That is one of the commandments. Am I right or wrong about that?
He doesn't follow the commandments.
It says though. Who
doesn't follow the commandments?
Like, would love yourself.
You don't, because it's the Old Testament.
Oh my God.
You
guys like, don't get it twisted, man. I mean, like, literally, there's somebody goes up to Yeshua and says, "What's the main thing? What should I do? How do I get in? What do I got to do?" And he's like, just love God and love your brother. Period.
Okay, so can I read what original sin is? It's a noun from Christian theology. The tendency to sin innate in all human beings, held to be inherited from Adam in consequence of the fall. The concept of original sin was developed in the writings of St. Augustine. So you guys want to unpack that?
I would say this, man. If you want to know what the message of the Bible is, it says love God and love your neighbor like yourself. So, I mean, it's really, it's like, it gets so twisted. There's so much, blah, blah. Dude, like, it ain't rocket science. It's super simple. It's super simple.
Well, that simplicity is perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's 100%. That's just how we should treat everyone. But unfortunately, men and even those who proclaim to be of God don't live that way. Look, many don't. I'm not saying all don't, but many don't.
Look, I would just tell you guys right now, look, I mean, we all kind of know, just knowing like the globe deception, like they love the number 6. I mean, look at the Bible, right? Like, it's 66 books. Okay, look, terrible things have happened in the name of Christianity and all that, but and like I totally agree with you. And bro, like but we have, if you're gonna be honest with yourself, like Jesus didn't say go out and rape, murder, and pillage. That was not the
No,
message.
definitely not.
Yeah, like
No,
that was not
100%.
the message. So, like, you're in a way, like I'm just, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of like, look, the earth, we're here, and there's bad things going on, and all this stuff, but like, but like it does it like, and it's being done in all these different names and all these different religions. But I can promise you, like, if you really like read the Bible, read the Apocrypha, all the books they took out, right? Like you could get there's a lot of great stuff in it. Like you don't have to just throw the baby with the bathwater out. Like, look, there's no, I don't know, like there's really sense
You
to it.
made a good point. That
I'm not personally throwing it out.
Rape, murder, and pillaging is in the Bible. So anyone who believes in the Bible thinks that rape, murder, and pillaging is okay, and that's how it gets treated. That is the opposite of how the Bible talks about these things, so not to do them, or how to live, how to treat your neighbor, how to treat yourself and your fellow man and your kids, and it teaches everything. Sorry,
I would never think that the Bible. Sorry, yeah. I was going to say I would never think that the Bible would say that those things are okay. But the one part that sort of also gets me a little bit is, like, obviously monkey see, monkey do. We lead by example. And if we have stories of God just coming down and just literally wiping out entire civilizations or whatever, and we can say, oh, well, he's God, he can do what he wants. But that's not a very good example for people of God to just come down and just murder a bunch of people, even if some of them were bad. Maybe their children weren't bad. You can agree that that's not a fantastic example, right? Because that's basically kind of saying
I don't
that killing is okay.
I do not disagree with anything God thinks he has the power to do. Who am I to do that? I'm his creation.
I was about to read that Bible verse too.
But he tells us the world is going to end in fire next time, not flood. The only person or man or thing that you should fear is God himself. I don't know how to fully unpack that and explain it, but I can tell you I don't fear anything.
I don't really think. Why would this thing that created us want us to fear it?
Ask him.
That's what I don't get that either.
I don't think man can understand any of that. Right? That is the reason it's a higher power. It's more intelligent. It has a bigger plan than man has. Obviously, right? Can you create water? I can't. Can I understand the creator of water and all his plans? Nope. Why would I expect to? Do I need to figure them all out? Nope.
Well, but what are you? But would you say you fear? And then what do you fear? I guess would be my question.
Well, I just fear that part, right? That fear is used as a negative, but I don't think the fear is a negative. I think it's a positive. It's the great I am. It's the only thing you should fear. Like the death, we talk about death all the time. Both people do. I don't. I think death is just part of life. I don't fear it.
But you created your children. If you have children, do you want them to fear you, or do you want them to love you?
I did not create my children. No way, no how do I even think that I created my children. Under God's blessing, that creation, part of it was put in me and part of it was put in my wife in creation.
Yeah, but if you weren't brought together, there would be no children.
Yeah, but that's part of creation.
But do you want your children to fear you? Do you want your children to fear you or to love you?
Plain reality, you don't have kids.
To love me. I teach them not to fear me. I mean, that you should only fear Jesus. That's what they read in the book.
Dude, do you have kids? Answer that, plain.
I have kids.
I have a stepson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I'm sure you're an awesome stepdad, but I tell you what, yeah, I want my kids to be afraid of me. I promise you. But I don't think the fear in the Bible is no, you need them to be afraid. Like, yeah, hey, Dad said not running in the parking lot today. But anyhow, fear is also you
sure.
can
I agree with that.
Yeah, like dude. There's a lot of no, for sure. I'm the cutter offer.
I think we take it in the wrong way. Is what I'm saying. Fear.
Yeah. Sorry, I agree with the parts of like, clearly as humans, if we don't have something as thought of as consequences, we will, in general, just do what we own personally feel is right. Like I don't personally think that it's right to go around and stealing from people, but someone else has no problem with doing that. There's no consequence for that person. People just wouldn't care. There would be no consequences. People would just do what they want. So obviously, I think that there needs to be some form of fear in a sense, but we also get more places with love than fear.
Dude, yeah, I mean it's not just it's everything, right? A lot of things in it. So I mean fear is a tool. You got a big fat tool bag with all kinds of stuff in it. You got love, peace.
I understand it. I was a nightclub bouncer for 23 years, man, and by the end of me being there, like I wasn't getting a lot of people having a go because they knew what was going to happen, right? So at the end of the day, when I would go up and tell people, "Hey, chill the fuck out," those who knew to chill the fuck out, right?
I
understand
didn't teach my kids that way.
No, but I understand what it means that, like, people need to have consequences. And I didn't teach my children that. I'm saying when I was a nightclub bouncer, but, so I understand that fear stops people from doing things that they shouldn't do. But then the creation of fear also gives you power over people. And that's not a good thing.
That would be like, that's not fear. That's like terrorizing. That's see what I'm saying?
But wouldn't you feel terrorized thinking like, well, shit, if I do the wrong thing, God's going to come down and wipe out my entire civilization? That's terrorizing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of really taken out of context, right? Like, I mean,
I don't know, because I'm not a scholar of the Bible, so I'm just kind of talking with you guys. I'm not either way. I'm just trying to hear your opinion on it, and then say something, and then see what you have to say about it. I'm not either way, man. It doesn't bother me either way. Sorry, I won't interrupt you. Go.
Yeah, no, and like, dude, I think that's what I'm saying. Like, I think so much stuff is like misportrayed or misconstrued. Like, for example, Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, dude, like, so Sodom and Gomorrah, they're like, oh, God hates the gays. It's like, dude, like, so Sodom and Gomorrah. Not only were they like trying to rape the angels that showed up there, but they like literally people that would like come to that city and try to visit, they would literally strip them naked, take all of their possessions, and then let them starve to death. Like they were like super evil people. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff that I think in the Bible that's not really like understood, or you know what I mean? Like they like leave things out, like there's just, I don't know, man. Like, and when you read the Apocrypha in Enoch, it basically talked about GMOs. Like it literally says like the fallen angels, like it explains like where all like how all the bad spirits, like where all the evil in the world came from. And it even like, dude, like it literally even says like they were corrupting flesh, they were genetically modifying things. Like it's pretty intense, man. And again, that's left out of the Bible because I think
a Bible verse for you guys, because this is where it directly commands you to kill somebody. So it's weird, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you're talking about the Testament. Like, I'd love to hear the verse, and I'd like to probably read the whole chapter. And not only that, we did like get into Strong's and break down some of the words. But like one thing again, like all of the Bible is really confusing until you read like Jubilees, First Enoch, like 4 Ezra, like, and like if I promise. All
yeah,
of
I know,
the
but why was
make,
it when I was about to read from Deuteronomy, Rakia said, "Oh, that's the Old Testament."
no, I want to hear it. So what I could discuss it with you. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm actually a defender of it. I will apologize for it. So what did it say? What do you have there?
Well, I'm going to read the 3 verses before just to give context. So I'm going to start with Deuteronomy 13, verse 6. If your brother, the son of your mother, your son or your daughter, the wife of your bosom, or your friend who is as your own soul secretly entices you, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods which you have not known, neither you nor your fathers, or of the gods of the people which are all around you, near to you or far off from you, from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth, you shall not consent to him or listen to him, nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him or conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. And you shall stone him with stones until he dies, because he sought to entice you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. So all Israel shall hear and fear, and not again do such wickedness as this among you.
Fuck yeah. That's awesome. So yeah, bro, I mean like one thing you have to keep in context, right? Like in the Old Testament. So like first of all, like you have to understand that like there's literally an angel with them. Yahweh is like lighting an entire mountain on fire and like talking to them. There's literally like a column of fire. Like the presence of him is like undoubtable. Okay, and then so that's number one, right? And then number two, the other thing to keep in a context is who are these other gods? They're like Baal, they're Baal,
Number
Moloch.
one.
They're literally sacrificing children, making their first daughter prostitutes in the temple. Like, yeah, fuck them. And if somebody comes up to you and is like, "Hey, let's go join the child sacrificers," yeah, off that dude. Like, bro, yeah, like I mean, again, it's like all in context. Like if you really like study those times and those other gods, like you would be like, man, I'm so glad Christianity came, or you know, the Hebrew God came around that wasn't like, you know, let's sacrifice kids and make our daughters prostitutes. Like it's a bad system, bro. So yeah, fuck that guy.
Tell me again where that commands me to do that. Right now, today, or should you keep reading? I would suggest you keep reading.
Deuteronomy is the book of the law. That's where you get your 10 commandments that you should abide by.
Yeah, and
But I guess
some
you're
of the things
special
in
because
Deuteronomy.
you don't observe the Old Testament because it's Old Testament according to you.
Don't observe everything in the Old Testament. Yeah, we're commanded not to in the New Testament. Certain parts.
You just cherry pick.
That's what. No, I'm not. I'm reading the entire book, which is the opposite of cherry picking. You are the only one cherry picking and going back into a time that doesn't even happen now. We're not commanded to do that anymore. You're the one going back in the past and cherry picking and telling me that's what I believe in. No, I believe it happened then. I believe it was written down and preserved as a bad thing, and now we're not commanded. We're actually commanded to do the opposite of that. So
Okay,
it's
what's
you that's
going on
cherry
in
picking.
here?
It's you that's cherry
What's going
picking, not
on?
me. We're
What's
telling
going on
people
in
to read
here?
the. Well, you've asked 3 times. I'm going to answer now.
I just came in.
I know, and then you asked what's going on 3 times as I tried to answer. You ready?
All
You
right.
know,
I mean, yeah.
I want to
Gio,
cherry
where's
pick one.
Gio? Where's Gio? Gio, baby, help me. Okay,
Oh my
let's
goodness.
go.
So we
you
have
know
a
what?
person
Too,
cherry
that
picking one piece of the Bible and not reading the entire book, and you have me telling him he should read the
Oh,
entire book. That's what's going on.
okay. What book? What are we talking about?
thing. That's another thing that's taken out of context with the old.
What book? Hold
Is that
on, bitch. Hold on, bitch. What book are we
reading
talking about?
the
Hold
law
on,
for a priest?
dude. What are you doing?
Who
Hold
are
on,
you?
I'm talking to him.
Yeah, thanks.
So, what book are you talking about? Go ahead. Look, it's quiet. It's quiet right now. What are you gonna do, bro? Because like you're looking stupid right now. You're not saying anything. All right. So I will speak for you. I will do that. Yeah. So Christmas, you guys, Jeremiah, I think it's 2:13. It clearly says not to cut down a tree and bring it into your house.
It's Old Testament.
Um,
It doesn't relate anymore. It's irrelevant. So you can look past that,
it's not
whatever it says.
irrelevant. No, you shouldn't. It's still pagan. It says it's
No,
pagan.
we can do it now. It's Old Testament. It doesn't really matter.
It says it. It says it's pagan.
He's mocking
According
you,
to
dear.
Rakia, we
He's
could do
mocking.
whatever we
No,
want now.
that is not what Rakia said. Stop representing me. It's not what I said. I personally
Okay.
don't cut down trees and bring them into my house. Thank you. You don't know
Amen.
anything
So
about me. I would
good.
never
So
lie to
you
my
cel-
kids about Santa
So
Claus.
you celebrate Christmas? Do you cut down trees and bring it in your house?
Who are you asking?
You.
I already stated that I didn't.
Oh, you don't. You don't do that. Okay.
No. 3rd time. Don't lie to my kids about Santa Claus either. Suggest that they shouldn't lie to their kids. It's deception.
Right.
Anything else?
Right.
I don't believe in
Well,
drinking either. I don't drink either. Do you?
yeah, I do.
I've noticed.
But good. But I still make sense. So it doesn't matter.
Right. Right.
Right. Yeah, right.
It's a good point about the tree, though, especially trying to imply it to me.
Well, I didn't apply anything to you. I don't even know who you are. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name, dude? Like, what's wrong with you? All right. Well, you're probably a fake guy. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Is that implied to me, or are you just going to lie again?
Well, you're not saying anything, so yeah, I'm gonna apply it to you.
I just said
Yeah.
something. So did you lie to yourself
I
again?
didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me
What did you
say,
say?
or you responded to
No.
my. Yeah, you responded to me. You obviously
There
heard
is
me.
a lag, bro. There's a lag. So just get me that grace, okay? Calm down. Calm
Yeah,
the
I'm
fuck
calm.
down. There's a lag. There's a lag. Okay. What the fuck did you say?
You call for a mod again, please?
Do I need a mod? I don't need a fucking mod.
You called for
Y'all
one
is
when you
fucking
first got in here.
Yeah, because y'all fucking
Having a
had me
conversation.
like, no, I was like banned for no reason. So y'all are like tripping in here. Hey, God Rockin'. I see a couple of people in here that I know. I like Geo. I like God Rockin'.
Hi,
Hope
Rose. How are
y'all
you?
is cool. Oh, hey. Stormfire. I see a few of my folks. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Rose. How you
Thank
doing,
you.
girl?
Hey, baby.
Are you
Love
doing
you.
okay?
Well, I'm getting attacked in here,
Getting
but it's
attacked in
okay.
here? I haven't
Yeah,
been listening to that too much. I was in the
they're
kitchen
trying to
making me a
attack me.
sandwich. But
They're trying to. I'm going to make you a sandwich, though, babe. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
right on. Mhm.
Yeah. These guys have no idea what's going on at all. Zero. It's fun.
Well, I heard
Um.
you. I heard talking about cutting down trees for Christmas and all that. That shit ain't right. I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to do that shit.
Yeah,
At least I
Jeremiah.
thought everybody
Yeah.
knew, but whatever.
Well, I just to say, there is Christians that still put up Christmas trees, and you shouldn't. Yeah.
Why? I thought we weren't supposed to judge people.
Nobody's
No.
judging anybody. We're just quoting.
Judging them for putting up a Christmas tree directly.
It's called righteous judgment.
I didn't judge nobody. I just said you're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to go out and cut down a living tree that's out there thriving and living in the forest, and you have no idea what
Amen.
that tree is. It's got some sort of conscience or feelings or anything, and you're gonna go cut it up and stick it in the house and hang shit on it. Yeah, okay, go ahead. You're all good. That's
Amen.
cool.
Amen. Yep. That's how you do it. There you go. All right, moving on.
Moving
I
on up
don't even know.
to the top.
Yeah. Moving
That's
on
where we're
out
going, Rose. That's where we're going, Rose. Is to the top. We're gonna go see the man,
to the top. That's right. Who's at the top? God.
the Most
Amen.
High.
Most High. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, God Rockin'. Thank you, God Rockin'. Amen.
Yep.
Let's go
Thank
to the
you,
top.
Rose.
To the top. Take me to the top.
That's right.
Amen.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. All right.
I heard.
Why is nobody else here talking? Kind of
Why's
weird.
what?
Nobody else is here talking.
I don't know. They was jabbering away a little bit ago.
Little bitches. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Tell us a story, Mr. Rockin.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. You had a phone call from my son. I'll be gotta go pick up my son. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. But what did you say, Stormstar? Prior, I didn't quite hear you, bro. You saying hi? What's up, brother?
That's right.
I said, tell us a story.
Well,
Tell us a story.
I'm gonna tell you a story when he gets back. He doesn't have time for that.
We'll have story
He
time.
doesn't have time. Story time in a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hey, Gio, are you there, babe? Gio. Well. Yeah. Gio. What's up, you guys? You guys aren't saying anything. No. Alright.
I was gone for a bit. Did everyone go? Rakia, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, yeah. What happened? Did Rose kill the convo or something?
Yeah.
Was she drunk?
Yeah, very.
As soon as she come in, I'm like, what the hell's going on?
We just
Hilarious.
ignored her for a little while and she left.
Okay. It was pretty funny. Comes in, Gio!
I thought
well,
she
yeah, when
was
it
a
comes to
mod.
the,
Like, I thought she was coming in as a mod to, like, stop us from being so, like, argumentative. And I was like, then I realized what she was doing. I'm like, oh.
it was pretty funny.
It's funny how, like, you and I can talk for days, right?
Yeah,
You know,
man. You know, like I said before, like I mean, I steer away from. So, like, I'm vegan, and I try and steer away from the vegan stuff, and I try to steer away from the, religion and that, because it's like, at the end of the day, like, I don't not believe in religion, and I don't believe in everything that religion has to say. There's lots of things that I think are really good. There's lots of things that I think are really bad. So I just, I don't want to go into it, because if someone's like a heavy believer in anything, no matter what it is, I mean, it's not like anything I say is going to change their mind. And, but when it comes to the religion stuff, like, I'm open to hearing what people have to say, and like, I mean, how she just mentioned, first time I ever heard something about Christmas trees was in here. I didn't know that was against the, I didn't know that was against the Bible to have a Christmas tree. I had no idea.
well, it's misinterpreted a lot. Like, you're not supposed to have false idols. So when you cut down a tree and put a star above it, and it's maybe taken out of context. I mean, but to be on the safe side, don't make that. It's telling you, don't make this time about that, about the gifts, and because it was just representing, like, the gifts that were brought to Jesus and blah blah blah. Star of David. I mean, it's got a lot of what it represents in there, but you're not supposed to put anything above, above God, and that's what people do during that time, instead of representing, what if it's not Jesus' birthday on December, 25th, and it's September 11th, whatever. It doesn't really matter, as long as how can we know? But if it's in your heart that you're representing, Jesus' birthday, or you're recognizing his death, and giving glory to him, then that's what it's supposed to be about. Everything is supposed to be about that. It's your creator. You're supposed to do the same things with your parents, right? As so-called earthly creator. Also, it's kind of what we were getting into earlier. I don't think I created the process that gave me the ability to create life, right? Only the creator could do that. But I can, and did it 3 times, and probably could have done it more, if I can be a part of that act, right? And that's what makes it so special, because it's part of the creator. I mean, that's the biggest proof of creation itself, is he gave you the opportunity to recreate, or actually commanded to do that. That leads you back to the Bible. What are we supposed to do here on earth? Have babies. Teach them about the creator. Pretty simple. Everything's provided here by the creator to do that very peacefully and lovingly. We just screw it up. How screwed up can it get? Look around you. Just open your ears, man. Women marrying women and men marrying men. You can't, and having babies, by saving your egg or whatever. I don't think that's how it's meant to be.
There's a lot of really messed up things that go on in this world.
Yeah.
That's just one of them, you know.
Yeah, I think it's messed up. Like I had a therapist an hour ago leave my house, and she's married to another woman. I've known her for 25 years. You know, she's been my massage therapist for 25 years. I love on her. I open my home to her. I make her a living. But she knows that just like the sins that I commit and repent for, that she's supposed to repent for her sin. She knows that. They have no bones about that. She can't overcome it, right? But I'm not commanded to judge her. I don't think I am anyway. I've struggled with this in the past, right? Should I allow her in my home? Or you understand what I'm saying? I struggle with that, but I pray on that. But I also pray for her. Prays for me.
Yeah, well, I think the main thing is that, you know, is she a good person? You know, if she's a good person and maybe she's doing something that we don't agree with or that we think that God doesn't agree with.
Yeah.
But is she a good person? Does she have a good heart? Is she hurting other people? Is she doing things that go against everything else God says? You know, goes against everything else that, you know, that we're led to believe that the Creator wants.
Yeah, he hates divorce. Half the world gets divorced, or more.
Yeah, see, like I'm in so many minds about it. Like I certainly do not agree with the transgenderization of everything that's going on at the moment. But then I also sit back and think to myself, well, I mean, we as men put God as a man. But in some ways, I don't think that God is either male or female. I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? But I think God would have to transcend to being male or female, wouldn't he? Or he or she. See, just saying he is just so natural.
I've thought about that a lot. I don't view it as a man or a woman, you know, my God, but he does put it in order, right? If you believe in the Bible, there is an order to this. And man is definitely above woman. And then he makes women special in their own way to prove that they're much needed and wanted and desired, right? By man. Adam asked, you know, for a companion, and God provided, but God already knew he was going to ask that type thing. You know, like it's just to prove to us that there has to be an order to everything. That's why I say God isn't chaos, like this tumbling, spinning, whirling, you know, chaotic, you know, space-like thing that we're supposedly going through. I don't believe in that because of the God that represents me, or I represent the God, doesn't believe in chaos. He believes in order. Everything's in its place. He told me that the earth was the center. You know, I have no reason to doubt that. So I look at the ways, I'm biased in that way. So could the earth be the center and everything revolving above me, around, you know? Yeah, I can see that. I can go out right now and see what looks like, you know, the moon and stars rotating around me. Definitely see the sun doing it. People accuse me of putting a limit on what God could do. He could have created the cosmos in a certain way, or whatever you want to call it. You know? I just think he also created a book that tells me how he did it. You know, it's pretty dadgum accurate to me.
Yeah, see, I wonder about the whole thing on how, like you said, you know, obviously God created Adam first and then he created Eve. But then, to me, that doesn't necessarily suggest that he put man above woman. And I don't necessarily think that man is above woman. We're above women in certain ways and below them in others. You know, like there's certain things that women, obviously they're babies, so clearly that's not something that we can do. But there's so many other things that women are better than us and so many things that we're better than women. I think we were made to coexist as equals in certain areas and not equals in other areas.
Yeah, above may be a strong word. That's not what I don't mean that we have, but we're supposed to protect. We're built more to protect. They're built more to love. We have good, good and bad, which I agree with you, make us perfect companions.
Okay, yeah, cool, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because there was a really interesting study. I can't remember where it was from or who did it, but it was a really interesting psychology study where they I don't even think it was psychology. Sorry, it was something to do, and they tested something to do with the energies between man and woman. I'm not sure how it was done, so I can't get it out exactly. Maybe someone else knows who's listening. But so they tested a man and a man together. They tested a man and a woman together, and they tested a woman and a woman together. And what they found was that the energy from the man and the woman together in a loving relationship. So let's just say the energy of a woman was, let's just say 5. The energy of a man is, let's say, 8. Right? Put the energy of a man and a woman together, it goes to like 30. You put the energy of a woman and a woman together, it goes down. Put the energy of a man and a man together, it also goes down. It doesn't have this heightened energy. So it's like as if man and woman are meant to be together. Like, we know that obviously, because otherwise how else do you have children? But yeah, I can't remember what the study was, but I just remember those basics of the study. It was very interesting to see that the energy of the man and the woman together actually created far more as far as gain within the family and so forth. Sorry, I just can't remember. I'm not sure if anyone else knows about it. Maybe they can elaborate.
I've never heard that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it just makes common sense too, right? Like when you just take everything out of it, the chemical reaction, or if you were born that way or not born that way, the sensible thing is man and woman.
Yeah, well, definitely. Without man and woman, we don't get anywhere, do we? It's actually a really interesting one that I saw. I saw it on Max Egan, so I'm not sure if you've heard of Max Egan before, but he played this little video, and it was a great way to describe everything that's going on at the moment. And basically the guy said, okay, let's take one man and 100 women, or I don't know if it was one man and 100 women, or no, I think it was 10 men and 100 women. And we put them on a desert island, and we leave them there for 100 years, and we come back and we see what's going on. And we find a thriving community of, grandparents and parents. We probably find some graves and stuff because people have died. We find this thriving community. And he goes, well, now we take 10 men and 100 trans women, and what do we find? We find 110 skeletons of men.
Yep.
I just thought that was a fantastic way to even just say to someone else, like, clearly a trans woman is not actually a woman. If they want to be called a woman, they should at least be able to define it, what a woman is, because none of them seem to be able to do that. But, like, they're actually not a woman. They're just a man in dress up at the end of the day. But, if that's how they want to live their life and they don't force it upon my children, upon me, or upon anyone else, then I don't care. People can do what they want with their lives. They're the ones that are going to get judged in the end by themselves or by the creator, whoever it is. But it's not up to me to judge them. I just don't want them forcing it down upon my throat.
Yeah, I try and bring it to home under these extreme cases. Like if I ever, if my daughter came to me and said she was in love with a woman or whatever, or one of my sons did the opposite, would I not love them anymore or not? No, I would probably even love them more, right? Like as a believer, I would pray for them more and love on them more, and probably so. Should I be loving and praying for them more now? Probably, but I think that would make me love on them more. I don't know. I think that's how we're supposed to be. I don't hate any group. I mean, like I said, this lady's more welcome in my home than some of my family members. You know, like she's probably got a better heart than me. You know, but plenty of people like that are in my life now. I do question, you know, if that's right or not. I've questioned that in the past. You know, am I bringing evil into my home? I don't believe I am. I'm just bringing a person who's you know in a bad place who might need me or you know I don't want to put me in there, but you know just needs that support or you know someone to love on her more than others have in the past or whatever. Open their home more. You know that's who I try and be. Plus, she's a good massage therapist and she's cheap. But they have a beautiful son that they raised from her first husband. He passed away actually, and but you know I know her wife. I went to their wedding. I know her son. They're you know just awesome guy. Her wife is a little like self-admitted crazy, like you know what I'm saying. Maybe even has mental issues, but nothing. You know that doesn't. You know, like that doesn't persuade things one way or the other. Just who she is, what she's battling. You know, everybody has their issues. Everybody has their battles or struggles or sinful nature or sins that they deal with on a daily basis. I know I have mine.
So Rakia, life. Are you the same Rakia? Obviously, you're the same one that I see you followed Witzik quite a bit on his tour. I met with him in Salt Lake when he came through Utah.
No, I've never met with.
Oh, you've never met him?
No.
But you haven't talked to him online though? A few.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant I've seen him on his tour.
No. I just noticed that. I remember seeing your name come up. That's all. On his streams and stuff.
I don't really go to his channel, but when he's on here, like I enjoy talking to him and listening. He's a smart guy. Like I can't remember things like he does for sure.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good memory. There's no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty learned about like I'd say book smart. Yeah, pretty much. And he's smart spiritually and various other things too. But it seems like he's I don't know. I'm not trying to criticize anybody at all ever, but it seems like he's changed a little bit in his spiritual journey. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I just remember him to be a little different. I've known him for like 4 or 5
I
years.
think we're all going through changes daily, but he's had a baby recently and gotten married. A lot has happened in the last 2 years. You know, not only went on tour, but getting married and having a baby, man.
You're right. There has been a lot of changes in his life. There's no doubt, and he's still pretty young. You know.
Yeah, and he's in this community. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether we like it or not, it's a pretty, in your face, hard community to be in on both sides. Like he probably gets more criticism now from his own side than the the people that are opposing his views.
Yeah, he's kind of bouncing around a little bit, but I think he's just exploring every little alleyway and every I think, in my opinion, if you stand back and look at what he's doing, I think he's just trying to open up more doors to get more ideas, maybe different perspectives from everybody. I
think he's trying to be with it. Honestly,
I
honestly think he's one of the genuine. Look, man, I don't really care what people think, or I'm gonna be wrong a lot, but I know I'm right, and I'm trying to get this point across, and I'm gonna figure it out one way or another. I'm willing to put in the effort. and I respect that. When I first heard him, I knew he was going to be a big part, right? Like, for whatever reason, he just clicked with what I was hearing. And, yeah, I mean, that was years ago. I'm glad he's doing what he's doing. We need more like him, but we also need, more people that are more peaceful or easygoing, or, like, I think it's just a effort by everyone just being themselves. Even, people that I don't agree with. I think as long as they believe it to be true in their heart, I respect the hell out of that.
Yeah, I think Whitsett's been invaluable to the community. Like the information that he's come out with, and just the way that his mind thinks. He clearly thinks. He thinks very rationally about those things that he's going over. Like, I mean, I'm sure I probably could have read all the same stuff and not come to the same conclusions as him in the same way.
Yeah, not process it as quick and being able to relay it back, because I came up with the superfluid idea like 6 years before I even got into flat Earth, because I thought it was a superfluid. I was trying to figure out how the superfluid could work on the. I thought I lived on a sphere, and it could, right? Like, there's really no difference. But now the superfluid, to me, being the waters above, that type of fluid, or called a superfluid, or what we call water, or whatever, I think could be, rethink about that, but the properties it has and all that, I think it fits right in with where all the helium goes and all that, and it's something that he's really looking into now.
I think water is a superfluid, for hell's sakes. I mean, it's waters above, waters below. We're completely encompassed by it. God commanded the dry earth, to come out of the waters. His face was over the great deep, in the very beginning. And then he commanded the dry earth to come out of the waters. I mean, the waters are very important. And I think water, I think we know it's got two different states. It's actually three. There's heavy water that they've found on the bottom of the ocean. There's, ice and regular water and steam and rain, moisture, or vapors in the air. I don't know how many different states that water has, but I'll bet it's got even more. You know what I mean? That we're not aware of. Could possibly.
Three that they teach us or more. I think they even slip in a couple more that could be different states of water, and I think this superfluid is just part of it, right? It's a gas. Everything's gas that turns into a type of vapor or liquid, and goes through these different stages. I think superfluid is just one of them.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense to me that that he commanded the dry land to come out of the waters, because you can go to any body of water, the ocean, the rivers, lakes, streams, and you can take a microscopic view of what's in the water. There's colloidal silver, colloidal gold, colloidal silica, colloidal, all these different minerals. Silica is rock, obviously, everyone knows that. So it makes perfect sense that God could just command these things to come out of the waters, because they were there. Basically, I think water holds all that stuff in the form of colloidal, which is where it's dissolved so small that it floats in water, and it's just everywhere in it, So I can see how that very, very possible, that when he commanded the dry land to come out of the water, that it would just gather at his command. And because there was, who knows how large the waters are. They could go on for a very long ways above and below us. The great deep. How great is deep? The great deep. How deep is that? Who knows? Because we're mounted on the foundation. Pillars go down into the face of the great deep. The Bible says the face of the great deep is frozen. It explains to me why we don't move. Pillars go down into the frozen face of the great deep, which is frozen. It's mentioned in the Bible, face of the great deep frozen. So maybe the pillars are in solid miles of ice. Who knows? It's just a speculation on my part, obviously. But
yeah, I don't know.
So
But it is
I
mentioned.
wonder about
It is
the
mentioned in
infinite
the
plane.
Bible. So, excuse me.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I also wonder about the infinite plane thing. You know, like are we connected by waters to other areas? You know, like outer ponders, as New Perspective calls them. You know,
Yeah, the water could
is
just go on and on and on. I agree. Yeah, it very well
it,
could.
it does it just keep going? Yeah, like does it go under the ice and just into another area?
Yep. Who knows?
I
The
think, like
great
I
deep.
mentioned,
Maybe
there's always
Great
a lot of
deep.
talk. There's a
maybe
lot
he
of
has
He
talk
to
also
about
ever
mentions.
aliens
expand it.
supposedly coming out. Sorry, go.
The Creator also mentions that there's all the things that are in the great deep. Like I think he makes mention to, creatures and maybe, who knows, maybe dragons, who knows what could be in this great deep, this water all the way around us, fish, whales, big, aquatic mammals that we're not even aware of. Who knows? There's things that are inside the earth. He mentions living things inside or underneath, around us. Pretty much, the stars are even supposed to be sentient, right?
Yeah, maybe the Earth is the ever expanding. Like there's so many ways to think of it, but
Yeah. Well, there's just so many ways that you should think about it. You got to keep your open minded to it all. You don't have to take any of it on, like it's fact or whatever. But there sure does seem to be a lot of possibilities, a lot to think about there. For me, anyway, especially because all this
Yeah,
stuff's mentioned in the Bible.
I think it's
Yeah.
naive to think that we'll probably ever know all everything that there
Oh,
is to
yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah.
You know, naive to think that we have even anywhere near all the answers, as
Oh, yeah.
those who
Not even
believe in
close.
scientism think we do.
Yeah. I'm sure we got a lot to learn. There's no doubt about that. Especially when it comes to truth. The things that the world teaches people is basically not truth, in my opinion.
Yeah,
It's all
I think there's
lies,
just some
propaganda.
things we probably will never know either.
Yep. Oh, sure.
You know,
It's all, well, it's God's will that we either will or won't, in my opinion. It's all up to Him whether we learn certain things or not. I don't believe it's our choice. It'll be
you
His.
hear about the scientific, the double split experiment and all that, where it needs a knower, right, for it to happen. I wonder if that
Yeah.
has any, like, I think they're talking about God, like, like He's the great knower. We're just part of it. I don't know. That whole quantum stuff, when I saw a deal at my local university on quantum locking, and they were talking about quantum physics and all that back then, it sounded like the God theory to me. Like they were describing the unknown, which to me was God at the time, and talking about things that needed a knower to be all knowing and all that, and that's what I'm taught God is. So
Yeah.
weird
Well,
how it's close.
they figured out pretty quick that physics didn't work in the subatomic level. Had to change things up on that. If you're talking about subatomic, that's what that hadron collider is all about. I think they're putting these, right, if they're actually even doing what they say they're doing, which I'm pretty skeptical at them telling us the truth about anything. But try to figure out shit on a subatomic level, particles below at the constituent parts of an atom, even if an atom exists too. That's another question. We've never even seen an atom. Nobody knows what they look like. What we see is a little fuzzy ball that seems to be wiggling around or something. With the most powerful micron telescope we can build, we still can't see even what it looks like. It's too small.
did you see the video that Space Audits posted in here? I know, probably about 4 or 5 days ago now. The one on particles and waves with that
I believe
Indian
I have.
girl.
Who posted
No,
it?
Space Audits did. Helen.
I haven't seen it. Is it pretty good or what?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Like, Basically, it was a lady I'm gathering that she teaches quantum, or she's a student of quantum, but it sort of seemed like she teaches it, and she did a lot of laser light experiments to find out whether or not light was a particle or a wave. And to her, with the research that she was showing and what she's come up with, is that she doesn't believe really that light is a particle. She believes that light is a wave. But she's still open, she's basically still says, well, I'm still open, but it seems to me like it's always acting like a wave, not a particle. And she shows that with all the little laser light experiments that she does. It's quite an interesting little video.
And that
goes for about 10 minutes.
When you find that the particle, the dent or the dents or whatever are in the plate on the other side of the slit, it very well could be that the wave actually pushes those things into the plate. They could be simply pushed by a wave, that particles that we don't even see are in the medium that are on a subatomic level or atomic level anyway. So it may not even have anything to do with light. In my opinion, this could be particles in the medium or in the ether or whatever you want to call it that are pushed by a wave. I mean, waves push pretty hard. They'll push a surfboard for miles. They'll push. I mean, waves are powerful. They can push pretty hard, depending on the length and the strength and whatever. There's frequency waves. There's light waves. There's water waves. There's waves in all various different forms and different materials that make up waves. So they all push stuff. So I don't know, but I think those little particles saying that light is particles, I don't know if I can believe that, because there's more than one way I think that could happen. I think the waves could push them. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, well, I always wonder, with the whole idea of like, well, if light is a particle, so I have billions and billions upon billions of particles hitting my eyes at the speed of light constantly. It sort of doesn't seem right to me.
Well, what about the particles that supposedly go right through you and don't even touch you? They're so small they don't even hit anything. They go right through the earth. What do they call those things?
Like the neutrinos or something.
What's that?
Is it neutrinos, or that's not the neutrinos?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that's what we're told. Is that a real thing? I don't know.
I don't know either. You're right.
Yeah, Yeah.
And son of a bitches have lied to us so fucking many times. Yeah, how do you believe them anymore? I mean, outright believe it without it, with no doubt at all. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty hard for me to do now.
It's a crazy concept to think of, isn't it? Like that, like in some ways they've lied to us so much that there are some of us within this community that then have just gone, everything is a lie, to the point where they just think everything is a lie. And I don't think absolutely everything is a lie, but I think probably most of the stuff that has ever been told to us on a major scale, anything that was really life affecting, was a lie.
Well, I think there's an agenda behind a lot of it. So that, you can turn truth into a lie just by telling the truth, and with an agenda behind it.
True.
Which you can push an agenda by telling the truth, which the agenda is not necessarily healthy or good for you or whatever. I don't know. There's just more than one way to tell a lie anymore. I'm getting pretty good at it.
Understood that, haven't they? Yeah, to the point where even very intelligent people will fall for the lies. Like as an example, I was having a chat with a friend of mine the other day, and he's probably up around 150 IQ or so. Like he's got 2 degrees. He's a very smart guy. Memory, that's insane as well. Good reader. But he fell for the whole jab thing, and like when I was speaking to him the other day, he's going like, oh yeah, well, now there's no way I'll do it now. The technology's not ready. And I'm like, he's like, we weren't to know. And I'm like, what do you mean we weren't to know? I told you this in 2021. Like, what are you talking about? We weren't to know. I told you about this and this time, and he was sort of mentioning
Right.
about how, like, because I've got another friend who he must be up around the 170 IQ. He's just insane, like the guy has probably 15,000 books in his house, and he's read every single one of them. I think he's got 2 master's degrees. He's got 3 bachelor of science. Like, the guy's just a learning machine. He was, I think, it was one of the major universities in America, like one of the top 3. Basically said to him that if he puts 2 of his master's theses together, they'll give him a professorship. He's like in that kind of category, And he fell for it as well. But now, my mate said, "Oh yeah, like even this guy, he's not doing it anymore either." And I'm like, "Yes,
Well,
how smart you are doesn't mean anything."
You start getting on that level of involvement with, like you said, reading all these books, reading all this stuff they're teaching people, and then you fall into, I think, this learning like pit where you think you're being told the truth. You think everything you're reading and studying is all based on 100% truth, and then you find out later on down the road that it's not. I think that's how they fall into that, especially that jab thing. I mean, I figured out pretty early in the whole situation that it would more than likely was not going to be good, and then shortly after that, I pretty much figured out that, well, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So,
Yeah, I knew from day one.
I don't know how somebody on that level of intelligence could miss something like that. I don't know. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Just because I think they get too involved in learning. They think they're being told too much truth, and they're not. I think all that shit they're learning is
I think
true.
it breeds a little bit of what's the word for it? Not I almost want to say God type complex, but not God complex. It's like they can't believe that they could be wrong because they know so much.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they've learned so much.
smart
They are so intelligent.
Yeah.
They are so
can't trick
intelligent. They don't believe that they could be wrong. Oh, sorry, I just had to break quickly, and my headphones just come out of my ears, so I can't hear anything going on right now. Sorry about that.
You're all good.
Sorry. Yeah, so I had to break for some lights, and my phone went flying, and my headphones came out my ears because I don't use Bluetooth anymore. But yeah, I think that's what I think. Like, they know so much, and they actually are really smart people that they don't think that they could be fooled.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Yeah. Whereas, like, I said from literally day one, the moment, like within about the first 2 months, even in 2020, I actually sat there and went, "This is going to be all about getting a jab into people." Like, straight away, I was like, "This is all about getting a jab into people. This is crazy," because I looked and went, "How do they already have, like, from early January, I'm like, why do they already have a cases counter?" I'm like, "This is insane." Like,
well, I think there was
it was a week into it,
that was written in the 90s, I think, that talked all about this pandemic and when it was going to start and everything. This was all known about for, I'd say, 40 years in advance. They've had this thing planned for a very long time, bro.
Yeah, have you seen the work? I can't remember the guy's name. It's Martin something, Dr. Martin something, and he's basically an expert on patents because part of his job for whatever his part of science and for the work company that he was working for, his whole job was just going through patents. So he went through all the patents to do with anything to do with this thing that's going on, and he's shown that there are patents for it going back into the 90s.
Yeah. That's what
into
I'm
the
saying.
90s and 2000s, like they had these patents there for these things.
They knew all about this shit long time ago. This has been planned for a long time. That's what I think. Because why would they have, like you said, why would they have patents for all these things that long ago? Patents for what? For exactly what they called it.
Yeah, that's right. It's just crazy.
I mean, come on. Fucking weird.
But that guy came out really early. I reckon, I'm pretty sure he first started telling people things in like mid 2020. at the latest, maybe even slightly earlier, I saw something on him. Maybe even more like, March, April. He came out showing some of these patterns, and now he's just accumulated even more. So, people knew about this stuff earlier. It was, Dr. Bhakti, have you heard of him? Dr. Bhakti, there's literally an interview with him where this was really early 2021, or maybe just before, like basically when they just released all the information. And he'd gone over it, and literally a last part of an interview in a part that he said, he literally said, take these things to your doom. He said a whole bunch of stuff before that, which I can't remember, but that was the last thing that he left you with. Take these things to your doom, and he wasn't wrong.
Yep. I think, I don't know. I just think that there has been some agendas that have been alive for a very long time, that they've been pushing these narratives in various different areas. And I think the medical field had agendas worked out for a very long time for this. What's that? Homeopathic medicine, treat the, don't ever treat the cause, just treat the, the symptom. And that's what they do. And it can't be good. I mean, it just can't be, just mask the symptom and make you think you're okay. And instead of treating the cause, doesn't even sound right.
Yeah, they're like the what's the story of is it the 6 blind men, feeling the elephant and coming up with stories about everything they're feeling, everything they're touching. It's kind of like what the medical industry is when it comes to disease and stuff. You've got one person who specializes in the heart and another one who specializes in, the kidneys or whatever. And like, that's all good. There's nothing wrong with that. But there also needs to be people who are more holistic, like, if you're only looking at the kidneys or you're only looking at the heart, you're not looking at the functioning of what the kidneys are doing to damage the heart,
Yeah.
There's so many different avenues you can go in there.
Yeah, this is true.
So if you're not looking at the body as a whole, you're just a blind man touching the leg of the elephant.
Yeah.
Telling everyone that it's a wall.
That's not a very good spot now, is it?
No, not at all, man. Not at all. I'm gathering you fall on the flat side.
Oh, give me just a minute. Get my coffee. Warm my coffee.
Oh, yeah, good.
I missed that last day. Go ahead.
I just said I'm gathering that you fall on the flat side of things.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Have been for many years. I think, I believe in I'm a biblical cosmologist. I believe in the Bible, believe in the Lord, I believe in God 100%. We're definitely created. This is a creation. And it just so happens I believe that in the Bible, the things that are mentioned about the earth are visibly verifiable. I think a lot of it. I mean, it says that the stars are a clock. They rotate around us, around Polaris, and the wandering stars, the ones that they call planets, they wandered off their original assignment that they were given by God. And by doing so, they became part of the deception. Those wandering stars give the appearance of a solar system in the way they travel. And I think they're guilty sinners that became part of the deception way back shortly after they were placed in their, when they rebelled, didn't take on their first, assignment from God to travel around. I don't know whether it was actually to go along with all the other stars to rotate around Polaris or not, but I'm just assuming it probably was. And then they rebelled. It says they're going to be punished for that at some point, and they're sentient. And so, the deception's been going on about this heliocentric bullshit. And I think before man was even on the Earth, it was all set up
Yeah,
by these
I find
wandering stars and
yeah,
whatever
the
entities,
wandering
fallen
stars
angels, whatever.
yeah, the wandering stars are definitely interesting though, because like when you draw out their patterns over the top of the generally accepted, in quotation marks, flat Earth model, they're drawing out the flower of life pattern, etc., all around the Earth.
Yeah.
So I've always found that fascinating since I saw it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, to me, that's just another part of seeing creation in a way, isn't it? Like, how could they
Yeah,
be making these patterns? That's just insane.
yeah, their movements are very, very interesting. But the only problem I have with that whole thing is we're getting this, who we're getting that information from. And so that just pisses me off to think that,
Yeah.
are we being told the truth about their movement? And are we being told the truth, that it takes on these appearances like the retrograde, like you were saying, that creates this appearance of the flower of creation or whatever. And I mean, is that really true? Because all we're doing is getting it from another source. And it just, I really don't care for the source much.
Yeah,
To be honest.
agreed. Yeah, it's also true. But I guess the people have mapped out the track that the so-called ISS is supposedly doing as well, and that also maps out flower of life around the flat Earth too. Never
Right.
touches the north, never touches the south, and that's also part of that we're told that it never goes over the North Pole or the South Pole. So it's very interesting. On
I've seen
like, is it? Sorry.
but I was just
Oh,
going
I
to
was
say I
gonna,
seen a little short clip by Elon Musk about, I don't know, it was over a year ago. They took it right off. I haven't been able to find it since the day I seen it. He comes on and he has got this interview. He's just talking to some, I can't even remember who it was, to be honest with you, but he's sitting there, he's going, yeah, I was so excited when I started up this SpaceX thing. He's going, man, here I am going to start building rockets, and I'm going to start helping. We're going to go back to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. We're going to do all this cool shit, and I'm going to be involved. And he says, and then I find out, here it is in 2019, and I find out that no one has ever been to orbit. He dropped his head, and the video ended. And well, they just shut it off at that point. So he's known since 2019, the very latest or earliest, the latest. I
when
can't
did you
remember what that he
when
knew
and where
back
did you
then
see that one?
that no one has been to orbit. Well, obviously you can't orbit a flat. Where we live, I don't think it's possible to orbit like an orbit of a globe. You're not going to go around, down under, and back up around. Just like sailing around, around from north to south. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And so he's known since 2019. And then he did another video when Bezos built that rocket, that whatever he did. And Elon Musk comes on and says, well, Bezos, if you want to become part of the space race, that's all good and all. That's all cool. He says, but there's one thing you got to learn to do first. Until you can learn to do this, you're not going to be doing a damn thing. And he said, you got to learn to go to orbit. And he just ended it with that. Because no one's ever been, or there is no such a thing as orbiting the Earth. You're not going to go up and around the globe that doesn't exist. And so these people
The
know
first
now.
quote,
I mean,
the first thing that you said was interesting. That Musk said in 2019. Be
yeah.
cool to see. I've never even seen a video of something like that, of him saying that.
I know. I seen it, but I swear to you, I seen it, and that's exactly what he said. I was astounded. They took it right off. It's gone. I mean, it was gone. I couldn't find it the next day. I don't know. Maybe they put it up by accident or slipped it in there somehow. but yeah, he was interviewed by somebody, and then he says, and I was so excited, man. I was going to go to fucking Mars. We're going to do all this cool shit. And then I find out that no one, he said, no one has been to orbit yet. And then he dropped his fucking head like fucking all sad and pissed off. And then the video just ended.
Yeah.
It was only a 15 or 20-second little clip. And that's all it was about, was Elon admitting that no one's been to orbit yet. No one ever, period. It's never happened. So
yeah, well, you got the Russian cosmonauts.
to me, that
There's
makes
2
sense.
Russian cosmonauts who said that.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you paused, so I thought you'd stopped. Yeah, the 2 Russian cosmonauts that have said no one's ever been to space.
Yeah.
You know, one of them said, "Oh yeah, and the Earth's flat."
Yeah.
And then you say that to people, "Oh yeah, they're just outliers. They're crazy old men." Okay, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So anyway, there's people out there that know, you know, and now Elon's just part of the deception, obviously. You know, he's still talking about going to Mars and still talking about doing all this shit. And, you know, but when in 2019 he did that little interview, he was very clear about the fact that no one's been to orbit. He wasn't happy about it at all. He's like, he finally learned the truth that, you know, here he is involved in building rockets, and he's like sending them up. He's like, well, where are these fucking things? They're just going up and back down. What's going on here? What the fuck's going on? I'm spending all this money building these rockets for fucking NASA and whatnot. And I think he was a little naive in the beginning, is what I'm saying. And then obviously being involved on that level, you're going to find out the freaking truth at some point, fairly early, I'm sure. And that's what happened, I think, to him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's done his deals with the devil, you know, as they would say.
Yeah, oh, sure. All rich people, all people on that kind of that level of wealth. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So I don't know, you know. I think Elon at this point is just taking the payoffs, taking the money.
Yeah,
see, he's
sure.
not happy about it. You can see it in his interviews about AI, warning people, AI is not going to be good, not going to be good. And I think it's already past that stage.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's already
But you know,
not
I mean,
good.
he's also the promoter of Neuralink as well.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
you know, I think it's what's the
I don't
word?
think Neuralink's a reality at all.
Oh,
I mean, maybe
they're already looking at asking for volunteers.
maybe on a very minute level, but I don't.
Yeah, they're already calling for people to be a part of the experiment.
Right, right. But I still think it's going to be on a very minute, successful level. I think they'll be able to stimulate maybe certain parts of the brain to determine what that part of your brain does or what it controls. I think there's going to be limited success, but total link up to where you can become part of a computerized or an AI controlled system, to where you're having all these thoughts entered in and out of your brain, and your brain becomes part of some sort of a synthetic intelligence. I don't know. That just seems a little far-fetched to me. At least at any time early on in the Neuralink process. I don't know. It just seems like it's they're not gods, and they're never going to be, and they're never going to have that capability, I don't think, to
Yeah, it wouldn't
do
surprise
anything
me if
other
they
than
do
just
get to a
just
point.
putter around in your brain. You know what I mean? They're just going to go in there and putter around, see what the fuck, what this part does and what that part does, and let's send this frequency into here and see if it kills him, or what the fuck it does to this dude. You know, I mean, you know, they don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I don't think they're just going to
willing to experiment on it, so you know.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be part of that. You know what I mean?
No,
I can't imagine.
No, me either.
Opening up my brain to some idiot, say, "Yeah, here, go ahead, fuck around inside my head, see what happens."
Yeah, no thanks. Not when you see the experiments that they've done with rats and so forth, and being able to control their emotions. Yeah, I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
But don't panic, man. They're going to have firewalls. No one will be able to hack into you. It's all good. You know, there'll be no back doors or anything. It's just you'll be protected. Don't worry. Big Daddy government will look after you. That's why we need to go to digital IDs. Make sure everything's
Yeah,
safe.
we'll look after you all right. We'll put you in a rubber fucking
Yeah.
cell when we're done with you.
Yeah, that's it. We'll look after you. Don't worry. You just go back to sleep. Do everything that you're told to do, and everything's going to be just fine. Yeah, that's what they want from people, isn't it?
I think so.
You know, just shut up, be a good slave, do as you're told, pay your taxes.
Yep.
Everything will be fine.
Let us tinker with your fucking brain. Sure.
Yeah. You know, what do you have against having to scan your face in everywhere you go? What's wrong with that? You know? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you have
Christians
against the mark of the beast scanning your wrist for spending money and shit where you don't have any credit cards, you don't have any money, you just walk by and stick your wrist underneath a like a credit card reader or whatever it's going to be, some sort of reader, and there you go. Oh, I wasn't a good boy last week, so they took away part of my money. Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the good old Chinese social credit system. That's going to be great, isn't it?
Yeah. Who knows what's going to go on when it comes down to that sort of a scenario. They could really gain control over the masses. I mean,
I heard something
you
here in
start taking away
Australia.
their
They're
money
looking
and
at
you start taking away their money, their food, and their longevity, their enjoyment, their vacation, their whatever. You start taking away that shit, and they're gonna fall into line pretty fucking quick. Most people.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You start controlling what you can do, where you can go, what foods you can have.
Yep.
But I don't know if they're going to win in the end. Personally, I think they're going to lose because they're just waking up too many people.
Yeah,
With
I think
destroying
you're right.
farms and doing all these things, that they're just too many people are starting to sort of prick their ears up and go, "What's going on? Why did my electricity bill? Why was it $300 last month and now it's $600? What the f is going on?" Like too many people are starting to pay attention now.
Yep.
Because it's starting to hurt them in their pocket, like they're starting, like personally, I don't eat meat, right? So it doesn't really bother me, but I don't agree with the way that they're going about these things. But those of the people who do eat meat are now sitting back going, hold on, you guys are attacking me. You're saying that I'm the enemy. And you're now shutting down thousands of cattle farms and so forth. What the hell's going on? So it's waking up all those people too, like it's waking up all those farmers that own those farms. It's waking up anyone who's associated with those farmers. Like, I think they're trying to do it. They're trying to go too many steps too quickly.
Well, they've definitely been doing that, but I don't think they care at this point. I really don't. I think they think they've got power, control over the masses, and they're just going to do it at whatever rate and whatever they want to do to us at this point, because nobody's actually standing up. Yeah, people are waking up. People are getting, verbally a little bit annoyed, but until the masses stand up and say, that's it, we're coming for your fucked up ass now, they're not going to slow down. And I don't think anybody's going to do that. They're going to be too scared of Big Daddy because he's got all this power and all this. What if they send the military in after, to get people in line, the National Guard, military, whatever? People aren't going to try to battle against that. They're just going to lay down and fucking say, okay, what do you want me?
Yeah. Have you heard of Max Egan? Do you know Max Egan? Oh, he said many years ago. Oh, he's a documentary filmmaker. He's a podcaster and had a show called Surviving the Matrix for many years, which was
I've heard a little
broadcast
bit
in
about it.
America.
You mentioned it, but yeah.
Yeah, but he said many years ago, he's like, if people don't start standing up, the way of Palestine will become the way of the world. And what he meant by that was the way that the Palestinian people are controlled by the Israeli people. Then that's going to become the way of the world. We're going to be all in an open air prison,
Yeah.
And look what's going on right now. When what was the Christchurch shooting happened? He actually said that this is the part of the end game, And he's like, I'm telling you, if people don't stand up right now, within 12 months, we'll be locked down. 12 to 18 months, the world will be locked down. And within
Yeah,
12
I think I
months,
agree with that. I think we've
yeah,
got
within 12 months,
we're on a
COVID
real
happened.
short we're on a real short string right now.
Yeah. And he got it right, it was about 14 months later, the old C-19 thing happened and the world was in lockdown,
I'll just throw some thoughts in here, boys. If you look at the world, the thing history teaches us is that it's kind of cyclical. Everything's a cycle, and where we sit in this very very narrow sliver of history that we live in. We can say, oh, they're going to do this and they're going to do that. They're going to take over and they're going to control. But history teaches us that eventually they lose every time. Eventually, people get too pissed off. They rise up. They kill all these bastards, and control gets taken back. Doesn't matter if it was King John in 1215 or the French Revolution, or every empire falls. Genghis Khan, the Roman Empire, the Greek, every one of them falls. So, right now we look at it and it's bleak, and we think, yep, they've got control. They've got digital this and digital that. I just don't know that we read more into it. I wish it would happen now, where we all took back what's rightfully ours. But I just think in history that's ultimately what ends up happening, and hope I live long enough to see it.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think in the end, but it's going to happen. I just think that probably the next 10 years or so are going to be pretty rough. But
Miserable.
sooner or later, people are going to go, you know what? I'm sick and tired of finding out of my family who now can't go into a store because their credit system is down. Like, I think eventually people are going to get this thing where they just rise up and be like, screw this, we don't need this anymore.
Yeah, because this isn't living anyway, so fuck this. Let's take control. It's going to have a cost attached to it, but we're sick of these people, just treating us like rats.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think part of probably what they just did with what was released was get rid of the old people. Because you're getting rid of the people who have the only real people who have known the sense of freedom. You know what I mean? Like all these older people, they've been through so much more. They're the ones who, if things were changing from their time to ours, and then from our time, now the next group are copying it even worse. But it's sort of like us, and I'm pretty sure you guys are probably around my age, around the sort of 50. I'm 50, but so you guys are probably in that kind of ballpark. I'm gathering. So you guys also understand what general freedom is like, even though none of us have lived in real freedom.
Yeah, that's true.
But
I don't think any of us have known what real freedom's been about at all.
No, not to a real extent.
Right.
We've always been controlled in some way.
Yep. 100%. Any place you're free is in your mind. Everything else, all you've got, you don't have freedom. You've got permission. You've got varying levels of permission, and they can revoke that permission anytime they like.
Well, some people don't even have control of their own minds, do they? Some people, the control of their mind is what the TV tells them.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
That's what their mind thinks, like, God, look at all the people right now, still walking around with face nappies on. They don't have any control of their mind at all. So they may be the minority now, but there's still plenty of people that are falling for the charades.
I try, when I see those people, dude, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. And in my mind, I consciously say they might have some immuno issue, or otherwise I just get annoyed at them. So I deliberately tell myself, nah, give them the benefit of the doubt. They might be immunocompromised or something. So
I just feel sorry for them.
Right. Yeah, me too. You're right. There's a bunch of them, I'm sure, that are just brainwashed. But just for my own sanity, I tell myself something different.
Yeah, the only problem is, though, so I feel sorry for them, but in the way of which that I don't feel sorry for them is that I know that they are probably the sort of person who would have sat there and said that our government should have mandated and made sure that everyone did these things. You know, they're the sort of person who would have been thinking along those lines. They would look at you when you weren't wearing one, being like, "You're a disgusting human being. You shouldn't be out." You know.
Yeah, I've got an in-law relative who exists in that very brain space.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I mean, they're no different than an extremist of sorts. You know, they've been brainwashed to believe a particular thing, and anyone who doesn't go with what they believe, they're just.
It's a cult.
You know,
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's cult mentality. It can't be questioned. This guy is around our age. I'm a fraction older than you, but yeah, he's a fraction older than me. And he posted on Facebook. He was down at Colonnades Shopping Centre shopping, and he posted. God, he was so outraged. He got home, got on Facebook, and posted about all of these disgusting feral pigs that were shopping without, the face covering on. And they just absolutely unleashed vitriol on the people who dared have their own minds, and not comply with the directives. And he's our age, mate. So age is no barrier for you call it what you like, stupidity or weakness of mind or whatever.
Yeah, no, definitely not, man. Yeah, definitely weakness of mind. No ability to truly think for themselves. I mean, just think with a lot of these people, their whole life is existing about talking about what was just on TV. What what show did they just watch? What was on the news? What show did the TV tell them to go have a look at? As far as like, oh, the circus is on. The TV told me to go watch this or go do that. Everything that in their lives is about what the TV told them to do.
Yeah. Welcome to the nightly news. Here's what we'd like you to think is happening.
Yeah. Not here's what we'd like you to. Here's what you must think. They're not really.
There's a lot of people that when they turn
opinion.
that fucking news on, they are fucking think they're watching. Like my mom is one. I went over there today. Oh, those poor people in Israel, those poor old ladies, and those poor people in Ukraine, and all this, poor people. This, and I said, Mom, do you realize that a very large portion of that could just be straight propaganda? You don't even know that that's really actually going on.
Yeah.
Did you see when Max Hagan had a video of someone live over in Ukraine, and he had his cell phone on, and he was doing an interview, and he said, these buildings right behind me, they just showed you people on the news yesterday that these buildings were blown to shit, to smithereens, and all these people were killed, and blah blah blah. And here, I'm going to show you something. Turned his phone around, and he said, look, there ain't nothing going down here, guys. Business as usual. People driving up and down the streets, people just doing their fucking Mario day-to-day routine. And they just got done showing on the news that part of their fucking city just got blown to smithereens. Well, it didn't. The guy was alive on his telephone. Now, I don't even know. I guess that could have been propaganda too as well. But I don't know if you know who Max Hagan was. But
Green screen stuff is just insane now. I mean, I remember it was on Globebuster. Like Iru presented something on Globebusters probably about 5 years ago, and at that time he said this video is like 5 or 6 years old, and it was a thing where they had a guy walk through this entire scene, and it was all green screen, and there was like a green screen table there, a green screen chair, and a couple other things, and this guy was walking through this whole thing, picking up spoons and looking at him and his reflections in the spoon, his reflections in the pots and pans that he walked past. There were shadows, and none of it existed. It was all green screen.
Yeah.
And this was like from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So
there you go, buddy.
God knows what they can do now.
That's right. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just telling you. You know, that shit you see on that fucking news, I'll tell you what, best not be trusting a whole lot of that shit. Because like you just said, it could all be fucking, could just be green screen shit, all propaganda, all bullshit ass lies, who knows? I mean, it could be very well, it could be that bad right now, and we just don't even have a fucking clue.
Yeah, the problem is that with everything that's going on, this is how they're going to justify having to bring in digital IDs. Because at the end of the day, they're going to go, well, we don't know who's real or who's fake, so everyone's got to have an online digital ID, because when you log online, we need to know that you're a real person. Because we don't, like too many people are now doing, like AI Bidens and AI this and AI that, and we need to know that you're a real person. So they're going to use it to justify bringing in what they want to bring in.
Well, as soon as that comes out, I guess I'm just going to have to, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can't comply to that shit.
Yeah, crap. And the way that they get a lot of people, though, is then even a lot of people, they go, well, I wouldn't comply. But then you have a business and specific thing to do with your business. You're going to have to do these things. And the average person, even though they say I won't comply, they're looking at, I've got no other way to feed my children, or I've got I've got all these things, and that's how they screw everyone.
I know.
That's how they get you.
Yeah, but I don't have any children. My kids are all grown up. They're gone. Whatever. I
don't comply with it either. My plan is to buy a small little farm and just get out of here.
I'm just going to try not to go down like that. That's all I'm telling you.
No, that's fair enough. I'll be there with you.
Yeah.
I have no thought in my mind of taking that shit.
I know, isn't that fucking bizarre?
They can go screw themselves.
It reminds me of 9/11 all over again. Weapons of mass destruction believed to be linked to Al Qaeda. Osama bin Laden this, Osama bin Laden that. Over and over. Over and over.
It's just another form of that, isn't it?
It's the same thing, man. I saw right through
it. Yeah, it's the same thing, but just with a different mask, Right. How does you've heard of James Corbett? He was like, 9/11 was the biosecurity, and then this other one is God, I forget the word that they use for it. But it's all just, two sides of the same coin. They needed 9/11 to set that side of things up, and now they're doing this side of it.
Right. They had to pass the Patriot Act. I think that's the main takeaway. They can label anybody as a terrorist in America, or I'm sorry, not America, the United States of America. Right? There's a difference. The corporation, right? They label you a terrorist and then raid your house. You look at statistics of how many people were raided in USA in the 80s and look at how many are raided today. You will be alarmed. It is a problem. Whoops, we got the wrong address. Whoopsie.
Oh yeah, that's horrible. That kind of thing. That's what happened when there was a I can't remember. There was a shooting. The cop shot someone in a house, and I think there was a shooting of a black guy or something like that in a house. And at the same time, there was another shooting that happened where they did that. They got the completely wrong address, and no one was in uproar about that shooting at all. Where they're just like, oh, sorry, wrong address. They killed someone. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, the wrong address. That's the cover story, right? It was a mistake, man. Sorry. I'm sorry that you got PTSD for the rest of your life. And that's best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about the other scenarios, right? We can use our imagination.
It's all going to be nutcase scenario pretty quick.
So what I
We're all
just
going to
came
be.
to the
Everybody's going to
realization
be a fucking nutcase.
just a few weeks ago. I came to the realization that we don't know exactly what happened on 9/11. I mean, we can kind of get an idea of, what the motive is and all that stuff, but nobody knows exactly what happened, like all the events that occurred.
Oh, definitely
And
not. But
and if we don't
the one thing we know is it
and
wasn't
if we
19
don't
hijackers.
know what happened 20 years ago, then what makes us think that we know anything about history at all? At all. That was barely 20 years ago. Or that was a little bit over
You
20
seen
years
those
ago.
new?
You know?
It's called Montana megaliths. It's called the Giants Playground. Way back up in the south of Helena, Montana, there's a part of the real deep, real lush forest in Montana that they call it the Giants Playground. There's all kinds of megalithic walls and stuff similar to what's down in South America, and then some dolmens. I don't know if you know what dolmens are, or dolmen stones, where they're standing up with one balanced on top of these monstrosity of a fucking things. And there's also a amphitheater that is like an eagle standing on its two legs with its wings out, spread out, and the eagle head in the middle. It looks just like an eagle. The mountain is made like an eagle, and they say it was man-made by the giants, or some giants. And there's dragons petrified, possibly either dragons or carvings of dragons, in all around the base of this amphitheater. And this is a mountain from top to bottom. The amphitheater is that fucking huge, and it's a big eagle standing on its feet with its wings spread out. And said they brought some dude in there with some sort of a bell that rang or something, and it echoed. I think they said 7 or 8 times around that amphitheater, and they've never seen any place on earth that would echo that many times. It like was way more than the other, wherever. I think it was place that any other place on earth they found where they could get an echo was maybe 3 or 4 times. I think they said this did it 8 times. I think they said it echoed back and forth through this amphitheater. Look it up. It's called Montana megaliths, and I think if you want my opinion, I think that a location such as that, they said it's got underground chambers that go into the mountain for fucking miles, that they've discovered underneath these mountains as well, with all this megalithic stuff that's gone on up there. And there's a lot of stuff like that in New Mexico as well. There's some big, huge megalithic stuff down in this canyon in the desert in New Mexico, with tunnels and caverns underneath that, all the megalithic bullshit down there that go down 600 and 800 feet, they said. And they found some artifacts and all kinds of stuff down in there. There's a guy named KX, Robert Kreider, that does some YouTube stuff on it. But anyway, look into that. I think that megalithic stuff in Montana, I think if I really had the chance to break away, I would probably like to go somewhere like that, because there's megalithic structure that's in the deep forest. You can live in it. It's huge. It's underground. So it's huge. It's everywhere, they said. So I don't know.
Yeah, there were definitely some civilizations going on back here from God knows when.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then they left some stuff that's still intact, especially in Montana. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the, like, what do they call them? The DUMBs, the deep underground military bases or whatever. I bet you a lot of those weren't built by us. I bet they were already here.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yep. Just like the canals and the railroads.
Yeah,
For
like when
what
you look at the
purpose, though?
size of the,
You know, why?
But you know those big buildings,
who knows,
those
bro?
big, the big buildings that were found in the U.S. that were here before Columbus got here and all that, before any settlers came from Europe. There were some pretty big cities and buildings and various different structures, star forts, whatever. You can't build stuff like that without infrastructure. You got to have a way to deliver materials on site. You can't do it with horses and buggies. You can't do it with, horses and wagons. You just like today, you got to have semi trucks, you got to have trains, you got to have trains, planes, and automobiles to fucking deliver that much material to build and building and a building site of that enormity. You can't do it without that infrastructure. You cannot fucking do it. I'm telling you, I've been a builder my whole life. You
Yeah, with a
can't
horse and
build
buggy.
those big buildings without some serious infrastructure to supply you with the materials to do your job. Now, they found underground buried railroads, buried canals. They just dug them out. They were using that shit to deliver material. They had to be. The railroads and who knows? There's a lot of stuff I don't think that we've been told about, but you cannot build those big of buildings without serious infrastructure support. Can't be done. I'm just telling you, it just can't be done. I don't care what you think, it cannot be done without it. So there
I
was a
don't think
lot
If
of
you
we
have a
shit
can
look
do
at
going
it
the,
down.
today.
Huh?
I don't think we can do it today.
Well, we're doing some pretty big stuff, big buildings, obviously, but I'm just saying that back then they try to show you these pictures with a few horses and buggies in the streets, and they're old people down there with shovels in their hands, and they're cleaning up the mud flood or whatever the fuck they think they're trying to portray in these old video or these pictures and stuff that we've seen in these alternative history videos that have been going around for the last 3 or 4 years now. Um, yeah, you can't build
Well,
those kind of buildings without, like I said, serious infrastructure support. Cannot be done. Don't
even
care
with
what
that
anybody
though, I
says.
mean,
I know
look
I'm
at some
right.
of these structures. They're perfect. There's like you can't even put a sheet of paper between the rocks. Like they mate
Right.
perfectly. We don't have
Well,
that
those
technology.
are that's easy to explain there, because you know what a dry pack is, where you mix the constituent parts up to do a concrete. You know those
So
stones
it's
are
like a
all man-made
mold.
because they're all the same color. Look at them. They're
So
all
it's
the
like a
same
mold.
color. They're all the same shade. Now, when you quarry a stone from a cliff face, there are cracks, there are discolorations, you can't cut that many stones out of a out of a quarry and have them all be that fucking same color and that same
Yeah.
constituent, that smooth surface or whatever. And you can dry pack that stuff so tight up against each other. You can take a material, if you do this polygonal type mixture, you take and crush up granite, you crush up whatever you're building these stones out of, and then you a little bit of clay and baked clay for the concrete or the cement part. Whatever they were doing, they had a really good mix. Let's put it that way. And then you just put just barely enough moisture in it where if you get a handful of it, you could pack it into a ball and it will stay together in a ball and you can throw it at somebody. That's called a dry pack. Now, when you take that and you put it in a form, then you take a tamping bar. It's got a 6-inch plate, 6x6 plate, and a bar, and it's pretty heavy. And you start tamping that material down, pack, 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 and do it in like 3 or 4 inch lifts. You pack that shit in tight. You pack it in tight. You can't even dig it out with your hands an hour later after you've packed it in. That stuff gets so much harder than poured concrete because poured concrete's got way too much water in it. When that water evaporates out of your sidewalk and your foundation walls, it leaves empty voids inside the concrete. That's why
Oh,
they use vibrators to drag the air bubbles up. They drag as much of that air as they can out of them these days. You stick a little vibrator down in there. It's a
right.
big long metal rod, about a foot
So
long, foot and a half,
is that
and
why concrete is so
and
porous?
the air follows it. Pull it up about 1 foot per second. And when you just get near the surface, you see all these bubbles come up, pouring out of the concrete. I know I'm a builder. I've been built big, huge, tall built the conference center for the church in Salt Lake for just one. This had one of the biggest walls I've ever worked on. It was over 2 foot thick, had enough rebar in it you couldn't see anybody on the other side with no forms up yet. There was that much steel in the fucking wall. Anyway, yeah. You can pack dry
concrete was
concrete.
porous.
You can put them stones. You can put you can even use bags or sacks, and that's like a burlap and that, and then braces up with boards on the outside of it. Some of those nubs on them balls or them rocks. That could have been the end of a brace. That it was a nub that was up against that, and you pack it into that nub. That way, that brace can't move one way or another, up or down or whatever, because it's got that little bit of nub sticking into it. Anyway, I could explain it maybe in more detail if I had more time, but when you dry pack that polygonal mixture, it gets so hard. You tamp it with a tamping bar, but you can't dig it out with your fingers. It gets hard. Within an hour, it's so hard you can't move it. That's because there's no water in it. And when the water evaporates, it's bigger. Huh?
Isn't there? There's what do they call they think that they poured the pyramids. So they think that was a poured mixture.
Exactly the way I'm telling you they did. They dry packed it. That way they can carry this stuff.
Why though? Why would anybody build something like that?
One on each shoulder, just a line of people just dumping them in the forms, and somebody standing there tamping it in tight.
Why would they build it?
Next to the next stone. You don't put a form in between the stones. Just pack the concrete up next to the last one. That's why you can't get a piece of paper between them, because the other one was poured the day before and it's already hard as a rock. You pour the next layer up next to it, tamp it up tight to the next one. You ain't gonna get nothing in between that. They're smacked, tamped tight together. That's why you can't get a piece of paper or anything in between them, because of the way they were built. They were dry packed together. And I know that's how they did it. I can tell just by looking at it.
Yeah, reasons as why they build them. I mean, God, who knows, man?
All that work for what?
That way makes it easy though, because they don't have to have machinery. You can carry that mix up. They mix it up down on the ground level with the crushed up rock, crushed up granite, whatever is in that mix. Then they fill it, and you put a bag over each shoulder of the people that are working. They just walk up the fucking ramp or walk up with the stairs or steps or however they're getting up to the next stone that's being poured in place. They just dump it in the form and off they go down for another couple of bags. And you got thousands of people carrying it up, just one bag after another, after another, after another. And you don't have to have equipment. You don't have to have nobody lifting these big stones. If you built them in place, one bag, one shovel at a time. And
that definitely makes a lot more sense than them carrying friggin' 60-ton stones up. You know,
exactly. And that's how you make them so tight. Dry pack them. I'm telling you, that's how they get so hard. That's why they're even harder than the concrete we have today and the stones, because they dry pack that shit in there hard. They tamp that shit tight.
I mean, didn't the Egyptians have concrete better than what we have today?
Way better.
I mean, it's still lasting all these years later.
Yep.
Well, I mean, what proof that it was that long ago, right? Like, I don't buy carbon dating at all. You know.
Yeah, well, you can't date stone, can you?
What's that?
Well, they can't date stones, so.
Yeah. So how do they know? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think.
Well, they say they can carbon date it, but that's just like, I don't know if I believe in that carbon dating, because the carbon 14, they say it's falling from space, from the stars and all that shit to Earth at a certain rate. Now, everybody in this room knows we ain't living on no fucking globe. There ain't no outer space, and there ain't shit falling through the firmament. So where's this carbon 14 coming from? That's a bullshit ass lie.
Yeah. There's no meteorites.
It's a lie. There is no such thing as carbon 14 dating of stone. Not real. Period. I don't care what anybody says.
We're not ever told there's no meteorites. I mean, you know, the sheer point of like, okay, well, why do meteorites always only ever come in from the top? Why don't I see them come up from the horizon and go up? instead of coming from the top and coming down. You never see anything coming from the horizon up, which should happen sometimes.
Oh, you mean
Right.
like
You know,
They come
almost
out of the
hit
if we're on a
Earth,
globe,
but not, and then it just, you know, it's
yeah, if
just
we're on a
kinda,
globe, I mean, clearly a
yeah,
meteorite would have to come from the horizon and go up across the
Exactly. If
sky
we're on a
right.
at
globe,
some stage. You
if
know,
we're on a globe and space is around us 360 degrees, meteorites and shooting stars are going to be coming from up, down, they're going to be coming from below, wrapping up and around. That shit ain't never fucking been
yeah.
seen. You're right. All a
Same
big
as
lie.
every supposed crater on the moon is all a circle. And I've seen
Yep.
people that have said, "Oh no, there's some." You can see that there are some that are sort of elongated, but because
Oh,
I've got
bullshit.
some P1000s, I've been sort of like really zooming in and looking at the moon. And what I reckon are those ones that they think are that are actually like a smaller crater with another crater in it and another crater next to it. When you actually look, it looks like there's 3 or 4 craters next to each other, like as if there's been 3 or 4 whatever happened go next to each other, and then that gives the impression of something that is came in from the side, but it's not. When you actually look at them, you see
I think
circle,
they're
then bigger
bubble.
circle, then bigger circle.
Yeah, I think there's something coming from inside the Earth. All the supposed meteorite strikes are something that the ground just bubbled, bloop, and spit out like a volcano with no
Yeah,
heat or whatever. I just no, they weren't impacts. There ain't no fucking way. They're not impacts. Nobody's ever seen
yeah.
anybody hit the fucking Earth of that size and that nature. Nobody's, and the ones that we do see come in.
Hey, wait a minute, bro. What are you talking about? The dinosaurs saw it coming, and
Oh,
then
they
that was the
did.
end of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, didn't you
and it
know?
only affected
Didn't you know? Come
dinosaurs.
on, man.
Everything else lived, right? It blotted
Yeah,
out the
yeah,
That's
sky
a
with
big
all the
dinosaur.
debris. You know,
yeah. It's just the
such
big ones couldn't deal with it, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
makes no sense at all. Oh, that's really cool. You got a P1000. So next
Oh, I
camera,
got
I
3.
got my eyes on. You have
Yeah,
3
yeah.
of
I've got
them?
3 of them.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
yeah. And
nice.
one and a P900.
Have you seen this documentary I just posted in the text, the chat?
And I'm not sure. Give us a second.
I think that'd be right up your alley.
Moon.
Right.
Oh, the Cobra
Well,
777 one. Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Shoot
going
the
to go
moon.
lay
Yeah, I
down,
think I
guys.
saw
It's
that.
1 a.m. in my town. I'm going to bed. You guys have been great. Had a great time. Thanks for the
Take it easy,
conversation.
brother.
Yeah,
No
you
worries, man.
too,
Take it
Good
man.
easy.
night.
See you,
Yep.
bro.
Have a good night, you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I saw that one a while ago. I can't remember a lot of it, but because how long's that been out for now? About 4 years now.
Yeah, 2019.
2019. Yeah, good guess.
Because
Yeah, 4
I've
years.
heard of the whole lunar wave or whatever they call it. That was about a year ago. But I was like,
Yeah.
that's weird. I just kind of dismissed it, and I didn't really dismiss it. I just kind of moved on and kind of forgot about it. And then someone brought up that documentary, and I had to dig. I had to dig for it because he's trying to charge money for the documentary. I'm like, come on, man, like, really? So I found it on
Yeah.
torrents and uploaded it.
It's a lot of time and effort, though, bro. To make these things. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't.
But I mean,
I
like,
don't.
I look at it as like the moral standpoint of hey, information should be free regardless of what it is. Right? It's just
Yeah. Well, I
it's
think
like passing on the torch to other people, as in like the movement of educating people for the betterment of mankind, right? Other than trying
definitely.
to monetarily get a gain from it,
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah. Well, see, it's like I plan on, after I release a bunch of my stuff, and then I plan on talking to a lot of the other observation channels, and then looking at. I'm thinking of doing a small documentary on all of our footage and everything. And what I'm going to do there is basically just say, look, once it's all made, it's go, hey, there's anyone who wants to donate, here's the link to donate. If you just want to watch it, then just watch it.
right. That's how it should be. Get a Patreon if people want to pay you to look at some content early or whatever. By
I
all
support you,
means,
then good.
or donate. Yeah,
But if
totally.
If someone doesn't have the money, then no worries. Hold on, man. I got to go on mute for a second.
All right.
Still around, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on? Everyone's taking off. No one else around.
Sure looks that way.
Yeah, but where were we? Oh, we're talking about the moon and stuff. That's right, and information being free. Yeah, I think information should be freely available, but I also agree with a lot of these content creators where they're like, well, you know, they're spending hours upon hours every day doing things and being there and making shows and doing all this stuff, and if we don't support them, well, they have to go get jobs. They have to do things, and if we like their information and we like the things they're putting out and they're finding great information, then we should be supporting them, because otherwise, how else can they do it? No one. I mean, imagine you got a job, but imagine if you quit your job to do this and then nobody supports you. You go, well, I can't do it. I've got to get a job. Now that's 40 or 50 hours out of the week. You're now not researching, showing people information, making shows that people like. You know what I mean?
Right.
So take myself as an example. Like, I haven't posted anything yet, and I would not expect anything from anyone. But I go out filming for between 2 to 3 hours a day. So if I go out twice in the day, then you're talking I've spent probably a bit over an hour driving. I've spent 3 hours of, filming, and then I've got to go home. I've got to load it into the laptop, and I've got to go through things. At the moment, I'm working on a presentation, so I've got to make the screenshots. I'm spending hours doing this. I'm not
Definitely.
saying that I need
It's
money from anyone,
extremely
but
very time consuming.
it's huge, bro. Like, I'm probably spending 4 to 6 hours a day doing this.
Right. If it was me, I definitely would not take something that's kind of like a hobby and make that my main source of income, because I feel like I would be setting myself up for failure, because it happens all the time, especially with YouTube income. Right.
YouTube
You
really
wouldn't
screwed
believe.
everyone, didn't they?
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how quick they can turn around, because they're stupid algorithm bots. They will get triggered by nothing. Like, the whole system is like completely flawed. And you could get caught up in that They delete your channel, and if you're not a very big content creator, if you're one of the little guys, tough luck. You're probably screwed if that's your main source of income, right?
Yeah,
Because
for
now
sure.
you
It's
gotta
like
start
they,
back over, you know, and it's even hard to like get through to them to actually try to talk to them. You could use like an
it's
Instagram
like when they
account
monetize in the,
or something.
yeah, yeah, like when they monetized in the first place. It's like it trapped a lot of people because they went into the monetization, and then they were starting to make good money, and then all of a sudden YouTube clamped down, sorry, and then they're like, well, you can't say this, you can't do this, you can't do that, and it's
Right.
like now these people have trapped themselves. It's their main source of income. What do? The
Yeah.
truth that
I
they could
think
speak in one moment, all of a sudden they can't say those things anymore.
exactly. It's like is that model really aligning with their ideology or their philosophy or what they think, what they believe or the ideas they have? Like is that really aligning with what the message that they are trying to convey? You know? All this censorship? I don't know,
Like
man.
I'm driving down a section at the moment where I'm overlooking the ocean, and I can see over the ocean this crazy superior mirage going on at the moment. Sections of the whole ocean like coming up over and seeing sky in the middle of it, like as if there's ocean coming over and a hole in the middle. Looks crazy.
It's cool, man.
And I'm not going
But
to get a chance to go film tonight as well. Bugger.
so do you have a whole bunch of different lenses for your camera or what?
Yeah, I've got like standard UV lenses, and then I've got ND8, ND64, and ND1000 for them. I need to get some infrared.
Wait, the lenses are actually
Oh, sorry. Oh, you mean that? No, well, the P1000s, they're built in. So the actual lens, the zoom lens sort of part of it, that's all built in. So you
can it
don't buy anything extra for
can
those.
can the lens be taken off or is it built on?
No.
No, it's in.
Interesting. I
It's
didn't
built
know
in.
that. I didn't really look much into the camera myself. I just hear about it a lot. Especially the
Yeah,
zoom
well,
lens it has. I thought it would be
yeah, I think
like your typical digital SLR or mirrorless, where you can change it out for more like a telephoto lens or prime or whatever. You can just swap them out.
yeah, the P1000, that's up to a 3000 millimeter lens equivalent optical zoom. So if you
That's
wanted to
not
buy
really
that
normal,
separately,
is it? Like, yeah, wouldn't that be like a stupid expensive lens if you were to like say buy that 10 years ago? Wouldn't that be
uh, you,
prohibitively expensive?
uh, you'd spend thousands, like probably tens of thousands to get the equivalent. I remember with my P900 when I had that, and I went into a store and I was looking at buying some P1000s like from the store, which I just ended up getting them secondhand. But the guy at the store there at the camera shop was telling me if you wanted to do the equivalent of a P900, which is equivalent of a 2000 millimeter lens, he was like, you would have to buy this lens, this one, connect it to this, and he goes, and then you still wouldn't have a 2000 millimeter lens. You'd only have an 1800 millimeter lens, and it would literally be 1.8 meters of lens. Like something ridiculous. I can't remember what he said, but it was something ridiculous, and you would have spent 15 grand to do it.
How do they cram that many elements in there? Like, I don't get it. Like, how do they even do that? Like, it just blows my mind.
Yeah,
Because
man. I don't know. I just point and shoot.
a 300, whatever lens that was, it was on a Canon EOS. It was probably a good foot long. I forget
Yeah.
what the range was. Something to 300, and that sucker was super long. And you could get a pretty good zoom, but it's nothing like that though. It's like what
There was a
happened?
whole
Like, is there like a breakthrough in lens technology? Like all the You know, like it's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I don't know. But when it's fully extended, it probably is about maybe 14 to 16 inches long when it's fully extended.
Oh, it
Probably somewhere around there.
extends? What?
Yeah, it extends out.
So it's not just a fit, like the lens it just has the body and then it just the elements move inside, like the whole, like it actually telescopes out, like
Yeah,
you know, like an old school antenna, you know? It's got different sections and you just keep pulling on it and it gets longer.
Oh, it's not different sections. It's still just one section, but yeah, it maybe it's like more like about 12 inches or so, but it's pretty big. It's a big camera.
How much do they go new?
Yeah, well, here in Australia, so in Australian dollars, you're looking at between 1,200 to 1,500.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So in America, you're probably looking at around, what, $900 to $1,000 or $800.
Wow. What a steal.
It's not much when you think about what it is.
Yeah, that is nothing because, dude, high-end cameras are not cheap. Especially when it comes with a badass lens. Like, holy crap. Wow. Because, see, I got a Canon D7000. I got it used, and that had to have been like 2015. And I almost paid $1,000 for that back then. And here we are,
Yeah,
not
right.
even 10 years later. Wow.
Yeah, and they're pretty insane cameras. But if you want to do nighttime, if you want to do much shooting at nighttime, they're not very good at absorbing light in video mode. So in video mode, they lose the light pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the more you zoom in, the more light you need, right? Or no?
Mm.
What am I thinking of?
Man, the
Oh,
horizon
like
looks
a
crazy.
doubler. Like if you add a doubler, like JVC, the professional camera, like it was a literal video camera. It was not a camcorder. Like you had to have a separate part that actually record onto, and it had a doubler built into the lens. And you'd like flip this lever, and this element would just flip in the way in view of the lens, and it would double the zoom or whatever they call those. And whenever you use that, you have to have twice as much light. I was like, huh, that's interesting. Cause see, that was back when they didn't have CMOS cameras. It was actually like a CRT in reverse, right? Instead of electron gun, you know, exciting phosphors in the back of the glass, it was like the opposite. Like the light electrons hit the phosphors, and I don't even know how that even works. But like, yeah, those old CRT, and I'm not even talking about the viewfinder, like the actual light sensor. They need a lot of light. That's why you look at all your videos from the 80s. They're not, especially indoors. They're really struggling to bring light in. You know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, even with phones these days, your phone has just fantastic capability to just sort of like, brighten up a dark room. You take a photo
I'm not even
or a
sure how
video
they
just with
even
your
do
camera.
that because the lens is so small. Like, how are they pulling enough light into it? You know.
Yeah, who knows, man? It's probably done digitally. God, I have no idea. I'm sure there's plenty of people on this server who probably know the ins and outs of it.
Yeah. Well, mirrorless is definitely a game changer, especially Sony. Man, they gave Canon and Nikon a run for their money there for a while, especially with their autofocus system. Canon and Nikon couldn't even touch it there for a while. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure they caught up by now.
Yeah, well, Nikon's definitely the king of the super zoom cameras now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
But yeah, that
surprising from a company like Sony because they make so many different products. They're not exactly like Samsung. Like they build everything. Like anywhere between from tanks to refrigerators to whatever. Like you'd be surprised how much crap Samsung makes. It's astounding.
so
So
Samsung's involved with tanks as well.
yeah. Oh, dude,
That's crazy.
if you're looking at what they build, like it just goes on and on and on. But Nikon, they more focus on cameras, if I'm not mistaken. So I just kind of surprised Sony swooped in there and took their spotlight. I was like, what?
So what were you wanting to get a P1000 for?
Oh, just it'd be like an excuse to connect more with nature and be outside and look at the sky at night and all that jazz.
Get chicks.
And that.
From across the way.
Yeah, it being mirrorless, you don't get that chikunk,
I saw you from 2.5 miles away, girl. What's going on?
How you doing?
How you doing?
I spotted you 10 minutes walk away.
What's the furthest you've taken a picture?
Well, we've got some windmills that are 80 kilometers away from us, so I've captured those quite a few times.
What do you mean? The Earth curves and you shouldn't be able to see that. That's a mirage. That's refraction, man. The light is bending around the globe. It's not
Oh, yeah,
really.
definitely what you're seeing
Yeah.
here is a mirage. Yeah. I'm just making
There's definitely a lot of refraction going on, but it's not like
it's all
some
refraction.
claim it is.
No, refraction's just been reverse engineered to fit the ball, bro. But everything that you see is due to refraction. Like, that's what I've come to the realization of. So I'm doing a little video at the moment because I watched Glowbusters the other day and they did a whole thing on refraction. So then I thought we'll just make this real short one, just of about 5 days footage of a certain area. And it's like, and I'm doing it in the short videos of each thing so I can actually show how high I am. So there's 3 of the videos that I've got in there which are from, like I put my hand on the sand to show that basically the camera is just inches off the ground. And I focus in on this area which is 15 miles away. So from 6 inches high, I can see in one of the bits of footage, there's a shore break. It's 14.3 miles away is this shore break, and you can see the shore break, and it's at most 4 meters high. There should be just over 100 feet of curve at that point, right? But then on another day, I'm at 20 feet high, and that entire area is 130 feet blocked by the horizon. So at 6 inches high, I can see down to almost ground level, like maybe 2 meters above the ground. But then from 20 feet high on a different day, the entire hill area is gone. So it's like, clearly that has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. And then I've done it where I've now also kept filming from 6 inches when it was a day that wasn't great. And there's probably almost 160 feet missing from 6 inches, whereas on a different day, maybe only about 5 or 6 feet's missing. So you've got a swing of basically like 150 odd feet on where the horizon can appear to be.
Are you logging the temperature and the humidity that you take these pictures by chance?
It's all video, but it's simple to find. I've gone on, and the Bureau of Meteorology here in Australia, I can just type in June 2023 and it comes up for every day. So that's what I will be doing as well, is putting that all into the information that I'll be doing.
Nice.
But
because the way I look at refraction is like a straw in a glass of water, right? like the water, well, whatever we want to call it, like bends of light or whatever, but there is always water in the air, right?
And it
So I could see
displaces it
that
down.
causing an effect, right? As well as the temperature, right? The hotter it is, kind of like watching heat coming off asphalt, or especially asphalt, but pavement as well. They'll cause those ripples. It looks like pools of water, but at the same time you can see
Yeah.
the heat rising and it's all moving around.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. And like I just look at it and think, well, clearly they just reverse engineered it all, right? Or they just went, okay, we believe we're on a ball, and these are all the effects that we're getting as we look at things. What's going on? How do we explain this on a ball? But really, we're not on a ball as far as from what I am gathering and seen and been looking at. And I just think that they just reverse engineered it, to explain it. And I don't necessarily think that that part of it was nefarious. They're just trying to explain what they're seeing.
Right.
But yeah, with the displacement in water, it always displaces down. You never see a pencil in water and the reflection in the water up. It's always down.
Right.
Whereas I think that what's going on is so obviously when we look at something, we can only see something because of the light reflecting off of it. So when something's at a great distance, we're only seeing the light reaching our eyes from the top part of whatever it is, or as it gets further and further away, the bottom section of what we're seeing, the light isn't reaching our eyes anymore. That's like they say, light bends, right? So if light's bending, it's coming towards my eye, but it's bending down and it's hitting the ocean. So that part of the light's not reaching me anymore, and that's what is like that's the bottom of something. So it's not just perspective that's doing it. It's like literally as something gets further away, especially over the ocean, as it gets further away and that light's bending, it's bending down, it's not reaching me. Everything from the top further up is reaching me, and as it gets further and further away, that extra light keeps bending down and it's just not reaching my eyes anymore. And therefore then I think that also then magnifies the ocean in front, like kind of appears to magnify the ocean in front, and it tends to make it appear like as if that raises the ocean. So on the days of like really heavy inferior miraging, you'll see that the actual water is like, so this section of land I'm talking about, which is it's where there's a set of houses there which are at about 100 foot high, and I've got observations where where you've got inferior miraging, those houses are completely gone, right? So that means that they're under the inferior mirage now, so you can't see them. But the actual horizon itself, like the water line, if I was to superimpose another picture of it, the water line is at about 100 feet higher. So that water's been like magnified as well. So, yes, I mean, that's obviously the refraction doing that. The bending of light, I mean, I haven't gone deep into the mathematics of it or any of that because I'm certainly no math genius. So that I haven't gone into. I'm just going by what I'm seeing on a daily basis.
Right. Yeah, that's why I just go by what I see. Like I'm not here to be like the earth is a globe or it's flat. Like I don't know that for sure. 100%. I can speculate and make observations on what I see. But I just feel like I would just fall into a trap, right? Like kind of like 9/11, right? You get the official story, which is like a box in the middle. And then you have all these controlled opposition scenarios. So it could be thermite, oh, it could be nukes, so it could be dew weapons, which is weapons from the sky or whatever we want to call it. pulverizing the building as it's coming down, and
Dustification.
yeah, dustification, right? A lot of those are controlled opposition psyops, so that if we don't accept the official narrative, we'll just fall into the next box or the next trap, right? And they'll trap you in there, and then you'll be like, "Oh, I believe that," and then once we say we believe something, we're basically just throwing the walls up and going, "Okay, this is what I believe." Being closed-minded. That's it. That's a wrap, and then move on to something else, right? So
Yeah.
I'm here saying that I don't think the Earth is flat. I don't think it's a globe. I don't know. That's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
The
There's
thought of
nothing
me
wrong with.
not knowing everything, I'm okay with that. It's just I find it interesting how people feel like they have to think they know all these things. Like, oh, I know this, oh, I know that, right? Like, why is that? Why can't we accept that sometimes we don't know everything? You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you. Then one thing I've come to the realization of an actual knowing is that I know that what we're seeing looking over the ocean doesn't prove to me whether it's flat or curved, but what it does do is prove that you can't, like that the globe side doesn't have exclusivity of it. So how they keep going, oh yeah, see this boat, it's halfway under the horizon. No, that's because it's Earth curve. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. It is purely to do with the refractive effects of the atmosphere, or the atmos, whatever we want to call it. That is a 100% knowing that I have now from doing hundreds of days of observations, and no one's going to be able to tell me otherwise. I mean, it could be still a globe. That doesn't matter. It could still be that, but what we're seeing there is not exclusive to the globe. That much I know, because it would work on both. But I think when it comes to, say, something like an inferior mirage, where an inferior mirage is the mirroring of the actual image underneath, that to me, that screams flat surface, like a mirror. Like as if you need that mirror to actually have that mirage in the first place. I don't see how that would work on a curved surface, because you would get some kind of, like circus mirror effect. Why do we get a perfect image of it? Why wouldn't we get a circus mirror effect, like a funhouse mirror? So that doesn't make sense to me, but again, it still could be. I'm not saying that it's not, but to me, if you've got a curved mirror, then you're going to get a weird effect. And we don't ever see that with the inferior mirage.
Right. I always ask, where's the curve?
Yeah.
I just, but what I do have is I have more questions about the heliocentric model than I do about the geocentric model. And once that happened, it was like an epiphany. I was like, holy crap. Like, what is going on? Which
yeah, well, I mean, what they call it. Sorry, go. Sorry.
It makes me curious. Like, how did you come across like the idea of flat Earth? Or anyone else who wants to chime in? Like, what's your story? Kind of curious.
For me, it was just going down, like you're already down every rabbit hole, and then, the flat Earth stuff was just sitting there, and you just ignore it. You see it, I just didn't pay any attention to it. And then one day I was like, screw it. So I watched, and I think it was other 21 questions as a stranger's guide to flat Earth, or maybe it was even 200 proofs. It was one of those two. And then I looked at that and I was like, shit, kind of makes sense. That's some really interesting stuff in there. And I think I commented something like, well, why can't I see the west coast of America from the east coast of Australia? The typical retarded response, which is half fair enough. But then someone explained to me, well, you can't see infinitely far. The atmosphere becomes opaque, and there could be waves in the way. There could be a massive rain cloud, like a rainstorm. And I just sat back and went, okay, all right, good excuse. That's fair enough. You know, it doesn't mean that it's not a globe, but those things are legitimate. I at least had the honesty to say that they were all legitimate excuses. And then I just sort of started looking from there.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a bit more alienating for me. Anybody else have a story they want to share?
Yeah, I think for me as well, like, so no one else chimed in, so I'll just say something. I think for me as well, it was because I was so far in a way down the rabbit hole of looking at everything else, that when I just saw the flat Earth stuff coming up, I was looking at it, on my recommendation list, and I'm going, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me. But I just didn't pay any attention to it. And then when I did look at it, I was like, once again, holy shit. It seems pretty plausible, and it wouldn't surprise me, because I'm like, well, they lie about everything else. Why am I supposed to believe that I'm on a frigging globe? Like, I didn't come from that avenue of like, oh, I hardcore tried to debunk it. I just kept looking at things, and then I started looking around and observing stuff, and I was like, shit, these guys are making so much goddamn sense. It's ridiculous, So, and then eventually, when I started really looking, then observing things, and you're seeing things that you shouldn't be seeing, sort of starts to make you wonder,
Definitely.
How about yourself?
Yeah, several years ago, I did come across some flat Earth stuff, but it was on YouTube and it was all propaganda. And I'd like get to like a minute or two of it, and I was like, "Well, this is dumb." The picture of a flat disc with the frozen water going off the edge. Your typical flat Earth propaganda. I was like, "That's ridiculous." So I never really looked into it again. And it wasn't until an acquaintance, which was my neighbor at a shop, and to preface, we agreed politically, just about everything, right? And then one
Yeah.
Saturday night, he was talking to another buddy of his, and I overheard him say, "Bro, the Earth is flat," and that caught my attention. I look over at him, and he's like dead serious, and he's like spitting off all the reasons why it was. It was like in one ear, out the other. It was like being in the middle of nowhere and you can't pick up any radio stations. There's just static. Like I couldn't hear anything. It was weird. I don't want to call it anxiety. I don't know. Whatever that is, I never felt like that in my life. I was like, this guy has lost his mind. He knows where I live. He knows where I work. He knows what car I drive. I'm like freaking out, but I didn't say anything. I was just like looking at his friends and they're looking at me and they're like, is this guy serious right now? And to try to cut this as short as possible, that was a month before moving out of there. And then I get settled into the new place, and it was always in the back of, something was always in the back of my mind. I was like, something is bothering me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Like something is off, It's weird. And then it was about a month after I moved into the new place, it just hit me like a freaking sack of potatoes. Just wham! I was like, holy crap. My acquaintance that I agree with politically, like just about everything, like 95% of everything we believe politically was like we aligned like perfectly. And I was like, he thinks the earth is flat. So I jump on Rumble, Odysee, BitChute, because I've already been investigating the whole jab, right? So I was like, well, let me find the best flat earth documentary, and I came across one by E. Warren.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a big one to go into.
It's like a 7-hour long one, but it was like the first hour and a
Yeah.
half was flat Earth. And let me tell you, I could only get through like maybe 2 minutes of it, and I had to turn it off. I was like, no. It was like information overload. It was
Oh
like
yeah,
sensory overload. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
intense, man.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
"What is
yeah.
going on?" I was like, "Oh my god!" So I had to turn it off, right? And then I came back to it the next day or the day after. I'm not exactly sure the state of events here, but a day or two later, I was like, "Oh, let me start it over." So I started over from the beginning. I got it like a few more minutes into it. I had to turn it off. I was like, I was like, what? I was like, why is this making sense? It was unreal. So long story short, I just got through more and more of it day by day until I eventually finished the whole video. And I was like, hold up. I have more questions about the heliocentric model than I do about the geocentric model. And the rest is history. But but that's interesting because I've been going down the rabbit hole of 9/11 since 2003 or 2004. It was just a few years after. Someone threw a meme on Facebook said jet fuel can't melt steel beams. And I was like, that got me thinking. So I went down that rabbit hole and I just started investigating, connecting the dots ever since then. I even watched on the way to the moon, or a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Talking about the moon landing being faked, and that was probably about 2012. So I was like, well, NASA's full of shit. So and I'm thinking I'm open minded and thinking I'm connecting the dots. That I'm not asleep, but come to find out I was. And for me to be connecting the dots for so long and thinking that NASA was already full of crap, like almost 10 years later, and I still can't accept the fact that the Earth might not be a sphere and spinning. Like, I find that to be extremely alarming, right? Because
Yeah,
think
bro.
of all the
Hey,
other
man, I'm,
people
I'm
who.
sorry. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't mean to cut you off, and I don't mean to seem rude. If someone else can join in your convo, but I've got to go. It's nice chatting, man. I'll catch you another day. Sorry, bro.
Right on. Later, dude.
See ya.
It's funny. Hey, Plain Reality, what's up? It's funny that when you tell that story, I don't know how far behind I was, but I just had to say it was funny when you tell that story about your friend that thought the Earth was flat, or your acquaintance or whatever. And you always tell like this guy knows where I live. Like you'd be like scared of him coming to get you or something. Like why would it be a threat?
Yeah. It was
Why would
wild,
that
man.
be like part of what your thought process was? Like, did you think he was gonna like do something to you because he thought the Earth was flat?
No, I didn't genuinely think
Like,
that,
why
but
was he? Why did it become a threat in that way? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's a very good question. It was just the mind doing its thing. I can't really explain
Right.
it.
Right. But it is like it's like offering someone a permanent hit of acid is what I always say. And that's what you felt kind of like at that time. Like just the thought of it made you like start tripping and like it couldn't even
Yes.
like register anything.
It's like a bad shroom or acid trip, which I've
Yeah.
had neither,
Yeah.
but I imagine that's what it would be like. Yeah, for sure.
That's what it feels like. That's how they made it. Like that's why I think it's important because it's like you realize how deeply ingrained these ideas are and how we're like trained to like think something stupid when it's actually the most obvious thing.
Right.
That's what's hilarious about it, actually.
I mean that is by far the biggest pill to swallow right there. What I think is the very foundation of all conspiracy facts that come after it, right? They all build up on top of the foundation of, what are we standing on? It
Yeah.
rattled my brain, that's for sure.
And even the idea that like that flat earthers are claiming that they know it's flat, and even maybe some controlled oppositions that are trying to put the flat earth like we have this circle of ice walls and stuff like all that shit could be like part of the controlled opposition. You're like, you're right about that. It's not, but the flat earth isn't about that. It's more about realizing it's not a ball, and by default, it's something that we can't see all of and won't know everything about, but obviously stationary at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're exactly right, because I was just thinking about the ice wall just a few days ago. And I was like, is that really true? I mean, because what I've been hearing is that we can't go past the 60th degree, like whatever that is.
Can't travel freely. There's not, you can't go past it, but you just can't
Right.
travel freely.
Right. Well, if that's the case, then how do we know the ice wall exists at all? Much less
Well, there's
get a recording
pictures.
of it.
There's pictures of big icebergs. We know they're there somewhere. We don't know if it goes all around us. There's obviously separation between the parts of it. Not, like, why didn't, we've never seen like somebody like zip around the whole 360 with an unedited video showing the whole ice wall.
Right, but I've seen a section of it, supposedly.
Yeah, we all have. I don't think there's any debate whether those cliffs are there. Those cliffs of ice. I don't even think ballers try to debate that. It's obviously there. They just try to strawman us with claiming that it's an ice wall holding all the water in. Like, like that's not necessarily the case.
So, what happens at the end of the ocean?
Well, it's gotta yeah, the water ends somewhere probably, and then there's more land. And then there's probably another pond of a continent, in my opinion. Probably with its own sun and moon.
Right.
Probably lots of them. Because like, what in nature is there ever one of anything? Like, the only thing we can tell from our reality is there's always another something. Like there's one sun and one moon, but I don't know if there's anything else that we think there's one of, right? And as far as our own, system goes. So there's probably another pond with another sun and another moon, and there's probably lots of them. There's probably multitudes.
Yeah, that's where I think that's what I think of when I hear the word alien, or
Outer Ponders, right?
ET for short, like extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Or extra terrain, right?
Yeah, I just call them Outer Ponders.
Called what?
Outer Ponders. Outer Ponders. I like to ponder the outer ponds.
I see what you're saying.
That might be what they're going to tell us, actually. That could be why they rolled out Flat Earth, if it's, if it wasn't completely organic to start with, or why they're allowing it, or not trying to get rid of it completely, or doing more to get rid of it from the start, or all that. It could be like thinking long-term FE wins, and then they tell us that the outer ponders are the aliens, and then use them as the psyop, because they have they have outer ponds surrounding us on all sides. From what they say, even if it's not true, they can just say that. Then it's an immediate threat. It works so much better than space aliens, because then you have to use costumes and stuff. They could just make it ancient ancestors, and they could have humans as actors playing the other. So much more useful.
Yeah.
We have to unite as one world to either praise them or fight them or whatever it is. They could have good outer pounds, bad outer pounds. They could even have like a real-time judgment day where they send you to one pond or another depending on your, whatever they say. So many psyop opportunities here.
Right.
And people will buy it. A lot of flat earthers won't even know what to think then. Because a lot of us think there's probably outer ponds. And we won't know whether they're faking it or not. A lot of us, right? Or we won't be able to prove that they are or not. But it'll be funny if they actually use the flat Earth, and like they admit to it, and then we're still arguing with them, right? We're still saying no, yeah, it's stationary and level, but it's not what they're saying still. Like you guys are never satisfied. Now they've admitted it. You're still arguing.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
so that's you.
what isn't a controlled opposition, you know?
Right. That's the big thing. The controlled opposition is key. They've been using that forever, probably.
Yeah, so I
All
see everyone it's like two teams to a football game. Everybody's either rooting for the ball team or the flat team. Ball
shirts and
versus
skins.
flat, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, what if neither one of you are right? You know, like what's going on here? And we're just like people are arguing amongst themselves. It's like shouldn't we be together and like work together? Right?
Yeah, that's what they don't want. It's all divide and conquer for sure. They figured that one out a long time ago. Just make sure that both people that people are arguing about are on your team, and then just make them seem like they're opposing each other, and use subterfuge to manipulate the masses.
Exactly.
But why wouldn't it work that way? Of course they're going to do that, right? Like, you can't blame them. I mean, we can blame them. Yeah, it sucks. But of course they're going to do that.
You know how you talk to someone about politics, more than likely they point their finger outwards like, oh, they're the problem or that's the problem, you know. Always pointing outwards. And they never think to point the finger at themselves. Right? Like I think that by our own actions and will that we are in the position that we are in by choice. Right?
Well, not really. I mean, we were raised in a system that dumbed us down intentionally and doesn't really give us many options but A or B. As far as like, you know, who's going to rule and stuff, there's not really. I mean, you can go off the system or try to be off grid and all that, and make choice. They're just choose not to choose. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know how much you can really change it because it's not like us as a whole can just blame it ourselves when the manipulation's so intricately well thought out that it's not like we can just say, "Oh, it's our fault."
Well, I'm just throwing that as like an idea. I'm not saying, that's what I think 100%.
Right.
Right.
But it's not fair. It's not fair to not.
I
It's
guess
not fair to indoctrinate when we don't even know what to think at a young age.
I guess that begs the question of how did it all start? Like, was there a beginning? Right. At a time that we were genuinely free, to have 100% free will to do whatever we wanted.
Well, I don't think societies really, ever have that as something that works for everyone. Where everyone can just do whatever they want. That's why societies get formed, and they have to start making rules and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there was a time, I think, intuitively, as well as some of the literature I've seen, that it was a way better time, way more advanced time, a way more free, individual liberty type era. And it had probably to do with the ether and allowing the ether to be used. And maybe there was too much power in the individuals, so that's why they got rid of the ether. But yeah, it seems like there was a lodestone area. Actually, I found this video once, and I can't find it again. It was really good. And I was wondering if there was ever like because they have like the Iron Age and the Stone Age and these little ages that they talk about, right? And I was wondering if there was ever like a magnet age, like a iron, like a what do they call it, lodestone age, right? And I think it had something to do with lodestones in the title. I can't find that video again. Maybe they took it down. But yeah, it talked about like that was like the whole age of the lodestone was like prosperous for everyone, very happy, very useful, and very like technologically advanced. And then they changed up history to make everything before now seem primitive compared to what they're allowing us to have, so that we would seem like we're the most advanced, or at least as far as the way they treat the people, which makes sense to do too, right? You don't want people to like think, oh, we had it way better before. Why don't we just do that?
Yeah, I see it as the opposite. Like we have less technology now, but we're being told that, oh, we're so technologically advanced.
Mm-hmm.
Yet the world has all these issues. Like, how is that being advanced?
Yeah, we have more convenience technology now. Probably before it was like tech that was more universally bonding or freeing and all that kind of stuff. May not be as they could have had computers way back in the day. That would make a lot of sense. Like if they did a reset right now and kept all the tech for themselves and then just made everyone think that like there was a destruction that we have to like go back to the Stone Age and start over with, right before people can like save all their shit. Everything's on computers, so they could just be erased and stuff. So like only the people that somehow like had that knowledge of how to build a computer or any of that like would be able to even think of it. And then once those people die out or they are killed, they bring in the orphan trains and they could just start with this like whatever era they want, make people like suffer and like waste their time while they sit there with their computers and kidnap all the good looking girls for themselves or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But why wouldn't they do that? Right? Why wouldn't they? I mean, if they could, like, if they have that much power, why wouldn't they have a reset and then just keep all the tech for themselves and then make people like not able to access it? At the same time, I don't think that they've got it going so much for them. Like right now, the apps and the computers and stuff like that, like they've got people totally like hooked on that. I don't know why they would want to like just throw the pieces off the board at this time, except for some of the shit that does seem like less of a population would be ideal for smart cities.
Yeah, you ever feel like we're just a bunch of cattle?
Oh yeah,
Just being completely controlled.
That's how they treat us. I don't feel like I'm cattle, but I know that they want us to feel like we're cattle. They want us to think we're sheep, or cattle, and that's how they treat us and think about us. But I'm not going to allow myself to be,
Right. It's your choice to wear a bell around your neck or not.
Yeah, exactly. I do think that it's pretty unfair as well, to environmentally make us die or literally inject us with things, or make like unwelcome disease come about because they want us to die at a certain age. Like they've got it. I think that we're meant to live a lot longer. That just seemed like intuitively.
There's like a book called "Waiting for an Army to Die." This is about the Veterans Administration. I mean, if you think about like the cash drain it is on just like keeping a whole bunch of people that just went to war like alive, and then all those people get like, well, a lot of them will get like basic cash and medical treatment.
Yeah, for life. Right.
It's just like, I don't know. It's they need the army to go away. Once they fight the war, they still have the problem of taking care of them. And so, yeah, like cutting down on the amount of people that they need to take care of. I guess I can understand where you're coming from with that. But I don't know. Like smart cities don't, or cities in general don't benefit from being like a small size. They just benefit from like not having homeless people or really poor people.
Right.
Unless that serves some kind of function. I never think that you need to have like extremely poor homeless people to have a city.
Yeah, you don't. That's why they're going to make it some kind of like, elite option at first, right? Like if you're a functioning citizen and you can do something like helps the smart city function, then welcome aboard, you know. And then it'll just have it be like, you know, that nobody even would have the option of being homeless because you're raised with the system that trains you to do exactly
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, basically be like being homeless would not be an option for you. Like if
Right.
you thought you could, like, yeah, you go to jail or something like that instead.
Sure. Or you just be cast out of the smart
No, they're
city.
like, or they just be like, well, we'll hook you up an apartment. You know, that's what we do. You know, we just build crazy shit.
Really?
It
So you
doesn't
could
really.
just like work in the smart city? Is that an option? Just not to work and just sit in your apartment on your computer? Would that be an option they give you?
I mean, well, why couldn't you work from your computer? Yeah.
You could, yeah. Like maybe you just have to push a button every 20 minutes and that's your job.
Or you could work from cell block D. You know what I mean? That's cool too. No, I'm just joking.
Right. Well, yeah. Or if it gets bad or if you cause trouble or
Wouldn't it be
something,
fucked up to start? At least the call centers aren't running out of prisons. You know, at least we get Indians to do it. But that's the thing that's so smart, right? Like, on one hand, it would be smarter if we like let the people that are actually in prison actually earn, but I don't know, whatever, be part of this, whatever.
they do, right? Don't they have factories? They get to earn some money in there.
Yeah, but it's like slave labor. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
We need to help these criminals be entrepreneurs. No, I'm just joking. I got an idea.
Yeah.
I got a real good
But
idea.
but can't you see it that they would just make the smart city like in the middle of a desert, like so that if you're kicked out, you just like have no option. Like, you can't get back in. You have no way to like survive.
Did you drive past that like crazy super mirror complex out in Nevada or whatever?
No.
With the triple towers and the basically a whole football field. Kenny and I drove past it. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. That's like the one time you'll ever see a light brighter than the sun in the sky, and you're like, that's on the ground, and it's from the sun. Whoa.
Wow.
It was so bizarre. I was like, that's actually brighter than the fucking sun. Damn.
Do you know how to find? Well, how would I look that place up?
You know, shit to snackset.com. It's like it's like an array. I don't know. It looks like Orion's belt basically on the ground. It's like 3 towers with a bunch of mirrors around it in Las Vegas. I go for that. I don't know. I guess it's
in
like
Vegas?
Super 8, something in the middle. It's a power generation, allegedly.
Okay.
You should be able to find it. It's on like a major. Or you can ask Kenny where it is. He probably remembers. We saw like some crazy other shit. Like after we passed that, I was like, that was the weirdest thing. And then we saw like it was just like a flat like pillar of like as a pillar with a flat top of rock on it. Like it was just so high, like out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It wasn't giant tree looking kind of stuff either. But yeah, it was dope. Looked like you could build a town on top. It's this huge like plateau jutting out, like almost like a straight cliff like coming off it. It's crazy. Anyway,
Do you see that concept they have for that? That's called the line. It's like a line of
the architecture idea,
like a smart city, but it's just a line. And
it's like Snowpiercer on the ground.
Yeah, Snowpiercer, stabilized Snowpiercer, basically. And like everyone just like it lives in there, and everything's provided for you, and it's actually under development. It's not like it's just an idea. But why would they do it all in a line? It's almost like they don't want to have it in a circle because then you might get to know your neighbors. You know, too many of your neighbors, right? They want it in a line, so you only know the person on either side of you, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Real dystopia.
We're all connected to the internet, but it's extremely censored unless we really look for it,
Right. They want to get to the point where history really doesn't matter anymore. And it's just what you need immediately that they're going to provide for you.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't they want that, right? Have you ever seen the whole thing about the line? I'll have to find the post for that. The line. Feel bad for my great grandchildren if I ever had any.
That's a little bit like let's see Snow Crash? Neuromancer. It's a little like Neuromancer, I think.
Yeah.
In that, like, yeah, the United States basically has like a metropolitan sprawl that just goes from like I think it's like Atlanta, Georgia, like all the way up to New York. It's just like all New York. It's like all a super metroplex or whatever. In the future. I've been studying future dystopias lately. I don't know why.
Check out the one I just posted. The line.
I mean, it's
The
like the
revolution.
opposite of like build a ring city or something like that.
Yeah, those were like a lot more
It sounds
reasonable.
like too stupid to do it this way, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, they got Michio Kaku right on the front page, so here we go.
Well, so it's not going to happen. Anything you put Michio Kaku on is probably not happening.
Hopefully you're right.
Like supply lines are a problem here. Just running food from one part to the other, or do you have them delivered to different parts of the line? And if that's the case,
No,
then
there's a train on the very top that can go all the way down and across. They make it look a lot more like inclusive. I can see that they're not really showing. Well, maybe they do. Like from above, you would see that it's just one line of buildings in other pictures.
right. But on the lower levels, where they eat the cockroach candy bars, right?
Right. Oh, yeah. Did you see the I posted it, but I don't know if I sent it to you or not. The greatest hits from Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab's greatest hits. It's 15 minutes. Funny. Oh, that's funny. Speaking of which, you sent me that clip of that movie that's coming up.
Oh,
is that out yet?
Is it what the creator? Is it called?
Yeah, the creator. Do you see that? It's like they have a very, very close to Klaus Schwab character in that clip, in that preview. It's like he's like the epitome of Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, I don't know Klaus Schwab. I don't watch football. You can explain.
No. He's the guy that did, you will own nothing and like it. The German guy that's like is the head of the international monetary funds, and
it's like I knew that's what you wanted to say. I don't want to just guess that.
That's what I said. The IMF guy.
Like Cotton Schwab.
Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing and like it.
You like it. You like it. You want more of it. But you can't have it.
He's like totally cast, like straight from fucking SAG. There it is.
What do you really? I mean, it's tough to actually own anything because like everything requires some kind of upkeep.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? I clicked on the video.
Requires some kind of upkeep, or even if it's just a place to store it. Nothing's actually free to have unless you can just have it on your person. But then it's hard to. I don't know, man. Like, how do you own anything?
Yeah, the idea of sharing things does make sense in a way.
I mean, I wouldn't want to share a car or a gaming chair. You know.
Yeah.
Certain things you don't want. Toasters. No.
But if there's a place for shovels, and it's they replace the shovels when they get old, and you're just going to use the best shovel that there's.
If you're not, unless you're like a fucking shoveler, you know what I mean? Like you shovel, like you know what I mean? You're like a talented digger.
Yeah.
You know, get your own fucking shovel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's yours, right? But you got to be good at that. A lot of people are not good at shoveling anyway, right? A lot of people just could go through their whole life not fucking owning a shovel. And some people never. Some people just have to have that they use it every day. So, I don't know. Not that. It's not that, man. It's just like, well, we make everything so that it breaks and so that it just winds up garbage.
Yeah.
If everything just always lasts. Yeah.
They've let it go, and it's so ridiculous. And so, I mean, they have parking lots of cars that are never going to be used intentionally because they want people to buy the new cars, right? Just a waste beyond belief right there. With the
Like
car
they'll subsidize you so you can let Elon Musk fucking make more money, right, with his electric vehicles. But they don't subsidize you so that you can go to get your car changed over to electric. What, right? You get right? Like the vehicle you drive, like you just rip out the exhaust system. You don't need that. Rip out all the brakes. No, not the brakes. The steering wheel. Just straight. But you could rip out the internal combustion stuff and just throw basically like an electric motor in there. And well, what's the conversion rate for that? If it's really important that we fucking change the shit with burning gasoline, whatever. If it was that important, maybe you can get the EV vehicle credit in California to switch your car over. But it would just be more cool. We'd live in a cooler world if like people were fucking modifying 57 Chevys and driving them bitches around electric or whatever.
Yeah, in your simulation you can do that. Have fun.
Because these gross Tesla cars are just going to wind up in the garbage anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And then we'll just have to make new vehicles unless we can like modify and reuse. But it's not the kind of culture anybody's trying to drive.
No, they don't want you just freely driving on the open road. They do not want open roads with you going wherever you want to go and having fun. They don't want that. Too much risk involved there.
But the roads are basically like a slow motion inferno. Or it's not the fire's inside the car, but the exhaust is coming out the car. You know what I mean? Almost like there was always a forest fire every road or something. Like pollution wise, kind of what's putting off.
You think? Yeah, that's also intentional, partly, right?
A weird situation, man. Anyway.
Yeah, they like to poison us slowly for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Was like Amazon going to replace the post office soon? Those bitches have got some vehicles, man.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they've got more shit on the road than mail trucks do, right? You see more post office or Amazon shit out there on the road.
Yeah. Definitely taking over.
And then Jeff Bezos. So if Jeff Bezos does that, then some I don't know, crazy. Maybe he could take over the post office. Somebody's gonna try.
Well, he pretty much has already, almost, right? As far as like this, like shipping stuff, yeah.
When you have the ability to just like infinitely roll over your profit and then just reinvest that into a different area of another divestment of your, I don't know. It's just it's monopoly type.
Yeah,
you know.
that's why we know it's not just one man doing it all. It's he's just the figurehead for a conglomerate of people collecting on the funds that he supposedly gets personally. And none of his ideas are his own. It's all just a conglomerate of people that back everything that happens with Amazon
Yeah,
or
they
Boston
have
or
AWS services, AI stuff. Now you got like AI plotting. How about that? Routing, plotting. Right, you can use all. Yeah, it's like all those servers basically can. There's an army of servers. There's an army of fucking vehicles, right? Crazy, bro. They got all this media pipe. Crazy. Amazon, right? Amazon. They're like fucking bigger than Disney. Disney's not even fucking doing it anymore. They're done.
what? They bought Star Wars.
Disney's just like the cleanup crew for pop culture at this point. They're not actually generating much.
Yeah, they got absorbed to some degree, but they absorbed a lot of other things. They're just
Because they absorbed everything else, they absorbed themselves into that.
Yeah. I wonder if
I don't know. Pretty much any kind of visual like style is synthable now. So it's like, well, the ability for a company to charm the shit out of you with like some cartoon characters, right? It's like diminished because everybody can kind of do it.
Right, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, have heritage. Disney is something that was. It's not something that is.
Right, but it forever will be at the same time.
Cinderella, Snow White, yeah, all that stuff. It's always going to be there. It's always like, yeah, it's like they're like a pop culture Vatican now, right? And then so they own all these other things. They like adopt all these other tribes into it, right? Like the tribe of Star Wars, the tribe of X-Men or whatever, right? Are all now folded into the superplex of the Disney like culture manifold. You know what I mean? Where they fucking sponge over that shit and yeah.
Right.
Gross.
I just watched an X-Men movie last night. It was one with Robert Redford in it, the White Soldier, the Winter Soldier. That was pretty good. There was something he said that was so Klaus Schwab, so New World Order. At one point, it's just like basically, we need to reduce the population. We need to reduce the population.
Like Robert Redford is the president in the continuum of the comic book series Watchmen, but he's legit the president in the X-Men. Well, I mean the Captain America universe, which is Marvel. So that's funny, isn't it? Haha.
Is he? Okay, I didn't know he played the part in the Captain America one. Or no, he was the head of the evil
Black
organization.
Panther, he's the president through basically everything, I think.
What? President?
In Marvel. He's the president in the Marvel continuum that, Sam Jackson and I mean he's not like the ancient whatever Captain American president. No. But
no, Robert Redford plays the part of the guy that's the head of the organization that
he's not the president. He's not the president? He's not the president of Black Panther?
I didn't watch Black Panther. Because that would be weird.
I thought that well, that's why I said that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I think he has played the president, although you're saying that.
You didn't watch the Watchmen series?
No, not yet.
You're holding off on it?
I started it. And then, like, you know, the comment you made about the gay shit, that they're like, it's like homoerotic relationship with those guys. Not that it bothered me, but it's just like,
We have
because
to
you
comic
mentioned
books here.
it,
What's
I
not?
didn't
What's
dig it.
that's the dynamically gay duo? Like, what's not like overtly kind of somehow? Oh, there's too many penises. Yeah, the Jeremy Iron. He makes the clone people and stuff like that. Yeah, there's all kinds of penises going on.
Yeah.
But what the first thing is about the masks, right? That's where I'm at, right? It's about the police and the masks in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm still gonna
Before
watch
any
it.
penises start getting flashed around, right? But before the TikTok, you didn't get the TikTok stuff. You didn't get the, because that's before TikTok ever happened, right? TikTok, it's used throughout the series. And then there's the vivarium that's in there. At towards the end, you'll understand what the vivarium is. And then it's a clock.
Yeah.
So there's like all these like weird things that are thrown in there. Oh, but then there's more penises. We got Black Dr. Manhattan penises. You get all the selection. The rainbow of penises is available in this series. But it's so weird, all these other things that are buried in there that are really anchoring the shit. I know.
They should rename it. They should rename it Watchmen's Penises.
Now I'm starting to think that anytime that there are penises, that they're like red herring, obfuscation, subterfugations. So like, I'm after it now. Like, if there's penises, I think there's truth behind there. Yeah. It only makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a cock blockbuster.
Listen, I go to recommend it to you, and then you're like, I don't see the symbols you're recommending to me. All I see are the penises. You must be queer. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do.
I'm recommending this. The caveat is I did not recommend it for the penis.
Because this is how they're firewalling off the cognitive pre-programming. You don't understand what I'm saying, man. This is not. No, I'm like an info scientist here, bro. This is not just. I'm not just. But you got to follow the dick trail here, because it's like, why is it happening like that? So I don't know. That's also another pop culture thing here, man. I don't know.
So, by the way, Robert Redford's character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the Secretary of the World Security Council.
Okay. I'm fucking stupid.
Which may as well be the president, I guess.
I don't guess there is a president.
No, they do. I think they do a president.
Who the hell's Gary Chandler? Anyway. All right.
Oh, yeah. Who the hell is he?
Robert Redford's not the president? I'm hurting now. I don't know what to do.
I thought he died.
Well, I guess there's no reason for me to have mentioned Watchmen. Now it just seems like I'm obsessed with penises. This sucks. This is the trap.
Gary Chandler died. He must have died right after that.
You ever look at the cover of The Little Mermaid?
Oh, yeah. Big spires. Towering underwater.
Look at it again. Tell
the
me
cover?
what you see. Yeah. Tell me what you see.
Yeah, they're pretty shameless about it now.
The whole it's a little bit, the whole thing is psychosexual anyway. She's like, it's like the story like of mermaids. I don't know, in this category here. How does she just get legs? Right? There's like a spell or whatever. But she gets she's wet, and then she gets legs so that she can meet a dude to have sex eventually, right? And then we're all like, and then it's the whole movie is psychosexual.
Yeah. Speaking of mermaids, there was a thing on Admiral Byrd that I watched the other day that it had this plaque that was like he was like a Freemason of a certain group, and when they went to Antarctica, they built a Freemasonic lodge there, and the lodge had like a seal that had these mermaids on it, but the mermaids had two legs. Like had two, like it wasn't just one fin, it was two fins for legs. And it was the Order of the Penguin, in fact. Must be where must be what IPS is connected to somehow loosely, maybe.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
It's obvious now in hindsight, or in leg sight.
Yeah.
Floppy leg sight. Like, what is it? I've definitely seen a bunch of floppy leg looking things out there. I'm never sure about it. The Romans, Abraxas, you guys got snake legs. How do you walk on snake legs, dude? Even Voldemort can't pull that shit
Very
off.
literally. You could do the moonwalk, I bet, a lot better.
Yeah, if Michael Jackson has snake feet, yeah. You're
Right?
talking about some serious dancing.
Right?
Yeah.
Some slithering.
It's like a fourth dimensional dance bugger. Anyway.
Speaking of snake legs, there's an octopus video I'll post right now, and you can tell me if you think it's real or not. Like, supposedly gets loose, and it's very well done if it's fake, but, you know, a couple of them. There's also this other video I'll post along with it that's pretty crazy from Turkey. Post that one right now. There's this dragon they show in the middle clip of this video, and they don't point out that there's a dragon there, but I just happen to notice it in the middle clip. I'll have to put the little screenshot in there to show you what to look for. But this dragon, this black shadowy dragon figure jumping from building to building.
Yeah.
I don't think it's real, obviously, but
yeah. I was already kind of thinking this was about 70% fake, but
yeah, it's done so subtly that they did it well. If it's fake, because you expect it to be like, oh, look at the dragon, and it's not even in the title. It's just in the middle clip of this video. Jumping from place to place. But there's this other one about what was I saying before that? Oh, the octopus video. That's right. It's this one here. It crushes a car.
Car crushing. Oh, then there's the giant squid thing from Watchmen too. Squid attack.
Oh yeah.
Did you remember what that was about? It's basically all reference to 9/11. It's an illusion. It's an A. Squid attack.
Squid attack. This could just be octopus pure porn. Everybody, just to let you know.
I don't know. I thought that was an interesting feature to that show.
No, I have to watch it. Gary Shandling plays a senator. Plays a senator in the Marvel comics, though.
In the dimension of Watchmen, 9/11 never happens, but a giant interdimensional octopus attack happens on New York, and it destroys New York. And and there's some kind of brain explosion that basically just knocks people dead for miles and miles around this explosion. And then, as sort of just to keep people all sort of rattled still, these sometimes pockets will happen where a bunch of little baby squids will start just showering on the roadway, and then they just splatter on cars, and then they kind of evaporate. And it just keeps people sort of on edge. Is there going to be another event? Is there going to be another thing that happens? It's an evil plan. Right?
What do you think they're going to do next? What do you think the next big event is that they might try?
I don't know. Gotta switch gears. Think that way.
I'm looking for another dragon video I happened to come upon recently. Since you kind of do think that there was dragons, right? At one point? No? If you had to bet all your money, you would say there was never any dragons.
What you tell me? Like it can't be like big snakes or sea snakes or
No, I mean like the typical, like a little bit more close to what they're showing us in Game of Thrones.
Oh no. No, people just like did mushrooms.
Well, a pterodactyl is kind of like a dragon. I mean, if maybe it's like that's their. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities, given that we do have lizards that
I
fly.
think basically it just began. I don't know. Like think about it like this, man. If you have a culture that for, I don't know, given fucking, I don't know, 30 generations, 20 generations, it's probably more like 50, have just been like building a sort of religious, spiritual concept around the serpent or the dragon based on psychedelic stuff going on, because people are always going to be taking mushrooms. Every time they kind of reach an age, they're going to get a sacrament of mushroom wine and mushroom wafer, and they get like inducted into this kind of concept where everybody just like kind of believes the dragon. Like it's a thing we know about, but it's not something that we ever see. But we're all about it. It's like a
I thought you were making a point the other day that there's so many references to it that it seems like it might have been something real.
No, the whole thing is referencing the people that were about dragons or serpents, But that's the Sarmatian and Scythian people.
So you think it was always just a myth?
They're the mother of dragons. That's the whole dragon thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's also that like other people had like iron blades or like kind of brittle blades or whatever, and that these guys had like superior steel that like fucked their shit up. And that's like the Valerian steel that I don't know, man. It's like it all kind of like works into the narrative of
I would imagine there might have been something like a dragon at some point. Like it's not totally crazy when you think about it. Like it's a lizard in the sky. But I don't think that people rode them. I would bet that people never rode them if there were dragons. How about that?
There are like geckos that are like built like tree squirrels, that like flying tree squirrels. But that's, to me, as far as my research has yielded, there are no lizards with wings on them.
Well, there's that one.
Like that has a set of bat wings on it. Does it?
No, it's not like a wing. It's flat. It's like flaps. But I mean, it looks like wings, but I think it's like a toad that flies, like a flying toad or something.
No. So no dragons existed like Game of Thrones. It's just fantasy.
Could be an environmental thing. The reason they don't exist anymore. I don't know.
It's a fantasy, but also something that I think is quasi-religious, and I think that's why it's like basically that they've tried to codify it as a dinosaur dinosaurania. I don't know what we just said, but just the whole idea of these like giant lizards is in some way like a legitimizing of the myth of dragons, because we just already are making those connections, whether the teacher tells you can or not. You know what I mean? Like it's just like if they go together, they're big reptiles, fearsome in size and stature, right? And then there's the fire breathing shit. Like I don't know, but then really the whole dragon thing makes much more sense. That the mythos comes from like the China, basically, and from the concept that a lot of the dragon spirits and stuff like that they talk about are really like rivers and shit. These like water dragons in a long line, linear serpentine kind of things. they carry all this life. But also in ancient times, there would have been that whole Yellow River would have been populated by alligators all up and down it. So it would have been a dangerous place to go. But that's another thing, because the Nile River also alligators, right? But it's also the lifeblood that brings everything. It's also kind of a dragon. Yeah, I mean, I just came up with a whole bunch of connections between the god Indra, the Hindu god Indra. He's like a pretty good hero. He's the guy that actually creates the Vajra from the monk leg bone to battle the sky problem.
I think the Vajra had something more. They were more than just a stabby weapon. I think there was something to it.
Right. And then north of there is this guy, Rostan, out of the Iranian sort of pantheon. Now, there's a lot of similarities between these two guys. And we'll get into it. We were talking about Vajra yesterday because Sunshine claimed that UFO technology is based on Vajras or whatever. Come to look at combinations of things that make it, because I know there was like a fresco of Zeus. I could not find it yesterday, but he was holding the pronged Vajra, attacking like a lion. Oh, it was like he was fighting Abzu. Maybe I could find it through that route. Thanks for not helping, but letting me talk. Anyway, then there are other Grecian sculptures of Zeus, like holding the lightning bolt, but the lightning bolt looks a lot like a Vajra. And that the Vajra itself looks like some kind of plasmatic flame, some of these designs, and then some of them are very stylized and curved in and stuff like that. So
wasn't anything to it. Why was there so many of them is the question, right? Somebody wants to be on stage, I guess.
I'm putting out 3 gods: Zeus, Indra, and Rostan. All of these 3 seem to be connected.
Natural override. Okay. Trying to look for this guy is trying to get unmuted. He's no longer here, I don't think, though. I guess. Sorry if I missed him.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully this isn't what's his name? Rob Noxious that caused the scene the other day.
Oh yeah, that guy can't be allowed back here. That guy's fucking cooked.
Did he come back and cause even more destruction? He was on the other server causing all kinds of stuff.
He was all fucked up in here in the chat, and I guess somebody took him away. Thank goodness he was being just psychotoxic.
He was threatening to
psychotoxic
report servers. Was he in here reporting threatening to report servers and shit?
He was chemically imbalanced, triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah. But somebody should really understand that just because other people have other ideas, it doesn't mean that they get to play crusading vigilante cyber jerk off sort of, right? I don't know.
He doesn't realize how bad it makes his side look, or how valid it makes us look to have him freak out. If he thinks it's stupid, then there's no reason to be upset whatsoever, right, Danny?
We were on here for hours talking about health and talking about all kinds of different stuff. You know what I mean? It had nothing to. I think actually the whole run of probably about 8 hours. There was we didn't talk about ground or shapes or cosmology. It was not part, you know what I mean? So that can happen too. And what does that mean? Just freak out any kind of conversation because we believe in a certain thing. We're subject to having weirdo patrol from the internet, Rob Noxious, come and cyber stalk everybody, and they say so that he can have a purpose. Right, this is a sign that Rob's already lost the fucking fight here for his ball. 1, 2, it's he should never be allowed here. What a fucking tool.
He's like, oh yeah, you can kick me. I'll just come back with one of my hundreds of sock accounts. I reported all these other people. They got taken down from the internet, and I'll do the same to you. Just wait. That's what he was saying in the other server.
Yeah.
And this
And then,
guy,
like,
maybe it was him because he said, "Oh no, I'm not in the VC anymore." I don't know who the guy was, but he doesn't want to be let in anymore.
and
But
then,
yeah,
like,
you
it
think there's
didn't.
nothing to the Vajra? You think it was just a symbol? I don't know. I think the Vajra might have
Okay,
had.
so we always mention the Vajra, we never mention the bell.
Yeah, the bell. You know what? It's similar to the facies in that the facies is always seen with another symbol that stands for like peace and prosperity more so than maybe the actual weapon that it was. So it could be something along those lines. But what's the whole connection with the bell and the Vajra? Well, why was it with the bell?
They're a pair.
For what reason, though? You didn't look into that
Well, the
part?
Vajra itself, like the curved Vajra, is from at some point in a period of time where they're like, "Yeah, we don't have pronged ones anymore, dude. That's we're peaceful now." It's like after some kind of wartime. It's like the wartime. I don't know version of it.
So why'd the bell come in?
Bell's the feminine principle. The Vajra's the male principle.
Ah, okay.
But the top of the
something.
bell, the handle of the bell, is a half of a Vajra, right? So
Okay.
So there's that. Have you ever looked up Dagobahs at a Siam?
Dagobahs.
Yeah,
like the
out
planet
of Star Wars and shit.
Star Wars.
Yeah. Look it up. And you'd be like, whoa.
Okay, Dagobahs from where?
Just Dagobah, and then maybe just an A at the end, and then Siam, SIAM. Yeah. Siam, I am. I do not like green eggs and ham.
Siam.
Siam, I am. Siam. See him. I don't see him.
All right. I'll find it for you.
Who's saying something? Somebody's saying something over here.
Siam's in Bangkok.
Ah, what's up? What's up? How you doing, Carlos?
I like that video that you posted of those AI generated number 3. That was a really good. There's quite a few good points in that debate.
Oh yeah, the one that Drace did. The Drace from the 24/7 did those. I just happened to hear him on 24/7 playing them, and I recorded it.
Yeah,
Funny.
you could get the narrative. You could get those arguments and break it down and simplify it and put it into a song. I think.
Yeah, those were funny. I heard you and Snack talking about that. Snack was like, "No way that Dave's messing with the AI without telling me about it." He was right. I was just recording someone else's AI stuff. But yeah, those are funny.
But those points are also true. I don't think that anyone could debate against the argument, really.
You mean the one I don't know which part you're talking about now, but you mean like
the whole part number 3.
Yeah, he nails it. I mean, he wrote the whole script for that. He did a good job of nailing especially the ludicrousness of Fight the Flat Earth and what's his name? The other guy. The other guy that I have no attention or care for, but have to know about because of this discussion and what role he plays as the ridiculous person he represents. And if you have to insult people personally, you've lost already. Like, if that's your tactic, That's why I can't stand what QE does. Like, no matter how right he might be, if he's just like attacking people without giving them a chance to talk, it's like it doesn't help anybody. Right?
You're cutting out.
You're having to
You're
resort.
cutting out.
Oh shit, my mic's going down.
Say that again.
The thing I said about QE. Is that what you asked me to say again? QE attacks the people, like attacks, like possibly like validly interested people because they don't know everything. He just has to call them a cran muncher and yell at them. I mean, like that's just like so useless, so weird.
Yeah. Imagine getting emotionally and personally invested in somebody on the internet.
Right?
Really? What's really going on?
Putting those AI. If you haven't heard them, Snack, I'm putting those in that chat if you're interested at all. If anybody is.
I'm pretty sure I've heard you say the same arguments verbatim, like in some of your discussions.
Yeah, I
I
might have.
think
Yeah.
you nailed down to a T, like a photographic memory.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. I've been talking about this topic forever. We all kind of have like the basics of what what the FE versus flat or the FE versus globe ideas are. So it's just like, and a lot of it, is not applicable anymore. I think the what I usually come in with as far as like debating it is the airplane thing. Like this, you can't even land a fucking airplane. And I'm sorry, it's over. It's over right there. The discussion should go no further. We do not live in a spinning ball. You cannot land an airplane. You're never going to be in sync with the Earth. And I don't know why it's so acceptable for people when they don't. I don't know. It's really hard for people to conceive it. Even a lot of flat earthers have a hard time just like understanding that you would not be in sync. You can't just like think about like having the faith that they would have to have in the atmosphere pushing them to be in like perfect sync with the earth somehow. Like what faith it would take to like if you really were on a spinning ball and you understand all the dynamics and the way planes would fly and how you would have to like just depend on the atmosphere to push you into this like perfect sync with the earth that's spinning, and then you go into a fucking uh jet stream that's supposedly pushing you 200 miles per hour faster than the supposed speed of the earth, and you come out of that and somehow you're just landing it on a perfectly seeming stationary earth, and somehow it's still spinning, and that makes perfect sense to people. What? No, it's over. It's over right there. No more ball earth discussion. You cannot land planes. We all fly in planes. We know the runway doesn't move. End of discussion.
But gravity.
Right. Gravity is what they need to like keep the earth, keep the thing spinning with the earth, but it's not going to keep you in sync with the spin. Like there's a tangential velocity and all that gradient. That's the problem. But it doesn't work at all because the atmosphere is not in sync anyway. They have to say lockstep but not lockstep. Like major contradiction. And the even if it was lockstep, you'd never be able to fly anywhere because the atmosphere would keep you in lockstep to the point where you couldn't move the plane. Couldn't fly against the spin. It's over. That's it. Done. Right, Danny? Danny's always in here like just lurking. Oh, did he leave? Yeah, I called him out a bit ago. That Danny dude. He wrote some book that I think someone was saying that it was like a total straw man of both positions, like about the ether. It's funny, like made some like statement about QE's position compared to Witset's, and both were wrong. Anyway, the ether is the most interesting thing I think now, as far as the discussion goes, where it might go. That's the thing they really don't want us knowing about or talking about. That's what makes me suspicious of QE and Nathan too. Doesn't make any sense to say it's not a topic that can be talked about. For context alone, it needs to be talked about.
Did you see what I did, man? I fucking tied it up in a bow now. Went right from Dagobah's to Ahsoka. All through
Did you
Sri
post
Lanka,
something?
man.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I was way like retarded on my spelling, but I also may just be retarded. But anyway, like, do you see all those buildings I posted? I just figured it's easy to just grab a bunch of them. And they're all like out of like probably in the BC, you know what I mean? Like 300 BC or 200 BC or something. And they all look like bells, sort of like with a handle on top. It's like a resonance.
Okay.
Like on Dagobah, Yoda lives in a little dome house. And the king of that time was the King Ahsoka, which is like a current like expansion.
Okay, I got it. Yep. They call these stupa as well, right? Stupa.
You call me stupid?
Don't call me stupa.
Call me a stupa. Yeah.
Basically like a stupa.
So like I just think that there's something to do with the energy translation of like the handbell being something that they utilized as like part of prayer, meditation, you know what I mean? Frequencies. I don't know.
Generator.
Right.
Sure.
But there also could be like, I don't know, some other like weirdo UFO science person coming at it from another angle be like, oh yeah, there's a resonance translation from the bell to the Vajra, you know, that this is sacred, you know, masculine, feminine, you know, energy. Ooh, I don't know.
Well, anything dome-like in nature is definitely resonant generator of some sort, right?
There's just something to it, like it's more so, yeah, that it's part of a pair, but that the Vajra is the masculine, like totem. It's like a totem after a while, though, right? It's just like a religious object, sort of like a.
Yeah, it seems like they keep that. My take on that and the facies, you know, the facies thing, right? This bundle of sticks, you know, is wrapped up with an axe thing on the top of it. It seems like a terrible weapon. Like there's no reason like you wouldn't use the axe like that. Why would they have an axe on the bundle of sticks? You know, so it became like a symbol of prosperity and peace or whatever. And they still have it like on presidential, you know, like behind the president as he's talking to us and stuff. But there's a guy that like, you know, shows how those actually were a magnetic weapon, and he recreates it and shoots it. And maybe the axe was there. I'm thinking, well, the axe actually works. It may not have actually been an axe, or maybe it was an axe that also doubled as a shoulder harness, like so you could rest it on your shoulder and aim. And this guy recreates it, and it's basically just a magnetic, like spear thrower. Seen that video?
Is there electrical coil around it or something?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
you can see the wrap.
High voltage solenoid.
Yep. Exactly. And so now it's just thought of it. They don't want people making those because it's really easy to make on your own.
Yeah, well, you could do like a there's a type of winding. You know, it might actually be used in the geometry of like the way that the some of the Vajras seem to be like a bunch of sort of like tendrils sort of coiled in some kind of way through the handle piece. Although a lot of them just like kind of terminate in a little ball in the middle, actually.
Here's the guy that
ancient
makes
fidget spinners, basically. What?
Here, I'll post a video of the guy that makes one of those things and shows how it would work. But yeah, that's kind of like another secret in plain sight, like you're seeing it on the symbols, but it's supposed to only be symbolic, but actually it was the weapon that was used.
Yeah, it's in there. It's like a story. Maybe.
I don't know. It seems like it's one of those things they don't put out there as like it's on the coin, it's on the dime, it's on the back of the dime, right? But it's like why is it just a symbol? Like what was the reason for the symbol? You know, like even if it wasn't a weapon, why did they make it with like an axe and a bundle of sticks? Like what's that supposed to represent? Is there another explanation? There is actually, but it's pretty dumb.
Yeah, it might just be pretty dumb. Who knows?
It's too prominent to just be dumb. Most things like that aren't just dumb. A bundle of rods with a projecting axe blade carried by a lictor in ancient Rome as a symbol of a magistrate's power and used as an emblem of authority in fascist Italy. Nothing about the weaponry of it. Fasces is a bound bundle of wooden rods, sometimes included an axe with its blade emerging. The fasces is an Italian symbol. You know, they don't say anything about the weaponry of it. Yeah, if it was just to use the axe, it makes no sense.
Or it could be like a battering ram, some kind. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I looked into this like pretty deeply because I was like, I want to know what these things are, and I have tons of downloads they were actually made of, and it was a coil, it was like a copper coil around it, and I would bet if I had to bet my money one way or another, it was an actual weapon, that electromagnetic weapon. They like, basically didn't want us to have any electromagnetic weapons or knowledge of anything because we live in an electric world. And anybody that realizes that we're in an electric world starts utilizing the electric advantages that they could have and make all on their own, and they don't want that. That's my take. Includes the ether.
Yeah.
That whole comp, there was a comp I actually put in the server with all the weapons that I had. All the ancient tech weapons. And the whole Mercury thing was another thing. I was getting triggered listening to people just say, oh yeah, it's all fucking fake. Red Mercury is just a fucking myth. I don't think so. I think there was something to it. I think there's a lot of subterfuge around it.
Like there's a whole.
I think it definitely. The mirror stuff is fake. I don't think that it doesn't show up in a mirror. I think that's something to make it look stupid on purpose.
See, I think what it's like that the Red Mercury is mentioned like in shit, I don't know what book. There's like some kind of Vedic book that it's mentioned in, but it's like a sulfate of like a red sulfate of mercury.
Yeah. They may not have
like,
special properties beyond regular mercury even, but they did use it for thermometers. Thermometers used to have red mercury supposedly, and tubes within like devices.
No, stop it.
No?
Just
what?
Let me just get this.
That's what I was finding out. What are you saying? That's not true.
When was a red mercury in anything? Like I've never seen anything like that.
Well, that's why I'm saying it, because you don't know everything that I know necessarily.
Yeah, like I've heard the claim that it existed within electronics and stuff, but I've never seen anything.
Radios and stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of There's all kinds of
Various
people
tubes.
saying it's like breaking down a radio and showing the tube with the red mercury in it.
Right. Or I've been to like people who are
I don't
like
know why that's a
ham
claim.
radio, like Super Pack Rat had every fucking thing in the world, and I never seen something like that, like where it was red in color, you know. So I just never seen it. That's
I'm
all.
just trying to understand why the claim would be fake. Maybe it is, but why that would be like a
Okay,
random claim?
so but why like why the Falconelli stuff too? You know, with that alchemy, is that like
Well,
coincidentally
yeah.
like
Sometimes
it's
there's fake stuff. Sometimes there's fake stuff that only seems fake, but there's actually something to it.
so if people were trying to make like some kind of crazy wonder weapon or something like that in World War II, right? And they were all looking to like get leads on it, you know, like under right because there was a program for that. So if people were like trying to scour for alleged old historical documents, right? Like Indiana Jones clearly depicts and shows that these guys were like after all these historic legendary items, right? Even if they're right, but just for the fact that like, oh, if we uncover that, then we'll be able to give it to our scientists and reveal the mysteries, right? That the ancient power or whatever. I don't know. That concept, like, it rings pretty true, you know, especially with the bell and all these other things, right?
What about that show you like, the reality show that's kind of like a little
You're
bit?
just gonna trip off on it now?
No, I'm saying that the show you like that they're digging for something. I've never heard of it.
Oak
I was
Island?
gonna.
No. I want to stay on this. What it
Is it
is
finding stuff that we didn't know about?
stop it, stop it. You're going off on another topic. This is about the concept that this red mercury can be one of a couple different things that might have been a honeypot for intelligentsia during World War II to try to track down high-ranking people that were working for Nazi intelligentsia or architectural or historical collectors that were then getting things to the Reich in some way, right? So, have you heard of the alchemist myth, the Falconelli stuff? Also,
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of precedes the whole like nuke bomb thing, which kind of relates all back to alchemy then. And I don't know, it's like an interesting pathway to look, but that was also something that was fished around for. You know, there's like people like call up and they're like, you know, trying to get a certain book or a certain thing because they think it's got the secrets in it. You know,
Right.
yeah. I mean, how do you play like it's before the internet? Like, how do you like spook out like you know certain people to like get into a network? Like you have to
Yeah.
play like kind of spy games like this shit. I
What
think
was that? What was the claim about what it's supposed to do though? Like what was like red mercury?
with Red Mercury, I think. Well, okay,
Yeah.
so like if you go with that, is it not in that Viamana text? Is it not like talked about that there's some kind of mercury propulsion thing within the Viamanica Sastra where everybody like thinks that that's some real shit, but it's just some channeled stuff, like probably by some
I haven't read it.
tripped out
I haven't
con
read
man.
that.
But it's where everybody's Viamana's quotes are kind of coming from. If they're not just that, like, oh yeah, like the god Indra has got like a chariot in the sky and it's pulled by horses. You know what I mean? That's like their, like it's very related to like I guess like even the Grecian concept. You know, it's that because it's something unknown to Americans that we would rather believe that they had like flying vehicles than that they have similarities in their formings of thought to you know Zoroastrianism to Greek stuff, right? They talk about like that there's a you know we see like a craft or something like that, but it's really that they're just trying to explain you know like that the god that they're talking about like is is the thing in the sky moving around, you know.
Right. Yeah.
That's their space program. That's their NASA at the time, right? There's always a NASA that's trying to just like be like, yeah, it's probably
Right.
incredibly. You could say that it looks like that, right? Like Indra looks like maybe he's the sun. I don't know. Maybe he's in a chariot, right? Hey, you don't know. Okay, so we just draw it.
Yeah. I don't assume anything. I just some of it seems like it's well covered by myths that are sometimes not so mythy, but made out to be very super, you know, out of this world. That might have been actually out of this world, but that kind of stuff they make sure bunch of subterfuges attached to it, so people write it off as myth. That happens sometimes.
This is ancient aliens. This is all what the ancient aliens mop up is. It's picking up all these loose ends.
There's something to ancient tech. You don't think there was ancient tech?
I'm talking about ancient aliens.
Well, yeah, but I just consider that ancient ancestors. Out of founders.
Ancient tech, like what? I mean,
like electromagnetic.
I think that there's ancient tech people don't even talk about. There's ancient tech like in mining, construction, hydrology, dredges, all kinds of technology nobody gives a fuck about because it has nothing to do with like ethers or plasmas or something. Or
yeah, plasma, ether, all that shit. They don't want people
using radio. You know what I mean? Like some kind of, as for unknown or unexploited technology that existed then that we do not heretofore to have any connection to, so cannot use. So it's like just some legendary mithril, you know what I mean, that we're searching for within this. But there are real other things that they did, you know, that we can find. So I prefer to like.
What do you think volcanoes are like? Could it not be like waste piles from like ancient mining and all of those toxins and
good theory.
The different mix of the elements together causing, you know, the lava to form?
Well, the shape of them does kind of lend itself to possibly being a man-made hill rather than an actual natural one.
Right.
It would make a lot of sense. It was another video I didn't watch the other day called Volcanoes or Gold Mines. Like that's where they're making the gold, and that's to keep people away from it by making it a scary place to go.
How they like they're still mining it today, like somehow like through tunnels or something.
Maybe, yeah. Well, there's actual tunnels, like lava tunnels that you can walk through, right? Like supposedly they're cleared out by lava, and then they get like emptied out somehow, and now they're just like remaining tunnels. That's the theory, at least. I'm definitely convinced that the melting buildings things is not just completely ridiculous. There's definitely mountains that were buildings. It makes no sense at all to have windows that are like melted from the top and like just like the theory is that people went up there and like dug out these malformed windows that are like perfectly square at the bottom, but like somehow like melted in at the top. It's definitely something to that whole like mountains sometimes were castles, and they don't want us to know about that. Like a wall made out like in the middle of nowhere, like leading to this like high mountain.
There do seem to be some types of super construction techniques that like would make the pyramid look easy.
No,
yeah,
especially India.
I'm not making your claims per se, but like,
Indian stuff for sure. Like that's like beyond what what the pyramids did. The intricacy, like even that Sri Lanka picture, like yeah, and the uncoverings in India are far more flabbergasting. But go ahead, sorry.
I don't know. It was like in Mexico, they're looking at this. It's a temple complex, but underneath it, they're saying that there was like a whole underground city, like with streets and marketplaces and stuff, like
really,
like a mall.
That recent,
basically, you know.
Is that recent? Something recently that you found, or
that's
is that
recent? Yeah, they're doing some tomographic stuff. I mean, it's not like some high value like budget that they're throwing at this thing. So. Yeah.
Well, apparently there was this liquid that they used to make, and they could pour it onto stone and turn it into clay, and then you could just mold it, and that's how they dug out the obelisks, the big obelisks.
Yeah, they may have had some kind of like pre-soak method and extraction or something like that. It may have to do something with like them extracting metals or.
Yeah,
it seems like there's like a whole mining.
Yeah,
there's even like pipes that'll just find like in China, like just coming out of the ground. You know what I mean? That 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 were like air vents for like mining shafts and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like some crazy like
Delirium 7, he did something on his channel where some dudes were climbing in the mountains through these caves, and the innards of the caves resembled really closely to like the inner ear canal of a Titan. Like,
what was it?
you
What
know,
was the channel?
Delirium 7.
Delirium 7. Oh, I
You
remember
mean
that channel.
Stellium?
What's it called?
Stellium 7.
Yeah. That's the one. It's my accent, I'm sure. Yeah, that was really cool because like the intricacy of the markings on the inside of the cave were identical to what you'd find if you were using a device to see inside an ear canal.
Is that the same channel that did like you walk inside the elephant, like it was a giant elephant? Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah.
Unveiling a Titan. Yeah.
yeah. I for real do not fancy, but okay.
And I think that Smurf was kind of like, he might have been a little bit hyperactive, but where he was going with his information, I mean, if he's in a clear sort of more of a sober mind, I think he could explain like what we're talking about now really in great detail. He's got a lot of research like days calculated for this topic.
Who?
Remember him, Smith?
Oh yeah, because he's
Smurf.
extremely Titanic. Yeah. I mean, why would you think that like stuff would just start so huge like that? You know, and then you need to introduce like all kinds of things that were different to support like a hypothetical kind of life forms.
Well, the whole
What
idea is that
what
bigger trees and bigger people and bigger everything, and then
okay, and then they need bigger food, and then it's just like so like, and then we eventually get to like, well, shit just evolves perfectly, or it doesn't evolve at all. It's just like forms but giant. You know what I mean? Like, that's some kind of some. We might as well get into like, just get Norse with it. You know what I mean? So it's just giant man and a giant cow was the first two things, and a giant land, and that's where we go.
Well, actually, there's a interesting Bible. It's called the Ryrie Study Bible. Ryrie, I believe. My dad has one. Now, this is the only Bible I've ever seen where the first page footnotes are larger than the actual Bible text. And in the bottom, in the footnotes, it says that this is not a reference to Tiamat, the dragon in the Babylonian creation story, the Enuma Elise. So, and it's referring to when it says God created the heavens and the earth, and then it says the face of the waters and the deep, and it says that the waters and the deep do not refer to Tiamat. So I don't know why they got that in there, but it's just interesting.
that is interesting. How do you spell it again?
Oh, what is it?
RY.
Yeah, it's RYRIE, I believe. Let me look. Yeah, Ryrie Study Bible. RYRIE.
Cool. Thanks for that. I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's a lot of interesting things about the Bible, especially when you have better comprehension of the words that they're giving you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like do you know what Jesus and Cain have in common?
What's that?
They were both conceived.
What am I missing something?
Well, so if you go and you read the Bible, when it talks about children being born, right, of parents, it's interesting because on Cain's side, there's a lot of conceiving before the children are born, but on Seth's side, there's no conceiving at all. Now, there's two definitions to the word conceive. So just if you look it up, you'll see.
Okay. Well, one was a cloning, right? No?
What do you mean?
Oh, well, there's the whole idea that that the Nephilim, like there was never like just an Adam and an Eve. It was the Adamic race, and the Adams and the Eves. There was a whole race of people that were made for. Like there was a whole race before the Adamic race, and that those were the gold diggers, and then there was the man that was made to work in the dirt, and it wasn't Adam from the dirt. It was for the dirt, and the translation's been completely, misrepresented. It was actually that they were taking, like, and the whole Eve being made from the rib was actually the reference was to a part of the body that they still use today, for where they actually get the stem cells from, and that we might have been cloned from the Nephilim, along with some dumbed down DNA, so we would be more worker like and obedient. And that's I'll post what Michael Brenner's take. He took 30 different translations of the Bible, and he's saying this is actually what it's saying. Not to say that none of the Bible's true. It's just that this seems like this is the best I can come up with. Here's the actual letters. Here's the translation, and it seems like these were races of people that were cloned, not born. And maybe that's what I thought you were getting at. I don't know.
Well, it's a possibility. I mean, so the definition here, I'll look up the definition of conceived so that you can. Okay, now it's two meanings, right? So the first is create by fertilizing an egg. She was conceived when her father was 49. The second, form or devise a plan or idea in the mind.
Right. Okay. So one's an idea and one's a real reality.
Yeah. And like I said, Cain, it's in the beginning. Cain was conceived. Abel was not. Jesus was also conceived.
There's the Michael Brenner take on interpreting the Bible, by the way. Interesting. So what's your take on that? Like, one's conceived and one's not. So one's conceptual only, and one was actually born, or one was not even conceptual. What?
Well, so if there's some kind of like, if we look at the book of Enoch, right, and we accept that the serpent in the garden was actually one of the sons of God that came down, right? How exactly are they mating with the women, right? Because I mean, some people also think that the one who tricked Eve into eating the apple had sex with her, and then Cain came from that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense.
That Cain came from serpent.
Yeah,
Father?
So the Cain's father was, I think it's Azazel, the one who told Eve that she wouldn't die if she ate the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he he beguiled her, I guess, and I think that means some kind of sexual thing as well. I'm not really sure, but it's just interesting because, like I said, on the side of Cain, when you read the birthing of children, there's a whole bunch of conceiving, but on Seth's side, there's no conceiving. Children are just born. And there's other places in the Bible where negative children are conceived, like the one where the woman has a son or something like that, and God says his name shall be "You will not weep for me" or something like that. He was also conceived. I can't remember what is that. And I don't know how familiar you are with the Bible, so.
No, I'm not a big Bible guy, to be honest. So yeah, I wouldn't be the one to like reference it. But
okay, yeah, but the
what
Bible's
you're
actually.
saying.
Go ahead.
I said what you're saying is very interesting. Can you hear me? Did I cut out?
Yeah. No. Okay, yeah. So Gomer. Let's see. She also conceived. Punish the house of Jehu. Okay, yeah. And the Lord said to him, "Call his name Jezreel, for yet a little while, and I will punish the house of Jehu for the blood of Jezreel." So these were I'm assuming these were on. See, and then this is weird too, right? Okay, sorry. This is the book of Hosea. 1:6. It doesn't even say that he went to Gomer. She conceived again and bore a daughter. See, it doesn't even say that she had sex.
What translation are you using, by the way? Right now,
This is
looking at.
this is the. Hold on. The Revised Standard Version.
Okay.
It's from 1953.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like what version do you go by? Like if you look at that article, like there's 30 different translations he has to go through to figure out what it seems like they're even saying about like a lot of this stuff about any of this, where we came from, if there was ever like any kind of truth to it being like, because the Adam and Eve thing just doesn't make any sense on so many levels. It was just one man, one woman. That never made any sense.
Yeah, that never made any sense either. I also never understood how, because people refer to God as a he. I could never understand how a man created life. How does that work? Right,
Yeah, that reference bothers me too.
Yeah, everyone knows that you'll never find a man without a mother.
Right.
So
makes me think of what I was just reading about bees. Did you know that male bees don't have a father?
Yeah, wait. Okay, so the queen just makes clones, isn't that what it is?
There's like an egg. It's like an egg. The eggs that are fertilized become the worker bees, which are all female, and the drone bees never get fertilized by a male. They're just somehow are born straight from the unfertilized egg.
And ants are kind of weird like that too, aren't they?
I have no idea about the ants, but it was interesting about the bees. Because there's one queen. There's one queen, and like all of the drone's only purpose, is to fuck the queen, is to impregnate the queen, but not their own queen, of course. And they have to, there has to be other colonies to go searching for the queen of another colony because you don't want to inbreed. So there's like a whole network going on, and if there's inbreeding going on, then there's a lot more. It's apparent, supposedly, like the weaker bees and shorter lives, and then once the queen, this is very interesting. It's like once the queen is no longer doing her job, which is to produce, many more bees, like on the daily, then they all like surround the queen bee and like attack her. Like all of them just swarm around her and suffocate her. It's crazy. And then they have to choose. Then they have to choose a new queen. And the only way to have a new queen is to feed the from the fetal stage, feed the queen royal jelly,
And
like
then
a royal.
And they get like a 3-member panel, and they let them perform stage acts, and then that's how they select the queen.
Yeah, they wear banners and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, insects are really weird.
Yeah, but that's crazy that like that, and that was the reason I found the bee thing is looking up what Snack was talking about with the Fibonacci sequence, and there's an interesting parallel to how the Fibonacci sequence works similarly. If you compare the way that the female bee will have a two parents, but the male bee will only have one parent. And it's if you started counting like with 1, 1, 2, and 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5. But if you started with just the 1, which would be the male bee, or if you started counting from 1, 2 instead of concluding 0, which would make it 0, 1, 1. Then you would go 1 plus 2 is 3, and then it would be a whole other set of numbers, and you could compare those with the mating or the reproductive results in bees, which is interesting. But yeah, I'll post that article about bees since I'm talking about it. But I sent it to Snack, I think, recently. It was a PDF actually. But yeah, bees are fascinating, like very fascinating. Like the fact that they all communicate and they all know exactly what each other. It's a total hive mind, literally, going on there. Like they don't have to spread the word. They just all know what they're supposed to do.
I remember I was on a beach, and there's these little tiny birds, and they just have little beaks, and they just kind of peck through the sand and wait for the waves to kind of wash up and then go away. You've seen those kind of birds before, little beach birds. Well, they're like a little flock, right?
Yeah. They're eating something out of the sand. Yeah.
Well, they're small, right? And then they're small, and so a flock of 200 isn't maybe 300 of these little birds, and they'll just they'll all line up they'll just in a line. They'll just form a line basically, and then just go right after to see whatever's been washed up. They'll peck through. Right.
What's the cleverest animal on Earth besides the human?
I'd love to hear you just one second. So in the line that they're in, basically they're all eye to eye. Because their eyes are on the side, so they form a super organism that can sweep the beach like that. But when they are in a flock, they're just moving around like this crazy super organism, like a macro. The flock is like a macro organism composed of little tiny birds, whatever. But it's doing its own thing. I just thought that was interesting. Yeah, go ahead, Carlos. Sorry.
You mean how birds they fly in synchronicity?
Yeah, well, just there's a hive form that certain types of animals have, even though we don't say that they're a hive mind, but they have these different just ways that they're made that they interact with. Dolphins will do this too. They'll just form a line, and then they'll just comb over some areas, and then they'll try to scare up fish.
Yeah, animals are quite intuitive, aren't they? It's you take the beaver, for example, the amount of intelligence that the beaver has to have to make his little house, his little dam, and he's doing plumbing and engineering and building, and he's a fucking carpenter. And he carries shit. He knows exactly how to make his little house in the river, and he makes it watertight, and he can control the flow of the water, and he knows exactly the weight and the dimensions and everything he needs to. He's a builder, right? He's an engineer. I'm not taking that away from the spider. I mean, for example, can you think of anything that's got some actual talent besides picking fucking bits of worms out of the sand? Come on.
Oh no, it's not that. It's just that the organism has like another form. In this way, like it can change form. Like it can become a line. It can become all this. But it's only relying on the next guy next to him. And there's only two birds on the end of the line to actually see for predators, right? Everybody else just like, okay, pay attention to your shit. Because you can't even see. You're just gonna go right in front of you. You can't even see it. Your eyes are on the side of your head, and it's like only the two birds on the ends are looking for anything that's gonna be approaching. If they see that, then they fly away. Then the whole line breaks up, and they're like, "Phew," they disperse. They become like some kind of amorphous blob, and then they land again. It's an amazing thing that's how the whole group will feed like that. So pack activities, like group activity, like you're talking about a couple beavers, yeah, they're fucking wonderful, but they don't really live in these like huge groups. But you know what's interesting, like otters, like otters will be in a group, and a bunch of like the giant otters in the Amazon like will basically fuck up a crocodile. They'll just like it eat up a crocodile. It's just too crazy. There are too many otters, you're done, you know. So certain animals like work together, certain ones don't. Like you don't see like snakes trying to take down a whole fucking deer or something like that, do you? Yeah.
Right, yeah, I used to be like a huge fan of watching the program used to be called Our World. Remember that? It was an English program called Our World.
No, I'm sorry, never seen it.
And I think David Edinburgh was like the main star most of the time. David Edinburgh, he goes around and he like looks at insects really close. He's got a really amazing film crew, and he goes into the Amazon jungle and he like takes all these and he goes to Africa. He goes all around the world, and he's got a lot of information under his a lot of experience. It seems amazing. I mean, even flight itself, just the fact that a bird can fly.
And
It's
also like
not just the birds that can go high, but the ones that can hover, like the hummingbird, or even just your local sparrow bird. You know, birds that can fly in and out. It's kind of even bats flying in the dark. It's just the thing about flight
isn't it weird
itself.
like
I think that's
bats
an
never
achievement.
fly in formation but birds do? You never see bats fly in formation?
Nah, they're all fucked up and scatty. Like they've lost their mind. Right? I don't know
I
which
was
way to
watching
go.
some birds, dude. Like, I think I watched a bird get fucking tossed around up in this fucking sky. Like, he just like lost the edge of his wing and he was like fucking flying around, like tumbling because it was so windy up there.
Well, that reminds me of like a bird trying to catch a dragonfly. Have you ever seen a bird like flying around? Like, have you ever seen two birds fucking in the air while they're flying? That's hilarious. It's like
Maybe that's
they
what I
do
saw.
some crazy shit.
That's the way the bees do it, by the way. The queen bee flies in the air, and the drones like compete to mount her while she's flying, and as many as possible. The more, the better, basically. What's up,
Yeah.
Labette? The model builder's in the house. The beast has
Hi,
arrived.
everybody.
Go on,
Doing good.
brother.
And you?
I was
He
sharing
made
your
his
information and videos recently.
voice
Earlier.
reminds me of the character the Melvingian from The Matrix Part 2.
What's the latest, brother? How are you, Labette?
You never seen
Doing good.
Oh,
the Merovingian?
Limitless is in the house too. What's up? Two awesome people here that I like. What's up, Limitless? Been sending DMs to you recently.
Hey.
What's up?
Lynette, how's your English practice going? I can help you with your intonations.
So I found some crazy shit about 5 minutes ago.
What'd you
Over this
find?
Israel shit and whatnot that's going on. Check this out in the chat.
All right.
So the buildings that they're showing us that got blown up already blew up years ago.
Yeah, I was hearing that the real shit on that is like not really what they're showing us. Yeah.
So another false flag.
Yeah, I would expect
gonna-
that. Or are you putting it in the side chat like of this?
Yeah, the VCs, the live stream VC.
Okay, got it.
Boy, they're gonna make it like this is so funny.
Well, it
I
does
already
say
think.
on
Oh
Mother
yeah, check this
Jones
out too.
that
Look, fucking military
Israel is
already
at
getting
war.
them checks. Yeah,
Oh
look
yeah. Now the
look at
question is
Lockheed Martin
do I,
after the day. They're
oh
getting them
yeah,
government checks, to make that
There you
for
go.
them war checks.
there we go. Yeah. All you got to do is show some stuff that looks real, and then everybody's in action and putting their money places.
Right. Yep.
Makes sense. Why wouldn't they do that, right? If they
All
can do
wars are
that, when you,
fucking banker wars, at
yeah,
least most of them.
yeah. Now
Crypto
the
market's about
question
to get
is,
spiked.
our fighter jets that just went over there, are they really attacking Palestine based on this idea? That's the question. Is there real destruction in reaction to this, or is it all just about funding? Probably
Yeah, I'm
both.
not sure. I mean, we know it's about at least arming both sides. Like, if we look at morals and dogma, whatnot, go way back. We can see that they seem to want Israel and the Muslim countries to like both blow each other up and have nobody be left, pretty much.
Right? Yeah.
Because they hate both sides.
Yeah. Makes sense. They know who's going to win most every war before it ends, just like, presidential wars, like,
So it's like you
the
arm both
elections.
sides, to the teeth, and just
Yeah.
I guess say like, okay, yeah, like you guys kill with 112 or whatever, how many people died. I think it was 111 or 112 or some shit. Okay, well, so we'll sit back, we'll let you kill 112 brown Muslim people
Yeah.
who you don't like, and whatnot, and we'll look the other way for a week, or whatever the fuck.
It
Like that
makes sense.
seems like that's what
Like
we do.
Snack was just mentioning earlier, they need to get rid of the veterans, or just, but yeah, the first reason is you send off the men that are like, a prime breeding age, and
Right.
take away that, make sure that a certain percentage don't come back, so they can, keep the population down.
Like if you had two kids that were fighting in the in the sandcastle like area or whatever, like at the playground, and they're in the sand pit, having a fight and whatnot over one toy or whatever the fuck. This is like the Holy Land, the temple or whatever. What do?
Right.
You go in there and you spank both kids and you take the toy away. You know what I mean?
Right. Unless there's too many kids and they're actually going to fight to the death, and then you just leave them in there and put in
Right.
more toys.
And then just say fuck it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm
Makes
just
sense.
trying
They
to
do.
find
They
out
do see us like a prop.
where did you post the evidence for the buildings actually being blown up like long time ago? Like I can see what you've got there. Where does it like explain about that?
You have to type in the titles or something, maybe.
Yeah, you do enough like Googling with like the right words, and then you pretty much get this older footage, and it's the first one. If you look at it, it's the same fucking building, and if you watch the video, it's the same fucking thing. It looks like a controlled demolition thing. It doesn't look like it got bombed.
Wow.
Right.
Do you think the evidence is as clear cut as evidence we have for other things that we don't believe about?
I mean, it's too early still. Like, I know some people who live in Israel, but I haven't really talked to them yet. So probably got to give me a little more time, at least in terms of that, because I'm definitely going to be talking to people on the ground, if you know what I mean.
Limitless. Have you ever heard of the Vajra?
The
attack?
Vajra, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Did you think that was
There's a lot of
real?
knockoffs. You want to try to get, like, from what I know, based on like the way energy gets made, you want to have two different metals. So if you look for one and you see one that's like made out of only wood, and it's one single material, don't get that. If it's made out of like all iron, don't get that. You want to find one that's like maybe gold in the middle, and then like the arms have like iron, so that would be dissimilar metal, which means you're going to have like a male and a female kind of part and whatnot, and that's going to create energy, right, as you hold it. So that's the way I look at that kind of stuff. I don't know that much more about it. I'm sure the
Yeah, but
geometry of it matters
what's
a little
the
bit and whatnot.
Do you think
what's
there
the
was some
chance of
legitimacy to it
even
being an
finding?
ancient weapon? You
I
think it was
don't
an
know if
ancient
it
weapon?
has anything to do with like
Plasma, like
levitation
basically.
per se,
Yeah.
but I guess it does in the sense that it's like an energy generator. So that leads to like almost everything, right? Because you need a
Right.
power source for whatever it is you're going to try to do. So you could look at it that way, like, oh, they reverse engineered, this ancient, like artifact, and figured out that it had field lines, that it was creating energy and whatnot, and then that was like used to create, like I guess I'll have to show it. Hold on. Like closest thing
But
I have, I'll just reply to
what's
it.
the possibility of finding a Vajra anyway? Wouldn't that be like pretty rare since it's like
Yeah, I
ancient?
mean it's going to be like a knockoff, most likely. Like it's not going to be, like an original. I mean, I don't really even know what original is.
Up in the main chat, I've got some things posted there. Not the one where you put the stuff. We usually use the live text one to play stuff, but I put a bunch of like comps that I made. I sent those to you a long time ago anyway. But what about Red Mercury? What's your
Yeah,
take on
I
that?
don't know about that either yet. Like I was thinking at first that it might be like some kind of like rust, like red iron oxide or something just added to the mercury,
Yeah.
but not too sure.
Supposedly you just have to heat it up. It's something about the heating process.
There is a lot of red flag
Okay, I
about
found my pick I was looking for. Here we go. I did a reply to it. That's probably the kind of best thing that I know of that kind of like describes what this is, possibly having a link to levitation. That's about the best I got
Yeah,
though.
there's a whole thing about that that came up the other day that we were trying to figure out. Because the video that I had posted, I think that Smurf got from me and then sent to, I think, is that who came in here right here? Is that Sunshine that's in here now talking? Somebody else was butting in, so
I think it's Carlos. He was trying to say
No,
something, I
that wasn't
believe.
Oh,
me. That
sorry,
was
Carlos.
someone else.
So, like,
No,
you
no,
guys
there
have
was
seen
someone.
Oh,
the
was it?
show, the flying triangle deal and whatnot. Same case there. They're talking about electromagnetically pulsed xenon, which smashes against the wall of the craft, and then the craft is spinning super fast. And essentially, what happens? It's like if you were to, like, if you okay, so who here has like held onto a magnetic pulse, like, and had metal in their hand, like as an example. So when the pulse goes off, the metal wants to go away from the pulse, right? Unless it's like iron or something. But if it's aluminum, it'll reflect away, right? It literally like jumps and or will wobble to the side at the very least if it doesn't fly straight up, right? So if you have that pulsing unit inside your own ship, right, and you shot that pulse against your own walls, like it would literally wobble the ship like that way, right? So that's the way I kind of look at it, except instead of them projecting this field hitting the wall, they're projecting it on the outside of the ship, which pulls the ship towards that field, right? At least I think that's what's happening. But I haven't like reached energy levels that are that high to be able to really do an experiment with it, and I can't like be inside of the scale model per se either. So it's kind of hard to do experiments with that shit.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, if there's anybody that might be able to make it,
Yeah, like we can at least do like Van de Graaff generator, hook that up, and whatnot, and then hook the negative end to the opposite, so that way the negative is above and the positive is below, which will basically cause like iron filings and whatnot, or hair or wood and whatnot to float to the ceiling and touch the negative end. And then if you flip it and you have positive on the and whatnot, then you're gonna have normal effect like gravity pulling things down. So we know that happens, but I don't really know how that has to do with the spinning, craft at the same time, like because that I can't really do. So I am trying to do it. I have built rotors and whatnot, but it's hard to get them to like go more than 50,000 RPM and not like wobble and make your entire table shake and then fall apart. Basically, so there's a lot of like precise, balancing and whatnot that I haven't really gotten too good at yet.
Well, I cut out for some reason. I missed part of what you're saying, but that's cool. You said you were making something. I missed the first part of it, but I don't know if you were responding to something else or what I said before I left. I started my
Yeah,
Discord.
like if you want to try to experiment with that kind of stuff, like the Utron or Foo Fighter, anything like that, you pretty much need a minimum of 50,000 or more revolutions per minute, and in many cases, seems like more like 90,000 or more.
Okay.
So that gets difficult due to like vibration, and balancing everything.
They've definitely achieved this, though, right? I mean, that's what they're using.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it works with the Van de Graaff generator. That's what I was explaining before. So if you have the polarity flipped so that you have the negative above, like on the ceiling, instead of on the ground, like it is with Earth, then everything floats up. It attracts to the negative. So like wood is not magnetic, right? At least usually we're pretty sure it's not. Yet it will float to the ceiling if you do it this way.
I can back
up polarity, put the negative back on the ground and whatnot by flipping the polarity of the machine. You just flick like a switch and whatnot, then it'll fall down again.
There's definitely some truth to like this idea of levitation. It's like it's built into our genes. Like I'm sure everyone here's had some type of a dream about levitating. It's quite a fascinating.
I've had situations where I literally freaked out. Like I thought that I was going to start flying without being asleep. Like I was staring at the biggest fucking supermoon, like red, huge red freaking supermoon biggest moon, I've ever seen in my entire life and whatnot. And I literally felt like I was fucking gonna be Goku and turn into the Ozaru whatever freaking thing. Like I felt so fucking weird. I literally ran inside my house. Like I thought.
Now, when you started feeling that way, what was the fear in your head?
That I was gonna like start flying but couldn't come back down. Literally. Like I was gonna lose control, kind of thing, and start floating up.
Yeah, what I was
and not be able
getting
to come back down.
It's like the relationship between
Like
our
this weird, like a butterflies in your stomach kind of feeling, but it was so
Wait,
unique.
what was it that you were doing that made you feel that
next
way?
time just let go.
Just close your eyes.
So
what was it that you were doing? Or you said you were dreaming and you felt that way?
No,
Or
I
you
was
said
I was awake. I just went outside and I didn't even know that there was like a huge ass moon until like a friend said something. They were like, "Yo, bro, come! You gotta check have you seen the moon out? Whatnot." And I was like, "No." I went out and I was like, barefoot, and whatnot. It was like 2:00 in the morning. Go out just to check it out and whatnot. And I look up, and as soon as I looked up at it, I got this fucking weirdest feeling in my life.
That is
But
weird.
yeah, I obviously have dreams about flying and whatnot too.
Yeah. It's like the guy that went up in his lawn chair, the Darwin Award dude. He tied a bunch of helium balloons to his lawn chair.
Oh, you talking about the guy who flew over Mongolia, or?
No, it's like some guy. I think it was an American guy. Like, unless it's just an urban myth, but I think it was real. Like he tied a bunch of helium balloons to a lawn chair and took a pellet gun and figured that he would just like shoot the balloons to land.
Shoot the balloons out to go back down.
Go back down. Yeah. He died. He died, by the way. I think.
He fucking shit. Yeah, no way would I do that without a parachute. No fucking way.
I'll have to look up the details about that again. I think he died.
Parachute?
No.
Oh
He
my
just figured
god.
That's why they gave him the Darwin Award. The Darwin Award is like the people that are, not
the crazy
award, not evolved intellectually enough somehow.
Does anyone remember that there was a video, some dude with a motor, and it was like running on like whatever water or any liquid that you wanted to run it on, and it was all about the spark gap, and he could just put anything in there. He had a little bit of fuel to start it, but then he could just put like any liquid in there, and it would just keep running, like water.
Yeah, the water engine. Yeah, that's the real deal. It's a real thing.
But you need like a bigger fuel, like something that's got more power, just to get it going, and then you can use more stuff to keep it going, kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a myth or a conspiracy. I think that was like a real thing.
Yeah, what he did is he pumped the exhaust pipe.
Sounds like it might have just been doing like the vaporizing jets. Like normally our fuel injectors, like they kind of spray. They don't really like vaporize or mist, if you know what I mean. Because otherwise they get plugged or some shit.
This dude was putting the exhaust pipe back into the system, so it was like zero pollution.
Can you find the video on that, Carlos?
Yeah, I wish I could.
Like reheating the carbon dioxide and then turning it into like shit. I don't know what they were doing there. I mean, I guess you could burn some of the carbon, whatnot up and use it.
He had to fiddle around with it for hours just trying to get the timing right. The timing of the motor just perfect, and he would adjust a few things like the spark gap and yeah. He got it
a lot of the stuff that has to do with any kind of over unity has to do with timing, and it's like within like 1/16 of a second usually, and any less than that, and you're going to be like off, and it's not going to work.
You need a special kind of timing chain to get that to be perfect.
Yeah, like if you're doing a magnetic, deal and whatnot, it's pretty much about timing your pulses of your electromagnets at the right times to reset the pendulum, so to speak, because you want to use like gravity and inertia as most of the energy, and then just pulse the magnets to turn the permanent magnets off, because otherwise it'll like hit and it's like hitting a solid object. But if you pulse the electromagnet to turn off the permanent magnet within 1/16 of a second, so this is just a tiny little bit of energy just to turn off that permanent magnet temporarily to let your like arm swing past it, so to speak. Then as soon as the pulse ends, the permanent magnet field turns back on, which then pushes it away. So it's pushing it and letting gravity fall with it. So this is like around 3 o'clock, right, on a clock, so to speak. And then you do the same thing when it passes 6 o'clock. You then pulse it again to shut off that permanent magnet. And then same thing happens. Only there you get the pulse turning the permanent magnet off, which has it come back on and then pushes it past 6 o'clock going towards 9 o'clock. So then you still also have gravitational energy plus inertia energy there. And then at 9 o'clock, That's where you do the same thing again, except you then are not really getting as much inertia and definitely not as much gravity anymore, since it's now going up instead of down, right? But because you have enough energy and from the inertial rotation, you can still get it past 9 o'clock and then reset to 12. That's essentially what pretty much what
And then you're on a
most of the
magic
timing system.
You'd be on a magic carpet rubbing your lantern straight
Sort
away
of.
after. Yeah. I think there's more to it about this magic carpet deal there. It's in so many stories.
Yeah, that one's more like Magic Carpet's more like the bug dude Grebenikov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I think we
I
talked
want
about
to try that still. I actually have some bug carapaces and whatnot, and I've been collecting different ones. And then once I got enough, I'm going to microscope them all, document what I find. I haven't done that yet, but I want to.
Yeah, what's weird about him is that he's an actual entomologist that had actual credit. I mean, he wasn't just a hoax person, but the claim sounds so hoaxy. And then there's this whole PDF that I found that, where he explains exactly like his whole experience of like, flying the thing and stuff. It just seems like, I don't know, what year was it when he did that? I mean, it just seems like there would be a lot more documentation of the actual flights, or maybe that was well hidden or destroyed, or, that part of it just doesn't seem like. And then he turns invisible. On top of that, he turns invisible.
Yep,
You know
I've
that,
seen
right?
I've seen some video, but it's just not really enough to like
Well, the
call
one,
it
the one,
definitively
the one
real.
video you probably saw wasn't even his thing. It was like it was a military thing that
Right.
had a different device. Yeah, I don't
It
think
may
there's
have
any
been.
video of him riding. Was it before
Yeah,
that? Was he?
for the most part, we got photographs of him like standing on it, and then this
Yeah.
like you can kind of see like as if he's in the air because there's a shadow and whatnot.
I just don't see what he would get out of the claim, because it wasn't like, because like if there's like something hoaxy like that, you think, okay, so why were they hoaxing it? Why were they pushing this idea that he was going 1,000 miles an hour and turned invisible and all that? Like that just seems like way far. Like, why hasn't anybody repeated it to begin with, if it's possible? Secondly, why would they be pushing it when this guy had he had a real accreditation? He discovered the cavitation effect, which is a real thing. It's not like it's something made up, right? So the cavitation effect he
No,
actually
that's how
discovered.
the star in the jar like experiment works at Caltech.
There you go. So why is there what do they get out of it? There's nobody selling platforms full of bugs that don't work or anything. It's not like there's some profit motive. You know what I'm saying? Like I always if I can't find the
Platforms with
angle,
bug
I
wing
suspect there might be
rotating
something
bug
to it.
wings.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Get your bugs, make your platforms. 2 for $1. Whatever it is. It just I don't see the
One's
angle
like
behind
rotating clockwise, and then the other wing is rotating counterclockwise.
it.
So they're opposing each other.
But still, the claim is ridiculous. Although I think there's some assumptions about the platform that aren't real, that are misinterpreted, because I think he had it specially, supposedly they were all put in a certain order rather than just put a bunch of bugs in a box and get on top of it. That's the way I think a lot of people think that it's.
Yeah, I have a lot of that guy's stuff on one of my recent Odyssey videos where I was talking about electromagnetism and whatnot being, probably the real cause of gravity.
Yeah, but it's definitely something to the idea that they're riding the waves rather than
it's so
flying.
so low frequency, we just don't really look for it.
Right. Well, there's a whole diary to it, and he's talking about there's if it was a hoax, then he would have had to go into a lot of detail, and the way he wrote it didn't seem like he was trying to brag about it or sell it as a, I'm
Yeah,
going to
he
make
wasn't. He was just
people
like
believe
giving
it.
it. He was giving it away, like the knowledge.
Right.
Just finding what he found and talking about it.
But were the
Which is what-
exact designs, the
which is
exact schematics
very
put out there or not?
I mean,
Did he
like,
say exactly how many bugs he used, and exactly what order he put them in, and how he like
not
placed the
really.
wings in there? No.
Yeah, no, not really. Not that like detailed from what I've found, at least so far. But then again, I
Well,
haven't really crashed into it like that hard. It's not like I've
yeah,
spent, like, it's not like I've spent 100 hours like researching that yet.
yeah.
But I'm
It's just
definitely
one of
going
those
to
that I found weird.
after I have actually done like I want to do the entomology stuff first. That way, I can understand what he was looking at and what he was, understanding from what he was
Right.
looking at, and then I can get into his mind easier because that's just how I'm able to like do stuff. It's like
Yeah.
what I did with a lot of Tesla stuff as an example. So
Yeah.
for me, it'll be much easier to approach it once I've actually done a lot of that research myself.
Yeah, like Royal Raymond Rife is somebody that a lot of people don't know about, or if they heard about him, they may have written him off as a hoax because that's the way he's been
Right, and
portrayed. Yeah.
unless you're a true skeptic and you get a instrument that has the ability to produce an RF plasma and whatnot, and then you have a microscope, and whatnot, and do the actual experiments, and you're going to be very skeptical.
Yeah.
I mean, I was still skeptical after fucking seeing my own blood, like do what it can do with these field effects. I'm still
Right.
like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why does this happen? But the same thing happens with grounding, and whatnot, just not as fast. Grounding is a little
Did you get
slower.
superpowers, or what happened with your? Were you curing yourself or
No, it's
something, or
not
were
like,
you?
well, yeah, I don't get sick anymore. Like, I haven't gotten sick
Yeah.
in years since
Okay.
since doing this stuff,
Right.
including COVID, whatever the fuck, all this stuff. So
Yeah.
I still haven't.
So, do you still use the Rife machine you made on a
Oh
regular
yeah, I
basis,
do it
or?
I do it at least every 3 or 4 days
Okay. Interesting.
for about
And
20 or 30 minutes.
was it hard to come upon the way to build it, like the schematics for how to build one, or was it pretty
Not
like
really,
researchable?
no.
Because there's so many knockoffs they say aren't really the real deal.
Yeah, the issue is that a lot of the equipment you find out there is transverse. It's not longitudinal. So
Okay.
you got to have a true phase conjugate mirror which is what produces the time negative wavelength.
Okay.
So the way
Interesting.
you
And
power it,
that's the mistake people make is
your
they're
emission
not
is
really paying attention to that.
crucial.
Okay.
Yeah, like they use like one single, um, like as an example, with violet ray tech as an example, like Nikola Tesla's kind
Right.
of more his version of like Rife, and whatnot. The original was produced two sparks, so that you could have two coils or two emissions, and then you could be in the middle. Compared to
Hmm.
like having only one coil, and then that's like producing a field that's just going out through you, and then when the field collapses, it then goes through you a second time, but the other way. What you want
Ah.
is instead double wave or even better 4-wave mixing.
Ah.
So once you add like additional points, then you are like the point in the middle. That's where like the really good effects start coming, because then you have like compression waves that are happening in a mirror, and the more symmetry that you add, the better it gets. At least that's
And
how
if
I
you were
feel.
to design one of these things in like slightly the wrong way, could it be really harmful to you as well?
Yes, very. You can.
Yeah.
There are damaging frequencies as well that can like produce, like possibly give you cancer, whatnot, in like under 3
Yeah.
days, literally.
Or like reorganize your
And it
DNA in a
doesn't
weird way
take
or something.
a lot of power to do it either, especially
Yeah.
if it's magnetic.
Right.
I think you don't believe that they went through the Van Allen belt.
Yeah, I don't think they did. And if they did, like they say, okay, so like NASA says, like, oh, we destroyed, because people have asked me this before, whatnot. They're like, "Oh, if they destroyed technology, what do you think it was?" Because they'll make the claim that they got through the Van Allen belt, but they can't do it now because they had to destroy the technology that they were able to use to do it.
Yeah, and they claim the reason
Because
they
it was
got
gonna
through is because they weren't aware of it.
Upset financial world or something, because it was gonna
Not only that,
do this
not
for
only that,
whatever.
not only that, there's more of a later video of some some NASA dude drawing on like a piece of perspex, and you can see what he's describing is that we have to get it through this dangerous area of
Right,
space
yeah.
before we can go further, right?
Yeah, that's
So
another video.
they're telling it
And
straight
it
to your
is
face.
literally a NASA employee saying that. And he's literally saying that we need to do this as if they haven't done it already. So, like, how the hell are they saying that we need to do this and this if you already went to the moon? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they say we can't. We want to go beyond low Earth orbit, as if they haven't done that yet either. Yeah, but yeah,
Right.
it's all.
But yeah, anyway, so like, assuming that they did destroy something, most likely it would be a artificial, extremely low frequency magnetic field generator that is like in resonance with the Earth. So you produce that field on the outside of your ship and whatnot, and essentially inverse square law takes over, and the lowest field has like prevalence over farther away fields. So in theory, if there is this dangerous, radiation belt up there, that might be able to allow you to pass through it.
Is that like the earthquake machine that Tesla made, and he stuck it on the outside of the building?
No.
No.
Nope. That's something different. That's more like a machine that's like a wobbling machine that you meet the resonant frequency of like the steel in the building, so to speak, and it like liquefies the ground. So that technology is actually used very much in drilling, as an example, because it's like once you turn this thing on, it'll literally liquefy dirt and like fucking just pulverize and drill a hole, you know what I mean, and whatnot.
Are you
So that's what
serious?
it's mostly used for.
Oh my god, what's that technology called that they use in the modern day?
I don't know what they call it. I got a guy who who probably would know.
It liquefies the soil, the dirt, the rocks, everything.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck! So they can liquefy rocks.
Pretty much.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that must help a lot with the tunnels they make for going all over the world underneath.
I don't have those pictures on this device. I'd have to find them. I think I got some of my cloud somewhere, but it's like a huge, huge, huge drill. I mean, this thing is like,
oh yeah,
it's like the size of like an apartment. You know what I mean? It's like 2 stories, literally.
And they call it a cuttlefish.
That might be one of the nicknames, yeah. But they use them to drill like tunnels for like trains, like literally can go through it. That's how big they are.
Yep.
Like something out of the Matrix, like fucking the huge drill that the machines use.
Well, in EWAR, one of EWAR's videos, he talks about that. I don't know if you know who EWAR is, but he talks about
And they use it. They use
like
this is like something they would use to build their DUMBs too, like the deep underground military base connections.
Yeah, the dumps, right. And but he's claiming that there's ancient depictions of this type of thing, and that might have been like, how they used to do it back in the day, and they've been hiding even that kind of tech for a long time.
Like how they would have drilled out the blocks to make the pyramids, as an example.
No, those are poured. It seems like it was actually poured.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Like it was a concrete, almost.
Poly concrete, or what do they call it? Geo poly carbonate or something. I don't know. It's basically just geocarbonate, probably something. I think it's name of it. But yeah, that makes the most sense that they poured those. From what I can understand, the deepest research that I could get to on that is poured. Why wouldn't they be? And with some of the other stuff, they do have liquid that can like melt the corners of stone, so they could fit perfectly with another stone.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Like at least like a sandblasting laser, or something like that, like we use in the granite fabricating, plants and whatnot. It's like a water laser, basically.
Right. Yeah.
Put like garnet in it or sand, or in it.
Yeah.
Connect it up to the Nile, I guess, and whatnot.
Even just some chemical that would just make it perfect. Perfectly.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different stuff you really can use for that kind of stuff. Once you have a high enough pressure.
Definitely stuff the Freemasons didn't
yeah.
allow everyone to know about.
The builders.
Yeah. You gotta keep the secrets. It only makes sense.
Figure out they don't want you knowing about that 369. I can tell you that because that gets into this stuff.
Yeah, that's why they're like, okay, we gotta claim some kind of religious movement that's gonna burn the library down. Wink, wink. Then we're gonna lose this information, and
we're gonna
blame it on imbeciles that couldn't think past their religion. Perfect.
After they had already moved all the stuff that they wanted to keep to the Vatican, probably.
Yeah. It makes no sense otherwise. Yeah, they really just burned all the information because of their religious ideas. Okay. Right. Oh, Fulcanelli got brought up.
Because they don't want it. They don't want it written. They want it passed down by hierarchical knowledge.
Oh yeah,
of course. Instead of being out there for the taking.
Right. If knowledge is power, why would they just give it away to everybody for free? It makes no sense. But they have to make people think that they're not hiding anything. So they talk about burning down, or act like they're giving them all the knowledge for free, but it's bunk knowledge with like moon landings included. Right.
Yes, this is how you do it, guys. Strap your ass to a fucking rocket like Wile E. Coyote. How to take the Roadrunner without
one
exploding.
day you can too. Right. Well, wait, we got too many kids wanting to be astronauts. What are we gonna do? Well, blow up this thing and tell them there's like 7 people on it with a teacher. Yeah, do that. Less kids will want to be astronauts now. Don't worry about it. Oh, I got too many kids wanting to be president. Oh, okay. Well, act like you're shooting the president on TV, and we'll show it to everybody, and we'll say he's dead. But then he's going to come back as another president. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, fucking shit like that.
Right? It's the perfect thing. Once you own all the media, Project Mockingbird, was a perfect thing after World War II. We became the Fourth Reich, even though everyone wants to think we won the war and got rid of Nazis. Basically, we're the new Nazis. And
exactly. We only went to war with them because they were doing our jobs.
Yeah, it was all probably just one thing before that.
We're the ones supposed to be world peace.
Yeah, but it's the new way. It's like the next generation of craziness, where everything's like Disney happy but evil on the inside, and you don't even know it.
Right.
You're just like mesmerized by
the brave new world on one end, and then 1984 on the other end.
Yeah, way more sophisticated and out in the open. But now it's out in the open again.
Yeah, because it makes it less obvious that way.
Yeah. But now it's like there's a whole other sophistication to it. The revelation. You've heard of revelation of the method? That's like That's like where they're telling you the truth and the lie at the same time, and they're so well. It's so well constructed that no one can even see it, even when they're told it, like straight out, like in plain sight.
Yep.
And they're using the truth to sell the lies and selling the lies to give you the truth, and it's so it's fascinating and
Yep.
brilliant.
And that's Hermetic.
Yeah, amazing. I feel like we're
Which we
talking too
know
much
they
in space
believe in
here,
all that
everybody.
stuff.
Yeah. Model Builder, did you have anything to present to us or add to I'm falling asleep. But I want to make sure to say hello and see if there's anything a Model Builder came in to say too.
I have my simulation that worked, so that's cool.
Oh, okay.
And
you got your simulation working, the plane simulation.
Yeah, the plane simulation. Yeah.
Cool.
And I have
Which one do you play? Which one are you playing? Arma or what?
Sorry.
What simulator are you playing?
He made his own.
It's just a simulation of a plane over
Oh, you
ball.
made your own. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not. I cannot control it. I use Flight Radar 24 flypass to do the plane to fly over the globe.
Yeah, he made it to scale so that he could show that at 7 kilometers up in the air, we would definitely see the curvature out in front of us and it tapering off side to side. And so that was the reason for him making that. Like the measurements they give us
Okay, I see.
at that altitude, you would definitely see, like, you would not see the horizon, like, stretching out in front of us the way that we typically do. Kind of a real damning thing to create. Thanks, Model Builder.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I will share my screen a little.
Sure, yeah, it'd be great. I don't know if Gio's up right now. He's probably asleep, but we'll watch it.
There was another experiment I was trying to find out the name of. It's where they take a pendulum and they have like a circle, I think, and they move the pendulum around supposedly like different latitudes, and I guess it like wobbles
pendulum
differently.
Yeah, it's Foucault's pendulum.
Pokov's? Yeah, can you spell that?
Foucault. F-O-U, let's see, F-O-C-A-U-L-T, Foucault. Hey, that's bad
Okay.
spelling. You'll find it. Foucault's pendulum. It's not an experiment. It's there's a lot of different things about that, of course, because flat earthers talk
Yeah,
about.
like this dude was one of this dude I met was saying that it's like one of the things that mathematically like proves, whatever.
Yeah, they claim it shows the Earth spinning, and that's the reason that it's swinging.
Right,
But
right.
Then you find out that there might be, first of all, another reason that it swings in that pattern. It doesn't ever swing until you actually swing it to start with. So you have to start it to begin with. Then all the official ones use motors and magnets and stuff to keep it going. So it's kind of a parlor trick, but at the same time there might be something to the pattern of swinging, and that has something to do with what they would call the ether wind or
right,
or
and that's what I was
yeah
thinking, that just because that it shows some kind of wobble or rotation doesn't necessarily mean that it's coming from like the whole Earth moving. Like I was trying to say to them that, well, what if it's not moving and it's actually the field that's moving?
Right.
And they were just like, what do you
my
mean?
guess.
And I was like, you don't know what a field is? Like magnetic field as example.
Right.
You like it's like they didn't know what I was talking about. So I was just like, well, fuck it. It's hopeless.
No, that doesn't compute because we're not taught about fields and ether. Ether is the enemy, and if it has anything to do with that, forget it. Now there was a guy. There was somebody's cutting out. Actually, Model Builder sharing screen. Let's just watch this. What are you showing us here, Model Builder?
I cannot show the 3D simulation because it used too much power, and I need power for this kind of stuff. Because this is, I have a good news. I have how to tell. I am able to connect to Flight Radar 24 now.
Nice.
So just reconnect my software to grab every flight path over the world. So there is the first. You have the view of Flight Radar 24 flight over the world now.
Ah.
So in red, it's the complete flight path, and in yellow, it's the current flight path. The red one, until it reach 100,000 K flight path, I save it on a file. Okay.
Uh-huh. Nice.
So
this is all new stuff.
Sorry?
This is all new stuff then, huh?
No, it's
These are all
not new, but this software was banned by Flight Radar 24.
Oh, okay.
IP was banned, so I could not connect it anymore, and I could not show you how it looked like. It was
okay,
by
so now
this.
you can get more information. Okay.
Yeah,
This looks like
this
a
is
totally different map than you were showing us before, though.
different map. Yeah,
No, this one
different
looks
color.
different than what you were showing.
Yeah. This is the software that I used to grab the 5 million fly pass.
Ah,
It's just this software is just used to download data from Flight Radar 24.
Oh, okay.
It's connected in live.
Yeah,
It's
it looks more
connected in
clean.
live.
Looks good.
Sorry?
It looks good. It looks more clean than the other one. Like the
Yeah,
different lines.
it's just because there is less. It's the live flight pass, not the 5 million
yeah.
one. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So as I said, the red flight pass is a closed flight pass, unmanned flight pass, landing the plane as land and so on. And the yellow flight path is currently flying a plane over the world.
Ah, okay.
So
wow.
You see there is some fade by Flight Radar 24. If you see the straight line here, it's an error. I will filter those data after.
Okay. You're cutting in and out a little bit, but I got what you said. Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Very cool.
There's only 2 flight paths: Santiago, Johannesburg, Santiago to Sydney, or Johannesburg to Sydney. I never remember the order. So we go. We have you cannot see it because I think the resolution is too low. But there is the famous 300 kilometers discrepancy between actuated and computed data. I am looking. I am looking to a way to be more precise because I cannot guarantee that it's not because of some imprecision measurement, because every GPS ping is very close. So I will need to look further into it. But the matter of the fact that over land I have good reading of speed, but over water I don't have good reading of speed, particularly in the south. So I am looking to discard any error of mine before making any claim further, because I have read too much error, and I don't want to make some mistake or so on. But it's look odd anyway.
Yeah.
And matter of the fact, there is a lot of GPS drop. Like you see here, this flight path I shown here just lost totally the GPS ping. So Flight Radar 24 is like extrapolating data. You know.
Uh-huh. Why does the path go like a right angle right there? What's that right angle stuff?
I will try to explain. So the plane is flying. Then, like Flight Radar 24 lost the plane. I don't know exactly if GPS ping is lost or the plane is lost from communication. It can be both. It can be both. So Flight Radar 24 knows the plane exists. It will extrapolate the current azimuth of the plane.
So it
You
gets
get me?
stuck where it lost it, and it makes that line going up.
So when the plane is catching up by Flight Radar 25 up, I will try to do the schematic. So the plane fly, it get lost. So Flight Radar 25 is getting extrapolated data. So it imagine by the last azimuth where the plane could be. With the last azimuth and the last speed, it get on. So up, it continue. I receive information from the plane or GPS ping from the plane. Puff, I get the plane in the current flight path. Because here it looks like the plane does not follow azimuth, but rather how to tell the starting azimuth and like follow the gyroscope and not the compass. You know?
I see. Okay, so it's just a catching up type thing, and it makes that
Yeah, exactly. What it shows is over water, there is a lot of discrepancy data in GPS ping. So there you go. See that. So, so it shows us that over water, even if we have some good catch we can clearly see that over water the data I get noisy data, like not pretty reliable data.
Gotcha.
So as soon as it approach land, hop, it becomes clear.
Right. Okay. So what were you finding with this new stuff that was compared to what you were finding before? That's different.
You can tell I did not get. Sorry.
Yeah, honey, you're cutting out pretty bad. You might want to go in and out if you can, or it might just be your connection. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty badly, so maybe that's why you couldn't understand me. I'm not sure.
I live this one.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, I cut the stream because I have like I said, I have a shitty connection. So yeah,
Okay,
it
Yeah,
may
it's
be.
pulling from your connection when you're streaming into us. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. We saw
Yeah,
what you had though anyway, right?
I have shown the major part of the interesting data. So yeah, the point is over water we have a lot of noisy data, but as soon as we approach land, it becomes clear and nice.
Mm-hmm. So what's your take on that?
My first take is GPS is ground based. You know.
Yeah. Right.
It's my first take.
Towers, right? It's closer to the tower.
Because
makes sense.
you know, plane is I cannot show you because I will put I will drop a screenshot on the live stream to explain what I mean. I will get fly pass from America to Hawaii. Okay. So, we go. We have a nice view. Let me do a screenshot. So this is somewhere between Hawaii and America, and it's one of the common flight path used. And as you see, there is a lot of plane, like if like road car road. It looks like car. And what it tells me is I know that plane can is used as really, okay? When a plane cannot reach land, okay, it can use other plane more closer to the land to reach land.
Oh, okay. So it uses another plane as the marker.
Yeah, exactly. So we see here that there is a lot of planes that can be used as relay. Okay?
Relay. Okay, relay. Gotcha.
Relay. Sorry. I'm training.
That's fine.
We get a lot of loss of noisy GPS data over water anyway. So it tells me that maybe GPS is not satellite, because if the GPS was satellite, we should have a better coverage over water than over land.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. That's one of the points flat earthers have been making for a long time. Why are we losing signal in the middle of the ocean? Yeah.
So I am not claiming. I am not making the claim that it's the case, but it matches this interpretation.
Right. And if it's a Satelloon or whatever, I mean,
it's the same. Like you get some GPS loss because of the discrepancy between the position of the balloon, the correction of the balloon, and so on. Because when you are on land, your tower is like plotted. You can't move it or anything. But if you use some relay, like balloons, like airplane, or so on, you will have to correct some huge error because of wind, because of a lot of things. So it makes sense to have some bad coverage over IRA without ground-based references.
Right.
Does
That makes sense. Yeah. I think you're right about that for sure.
Yeah. Sorry? Can you repeat?
I said I think you're right about that. That makes a lot of sense for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to make the claim, but I mean, it's basically what flat earthers have been speculating about.
I totally assume that it's what I am seeking, but like making a claim is like, oh, I prove that and I prove this. I don't like it. It's my interpretation. I don't want to be like, yeah, I could be wrong on some way. So,
it makes more sense.
The fact that you may know a little bit in your heart that we're some things out, or we go in here, we talk about a lot of things of research, right? That I can provide a piece of paper for you on the internet or something. But that's also, right, can be altered and whatnot. So in reality, we're just trying to figure some shit out. So I like when people say, I'm not making a claim. What I'm doing is trying to show you what I'm seeing and how this adds up or doesn't. That to me is a little bit more of a truthful angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't have it to prove, why go there?
Thank you.
Right.
It's exactly my point. Yeah.
Yeah. And it also makes it a lot more believable because it's not like you're pushing something or you're trying to say this proves something, and if you're saying this is the best I can come up with, then it's like, oh well, yeah, you're actually trying to come up with something, but you're definitely sure we're not on a spinning ball at the same time, so it doesn't really matter if you're trying to make a claim or not.
New perspective. You know it. I have done this software to disprove flat Earth.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, your flight simulator shows crazy. Did you see his picture? I'm gonna post his picture that he because he's not gonna use a simulator. You seen not the one that he just put, but the other one that I was just sending to somebody. I'll repost
No,
it.
did not. Yeah, repost that. Yeah.
Yeah, he shows from 7 kilometers high what we should be seeing from his 2-scale model that he created for his flight simulation is we would definitely see curvature out in front of us and to the sides from that altitude.
Hey, Labit, it's good that you're here, man.
Yeah,
I really want to show you something. If you
Oh yeah,
have
he's got
time.
some weird sneaky images from Google Earth. Is that what you're going to show him?
No, I want to show him how in the newest and most the most hyped flight simulator on the market made by Microsoft is literally rendering on a flat map, and I really want to show you this because you are the simulator guy.
It would be a pleasure, but you know what? I know this. I have worked on 3D simulation, not for airplane, but I have worked with Arma. You know this game, Arma 3?
Yes.
So
No, that's what he
I
was
have
asking you. That's what Limitless was asking you. Which one are you using? He said Arma.
You worked for like making a game?
No, not making the game, but some mod. You know, mod. There is a mod called Altis Life, and I worked on.
Oh
And
wow!
yeah, there is a. It's if I remember correctly, and if I don't lie to myself, it's like a 25 kilometers squares map, and there is airplane, there is aircraft, and it's totally flat, and it's a great simulation.
And
It's
they're
not
using the AE map, huh?
not AE map. No, it's using
Gator?
XY map. So I don't know for a flight simulator, but I know for a fact that old one was on a flat plane.
Yeah,
And
but they now
what
claim.
about the continents, though? What about the continent
Listen.
arrangement?
The lie is this: they claiming now that since FSX they now operating on a globe and not on a flat map, which is a lie, and I'm going to show you why it's a lie.
Yeah. I want to say that. Yeah.
You know what camera API means? I bet you know, right?
Camera API.
Yeah, like a gateway for third-party developers to change the camera in the game.
Like you use some function given to you to display camera, to put the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Since the release of 2020 of the sim, they have yet to implement a gateway for third-party developers in order to actually play around with the camera. You know, for example, if you don't want to have the fisheye lens effect, if you want to have like custom camera settings in general, you can't do it, and it would be not a hard thing to do, right? For the developers to give an access chain for third-party developers, you know, or even make it customizable. But I can show you why they don't do that, because they use wizardry of this camera of the camera in game to make you believe that you're actually flying over a globe, but it's just wide angle lens and a false horizon line. I'm just gonna show it to you.
Yeah, let's see it. Are you gonna share screen?
Yeah, I'm loading up the game and I'm gonna share screen. Yeah. See, the thing is, what they do is everything is being rendered on a flat stationary map. The only thing they do is that when you have the normal camera set, you know, without zoom, like the normal fisheye, it looks as if the surface is curving with the blue horizon line that is always curving. So they have a blue fake horizon line that is in the distance that is always curved. But the funny thing is, as soon as you go out of the render distance, you see that the flat map that is being rendered is not even having a little bit of a bulge. It doesn't add up to the curve, right? So it doesn't really make any bulge. It's just a flat map that is being rendered every time.
I have a question. You raised me a question. Does the horizon rise to eye level?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not all the way up to high level. Just it rises up. Not,
it's totally accepted. I mean, in a flat map, I don't understand how globe is. Don't understand that it's accepted to see a curve. It's the equidistant vision of your limit of the opacity of the sky. You know, so it's totally
Yeah,
acceptable. But
it's
the horizon,
common
yeah,
sense. You're right. It's just common sense.
it rise. It drop a little, but it rise much more than accepted on the globe.
Well, much more because it wouldn't rise at all on a globe. It would always drop.
Yeah. No, not at first. Not for the first. I disagree. I will make my Groby claim.
Okay.
I disagree because there is as you increase the resolution limit of your A by getting up, you will see further because how to tell? Because there is a mix between the physical horizon that is getting further and further as you get higher, and the opacity that is decreasing at first because you are getting less in the more dense atmosphere of the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. A little bit. Yeah. Not the way that they have to
At a point,
imagine.
at a
Right.
point, you should start to see a lot more of the drop on the. I have seen recently a video of infrared P9000 in a plane, and it's mind blowing. Did you catch me up?
Yeah, you said infrared from the mind. Was that on? Was that from Jay Tolan, or was it
I
something
think
different?
it's another one because there is some. Maybe it's the same. I don't remember. I don't recall it. But there is a few of. I think it's New York. I have seen the video like by doing other things. So I am. I have the video in my favorite. But anyway,
You can see really far, huh? Is that what you're
yeah,
saying? Amazing.
there is a city that it's literally a grid of perspective. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
so literally a grid of perspective with everything like an Euclidean perspective with like lens distortion and so on. But you understand, you see
Yeah,
what I.
just the bird's eye view of any city shows you the Euclidean geometry, and there's no way that we're on a ball if you have straight lines everywhere. Just for a city big enough to show that it's impossible for us to be in a ball. Just the bird's eye view of a city grid shows you that.
Go ahead, Candy. I'm waiting for you. You are launching. Sorry.
Yeah, the game.
It's huge game. Okay.
Yeah.
Guess it.
I appreciate everybody sharing information and a new perspective being here to help almost translate it for me because I'm not good sometimes with people's
Yeah, he said it was
and
infrared.
language, right? So you're good, honey.
Yeah.
I appreciate you're learning English and I'm learning how to listen better. That's the truth.
I've
You know what I
been
mean?
doing longer than anyone here because I kind of rescued him. I rescued him from 24/7 where he was mentioning
Oh, good. Thank you.
interferometry. He was mentioning interferometry, and I knew he was about to mention the ether, so I went in and talked about the ether with him on purpose. And they got a mod to come in and be like, "Hey, what's going on in here?" And like, this is an ether free zone or something weird. Like, get back on topic.
Yeah.
Really, it's like an ether-free zone over there? Fucking for real?
Well,
Like,
the whole
I mean, I'm
the
not
whole
saying
thing
it's
that
you.
went down.
It's yeah. Oh, I don't know.
The whole
See, you
thing
know,
that
it's
went
good
down
that
was
I don't know.
QE. QE was basically like banning the ether.
Oh, was he?
I was shocked. And what I found funny is
Wow.
like Weber saying, "Oh, Flat Earth is in a echo chamber." Like what?
Yeah,
What?
exactly. There is a cult part. There is a cult part of it when you follow people like him. Yeah.
I have a different
Or
opinion.
whatever. But yeah, there's people involved in this community like that you just gotta stay away from. And it's good that the people that are, really here for really good reasons start seeing that and just go, who cares? You know, because they're not worth our energy. Absolutely none of it. But
Well,
I
now
didn't know
that
that went
server is
down.
totally dead. Now that
Oh,
server's
is
totally
it?
dead
That's
and
what I
everybody's
saw
back together.
yesterday. I haven't checked on 24/7 in like 2 years almost. I went over there, checked on their streams, and I saw that man, they have like hardly any views. I'm getting more views
Well,
than them even on my stuff. Like
well,
what?
that's because they're all over at the political server now, and there's a section for the
Oh,
flat Earth, but like everyone's there. It's actually really popular and
is
tons of
it?
people.
Yeah.
It's entertaining too because people. It's a huge server with other sections for different topics. You know, it's been around for a while. So, but the 24/7 flat Earth part of it now is the most popular within 4 weeks of any of them. And they've got normal people, quote unquote normal people, coming in from like other topics and thinking they're going to laugh at flat Earth, or realizing that that's the most popular one. Well, what's going on here? Wait a minute, why is everybody in the flat Earth server? That makes no sense. And they're
But it
educated
should be
people.
anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I think that should have
And they're
happened from
coming
the
in
get
not as
go.
trolls or kids. The other 24/7 was basically trolls or kids if it was new people, right?
When I was there, you used to have sometimes people come in and it was good. You know what I mean? Because remember, the sea had just hit kind of when I was there last, more like 2020 was last. It's really over there. You are 2021, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
But I haven't been back. So for me, I don't really know anything that's going on over there. So I was quite surprised to see that server pretty dead. But it makes more sense to not just be in one area sitting there. This is why I started traveling to different platforms. If you're in the middle of an intellectual platform, there's politics, there's everything. Now I know we don't agree with it. We don't have to even go into those chats then. And they venture into ours, or if you want to venture into theirs and have these conversations, I think that's more of a way of getting everybody encompassed in all this. You know what I mean? Everyone involved in it.
That's why
Yeah.
that platform's kind of cool, because
Yep.
even though it's a lot of the 24/7 crew and QE is in there way too much for my taste, but at the same time, it's interesting because you can see in the Discord, you can see there's all these other chats going on all kinds of topics, and then Flat Earth is like big crowded like 60 people in there and shit.
You know what's really weird? My game never crashes normally, right? And now trying to show you guys this, it's the second time it crashed.
They're onto you.
I mean, it's just so
Blocking
really stupid military planes. Can you hear the planes, man? What is this? What is going on, man?
They're cockpit blocking you.
Cockpit blocking you.
This is insane, man. Like literally, it makes no sense.
I know, honey, it makes perfect sense. It actually does. They do this all the time. And even if you're putting out a video that's important, like roadworks kind of stuff, you'll see that nobody looks on that stuff, like 30 views only. The next video you could put out is about nonsense and you get 500 views. And you're going, oh, bullshit. Like literally, even like when stuff that you do at home, my phone won't work when I want to talk about something important. I've had conversations where I'm being listened in on, and this is a serious thing. You can actually hear a lighter sound if you pay attention. Like someone's like literally flicking their lighter. So there's something going on. We're all being listened to. I'm telling you, on every platform. Now, if they know that you are about to show us something or the public something, even a few people that is important, they will make sure that you can't.
Did you see the image I put in the live stream for you, Stacy?
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
My software literally crashed. This is why I could not show you on a stream at first.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Okay, wish me luck, because this is the third time I'm loading in, so I can show you this. Golly, man, this is so annoying because the game takes so long to load. This is such a demanding game or simulator. I mean, it's not really a game; it's a simulator. It should simulate the Earth 1-to-1, but for some reason it's flat. So, anyways, okay, I'm in it now.
What simulator are you loading into, just out of curiosity?
Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020.
You said for some reason it's flat.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. I'll give you a real good task to do.
Uh-oh. We get Jazz us right here. Here we go.
So go to any airport you want.
Hold on, wait. No, he's not.
Listen, you're not gonna divert the conversation now. Please,
Yeah,
I
don't
have
worry, conversation. I'm just going to prove to you that
I'm not.
that's
No,
not based on the
listen,
flat Earth.
listen. I'm not.
Gaza.
I'm not caring about what
he's
you
took a long
want
time
now.
to get this going, and he's going to
Yes.
show us how it doesn't work with the globe. So let him do that first.
Okay.
I'm not here to play games now.
Sounds good.
He's just been really trying, honestly, and he hasn't been able to show us. So let's see if we can. Good morning, Jazza, though. Good morning.
Ollie, doesn't it?
Hey, Stacey, how are you?
Doing good. About to have my third cup of coffee. Whoop whoop.
Feel like coffee.
About to go to sleep.
What's 8?
How high is that?
Yeah, thanks.
How high?
Are you not?
I can hear you.
I'm asking if Clowndy is mute.
Oh.
I think he's speaking, but we can hear it.
He might be talking to us. What we're supposed to, yeah, and we're not hearing him, but we're
Hey,
seeing
Clay,
it.
are you muted? Because we can't hear you. I don't know if you're trying to talk.
Oh, wow.
Wait, give. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
I'll be right.
You're fine. That was funny though. I like watching that. It was the best part.
That's what would happen if the Earth were actually spinning.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. 1 second. Should have done it like this. This.
You don't have elevation information.
Unfortunately,
you don't know
no.
your height.
No, but you will see it's going to be very high. Okay.
Yeah, because starting from air, you can see curve from my simulators.
Yeah, this is already ridiculous, right? We're not even like at 500 meters. It's already, you already see this weird curve.
Yeah. So you preface this by saying they were using fisheye lenses, right?
Yes.
Adaptative fisheye
So let's.
lens. I think it's adaptative.
Adaptive.
Like the more you go high, the more fisheye lens it will be.
Right.
And not even fisheye lens. It can be just the geometry of the plane that is curved. The more you go in elevation. I don't know if I am clear, but
yeah, the geometry of the plane is curved. You said.
Yeah, like the plane could be curved as you go higher.
Okay.
Like physically curved in the simulation, you know? It's a possibility.
Right.
I am not.
Yeah,
It's
once
not,
you get up to a certain altitude, they
I am
start showing you
testing.
the ball. Or, yeah.
I am just mining how I could fake a curve on a flight plane. I see two possibilities. To do a fisheye lens that will not truly a fisheye lens, but more a refraction things that will curve visually the plane behind us. And the second option is to do a relation, proportional relation between your elevation and the fact that the more you go high, the more you will curve the plane behind us physically on the 3D. Like you cut the plane on little triangle, you know, and you use this triangle to drop the plane behind you when you go high. Does it make sense?
I get it. Yeah.
Do you slowly see? Do you slowly start to see what I'm talking about here?
It's got a slight visual curve to the horizon.
Ignore this. Ignore this. This right here is the fake the illusion I'm talking about, right? This surface right here, if this would be a curved surface creating a ball at the end of the day, right? It would need to go with that thing right there. You see this right here?
Yeah.
And you can clearly see that this would
Yeah.
not match what you see in the distance. That's why they also stopped the rendering distance, right? Because if they would give you full rendering distance, you would see it would just go on as a flat surface and would not match.
Hang on. Were you just comparing the horizon to the top of the atmosphere, and now you're comparing the land to the horizon, and it doesn't match?
You're out of the conversation. You don't get it anyways. You're a glober. You won't get it. If the other people get it, especially the French guy,
Well, if people
it's
that
good
don't
enough.
get it agree with you that when you don't get it, then that means that you all get it.
Dude,
The
I'm
problem
not here for the contrarian discussions. I'm here to show something to my friends on this Discord, not to you.
But what I'm saying is all your friends can be wrong,
golly.
and if
Can
they
someone
agree with
shut
you,
this guy off?
no,
Long
it's all
myself,
right.
honey. Very long distances, and I've seen it for myself. There is no curvature. I'm sorry, 40,000 damn feet for 9 hours straight. But let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay, let me talk to Ripu now. You guys understand? So let me especially talk to the French guy. He knows how the rendering works of maps, right? Would you agree that if it was
let me make a point. I have a problem. I have a shitty connection, and your stream is like full blurry. So there is a lot of things that I cannot see of
Wait,
what
maybe I
you are
can
speaking.
put
But
down the quality.
overall, I join you. I know about
Is it better now?
resolution distance limit. I know about different resolution they will put on texture and so on in the distance. But here I don't have enough contrast because it's very blurry. I have a compression problem. It's
Is it
easily
better
compressed
now?
on my pic. So.
One second. Maybe let me stream it on just full HD. Maybe then you can see it better.
It's my connection. It's my connection that is shitty. So I don't know
Try it now, maybe.
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the person just before tells the horizon is the limit of the rendering. This is what he's telling.
Yeah. So if this plane right here would make a globe, it would need to create a bulge right here, right? It would. If I would just further add.
Don't take the depth. Put your camera, please, on the correct position. Tilt your camera. Okay, here we go. We see the curve that is exactly like I described before to new perspective. Like it's an equidistant view from your point of view. Okay, this is the limit of the rendering. It's we could compare it to the opacity of the atmospheric condition, but it's a hard cut. Yeah, it's a hard cut. In real life, it will not be a hard cut, but it looks like that. And what you are seeing here is on the side, you have no drop. You have no drop of the curvature of Earth.
Especially at this height. Look at the height I'm at, man. Look.
Me.
Look. Wait, maybe if I put off the filter, maybe you can. Maybe this filter's not even that necessary. Look at how high we are.
Yeah. You are like me at this distance. It's you are maybe at 200 kilometers elevation, and maybe less, 100 maybe. I will guess. But at this distance, you should clearly see the side of your peak being curved because of some depth effect. And it's even worse because in your simulation, you have opacity of atmospheric condition, you have all of kind of stuff that is taken in account that it's not taken into account in my simulation. So it should be clear that the depth effect show you the curve on the side of the camera. Does it make sense?
So it's rendering
we gotcha.
It's rendering as a flat map, but they use fisheye and camera techniques to make it look like.
No, for me there is no fisheye. It's more like.
Wait, can you see this when I move the camera? Can you see? No. Look, can you see how the ground starts to curve a little bit when I'm moving the camera a bit up? See?
Yeah,
Fisheye and then.
I would not call this fisheye. For me, it's more like a classical lens deformation to put some realism in the view. In my opinion, this is other technique that is used. Yeah.
So, but
I don't recall it, but like I said, I have a bad not resolution. I have a bad video quality now, so there is a lot of things that I cannot see. Okay, I can see the. Yeah, they cut off. Okay, they cut off part of the plane.
Yes.
There is a little curve effect, like you
that's
say,
because of the camera. See?
camera. Yeah, I get it. And yeah, they just cut
camera.
the atmosphere. Okay. Here is the field of view. Like it's only the field of view that creates this things.
Curve effect.
But here we can clearly see it's even like CGI layer. It's not that, but just to.
Yeah, they put in like a halo effect at a certain distance. They
Yeah,
add that halo effect.
plane. It cuts literally the plane. I could see it now. Okay, it cut literally the plane. It's a nonsense. It will not do that if the globe is rendering correctly.
Yeah, it's rendering a flat plane.
They cheat. Yeah, it's clearly a flat plane. Clearly.
Yeah, and the illusion they create is with this haze, like in real life. Like you just explained before, that in real life we have a certain distance where this haze starts to kick in, where then you can't.
Halo effect.
Yeah, the halo effect. And that's what they use here, right? So first of all, they deceive you by not giving you full render distance, or maybe it's because of the engine they use. Okay, let's be neutral here and say, okay, maybe it's because of rendering limitations, the way it's computing, right? But what you can clearly see is that this map has nothing to do with this fake halo line they're giving you. It has if you extend it.
Yeah, they do the same thing. They do the same thing with all the ISS footage. It's that same halo effect. They put in the
there is it's a hard cutoff of the rendering. We can clearly see it's a hard cutoff of the rendering of the plane.
Yeah, a hard cutoff.
Hard cutoff, like when it turns the camera, you can see that the land is getting less depth. We can see on the side of the camera that in fact the clipping distance is following the camera and it's not totally perfect sphere. So on the side we can see there is more land. Yeah, I don't know.
It's rendering.
It's cut off the land, just here. It's cut off the land by getting closer the side of the camera. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. See, it's still rendering land, but they cut it off intentionally.
It's cut off. We see that.
See that there's actually land being rendered, but because of the cut off.
You cut off the mountain. Just going the other way. You just cut off a mountain. Just it's a clear here. Yeah. You see that?
Yeah. So it's intentional. It's intentional cutoff, because if they would fully show it, it would just extend to this blue
fake. I agree.
Fake.
Is
Man,
what we've
this
been
is
saying
so
for a
good.
very, very long time. And what you guys are doing is kind of showing the people how that can be created and what they're doing. Because if they were showing the entire video, and this is why they don't, right? The whole live feed and everything, we're going to see it for what it really is out here and not a freaking big ass globe. I'm sorry. So they're doing this on purpose. They're purposely taking pieces of the video, pieces of their fucking shit, and showing it to us when they know damn well what they're doing.
There was an
Yeah.
image
This
actually.
is a
We were
globe,
looking at some of
guys.
these. We were looking at some of these similar images. I think it was the ISS, but they were showing stars because somebody was saying, "Oh, look, here they show stars. What do you mean there's no stars?" And then
Right.
we caught that the rendering showed one of the stars in between the halo effect and the Earth. So it was showing the star was
Good. Yeah, I
This
agree.
is your flat globe, guys.
Oh, we lost perspective. We lost you.
Yeah, I know. I gotta go anyway. I gotta go to sleep, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, thanks, man. Have a nice sleep, man. Thanks for you being
All
here.
right.
Right.
Absolutely.
Good to see you
Take
again,
care,
hon.
guys.
For real. Be safe.
All right, you too.
But you know, this is so wonderful. I wish, you know, in the future they, I hope with the new simulator they give access to the camera API. Maybe, Lebet, if you have some skill, maybe you can make a modification to like get rid of this fakery right here and actually make it possible to would you have any clue of how someone of how you can you know, rework it in order to maybe like modify it?
Just now, it's just supposition, but yeah, I have some clue of how to do that. As I seen your video, for me, it's just like a 3D model that it spot at long distance from your camera. It's just that. And this 3D model is not a hard material one. It's like just some dust-like material, not dust, I mean particle, you know? You understand?
Yeah. So they have two layers, right? The
Yeah,
main layer, which is the
it's,
flat Earth, and the
I
second.
don't know if we could call it layers in 3D rendering, but yeah, I get what you mean and I agree. But it's a 3D model that is, yeah, it's something like that. It should be a 3D model that is hard fixed to your camera, but on two-way, it's hard fixed to the position of the land of the plane and your camera, so it will follow your ground position. Do it clear?
That makes sense. Yeah. I
Actually,
just
before you guys
find
continue, if you don't mind, I just want to say to both of you, thank you for showing this. It's hard for me to understand, but you guys have worked really well together talking to make me understand. I appreciate that. I hope you guys continue to do this. I don't care if people come in here and try to tell you to stop or shut it down. I think it's extremely important, but I just want to say thank you because it's my music time and the sun's coming up. So I'm going to go do that real quick and I'll be back, but thank you too.
Stacy.
Oh, welcome.
See you later. And thank you too.
Yeah,
I'm just happy to know that when I fly in my simulator, you know, my simulator is like my hobby, right? I put a lot of money in like you know, essentials for flying, you know, like you know, joysticks and all this stuff, right? Even my computer was very expensive for the flight simulation. But knowing that I actually fly over the real flat plane that the Earth is just cool, you know.
yeah, but it's something I don't know how to tell this because I used to get on the plane a few time, and I have the chance to have done a full fly pass between Morocco and France, and in the cockpit, you know, as a
Yeah.
child. And I can clearly remember I get recalled totally of long flat plane. But I was not at all a flat earther. back in the day. I am a flat earther just by 2 years. But yeah, I recall totally seeing that long plane that look like infinite, you know. And what is funny, you know, it's every time I see time lapse of plane that is not 5 length, it recall my memory, you know.
Yeah. Look at the weather when I put in clouds. Look how the clouds are
Yeah.
perfectly flat, loaded and flat. You know.
Yeah, on the plane, I recall that too. Like it describe a plane, and it's even better with some cloud. When the cloud are perfectly like white, you know, not just like vapor or what, but more like cotton. I don't know if cotton is a word in English, but
Yeah, it's true.
yeah,
You mean like this?
you can see it's like a nap, not a nap, tissue, or I don't know how to tell. It's like it describe a grid pattern, you know, like perspective grid. Sorry, a perspective
Dude,
grid.
this is so funny, man. Like literally, the way they are deceiving people into believing that the simulator is on a
There we
globe.
see clearly the hard cutoff occurring from your plane. We can clearly see it.
Dude,
And
if we could be seeing this right there, you would easily see that it's completely flat.
yeah, totally. It's not even a point because, as I said, you should have the side of your camera curving down.
This is like
Curving up because you are reversed, but
yeah.
you understand what I mean.
But this is like a censoring, like this is like like as if you censor the image, like in a movie when they censor something.
Yeah,
It's on
the blurry,
purpose. It's on
blurry things.
purpose.
Yeah.
Look at the sun, the stationary sun.
Hey, Clay, what's up?
Is this a big? Is that you think that's the real size of the sun, or is that a small local light? What do you think?
It look like the high altitude balloons.
Yeah.
With it can be like the moon in high altitude balloons. But because the sun will not be seen perfectly like that on the high altitude balloons because of the luminosity things and so on. But when we see the moon on high altitude balloon, it looks like that. I found. I don't know if.
Hey, Clay, I just want to say thank you. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clay, thank you. I've never seen that on Flight Simulator. That's hilarious, bro. And the Globers should be ashamed. Cause look at this, bro. I think the software is just glitching out. Not that it's glitching out, but they just can't render anymore because the algorithm
No,
and the
they
formulas just don't work out,
censoring.
bro.
They
With the globe, bro. Look at it.
it renders further. See, you can see right here. It renders further. They just put a censoring block right here to censor. If they would show you the full render, you would see that it's just a flat map extending to this fake curve right here. That's why they're censoring it.
100%.
That's why they're censoring it, because Microsoft is a piece of. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No, it's. I mean, when you are as big as Microsoft, you need to comply to those rules. You know.
Yeah, look at this, man. Look at the globe that is being created. Can you see how the clouds are curving with the flat map right here and with this weird curve right here? That's definitely what we're seeing, man. Hilarious, man. They can't even make a globe in a simulator. But they just lie to you and say as if it's everything is on a globe in this flight simulator.
It's
Hilarious, dude. The Earth is flat.
How
That's the truth.
they could match the globe on a flat map with a continent and so on. Ocean.
Should I go to Antarctica and go as high above Antarctica and look?
Sorry?
Should I go to Antarctica and go this high and look how glitchy it looks? I wonder how they did it there, you know? But this is, dude. I mean, it takes some time to go higher, right? Oh, I need to actually make some food soon. But I will, you know, when I have the time, I will further investigate this. And you know what would be funny if I could make this public, that Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know, makes this it's easy to expose like this. I bet you, dude, if some good channel makes that public and it goes out to the people, we will see an update where they not only censor this half right here, they're gonna then censor to this point right here. So you want,
yeah,
bet you did.
they may limit the elevation.
That would be so hilarious, you know.
Yeah,
because
but
they always need to.
There is a thing. Man, there is a things. When we show up some things like that, and as you said, it become mainstream. There is a huge damage control that is done after, and I have seen that a lot with
How
NASA.
many times? How many times did they have to
So
change
many
things
times.
on the?
Like there is a lot of Globbers that treat flat earthers as liars from the Apollo moon mission and so on. But even when I was a Globbers back in the day, largely back in the day, I have done the exact same things on the Apollo mission peak. Like just overexpose the peak, and I have from the NASA site itself downloaded myself, and I have seen the huge obvious CGI edit. So I'm like, I think Globbers, a lot of Globbers are honest when they think we are liars, but oh man, I am on conspiracy things since a lot of time, and I have seen a lot of damage control done on those.
But man,
subjects.
isn't it almost like the Truman Show? What kind of reality we live in, where they literally fake video games, where they like literally do so much damage control just to keep the belief that you're living on a spinning ball?
Exactly. It's
like how
I mean,
dystopian.
I don't understand how people can be on this Discord and seeing things like that, and not even just questioning and continuing to argue like the life depend. You know, I feel I feel it's odd because even if you trust the globe model, you should be like concerned by those type of things. You understand what I mean? Well, I was clear or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You need to say. I am speaking to all the audience here. You need to tell me when I am not understandable.
Ah, okay. No, I get you all the time, man. See, the thing is, if this map would be truly rendered as being a spherical Earth, right? Then it would this line should need to match this curve right here, which it doesn't, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But if they do so, you will see it's flat and just cut off as a curve.
So hilarious, dude. Like, this is funny. You know what? Let's do Antarctica real quick, you know? Who cares? Let's do it. And after that, I'm gonna cook myself some food. I'm just curious, man, how it looks on Antarctica. They probably have it modeled as a continent, you know, Antarctica. But I've actually never seen how it looks like. See, this is the deception right here, right? So you go world map. See, this is the first deception. Map. This is the map. This is a map, by the way. Did you know that maps look like this?
Yeah, it's they push hard. It make part of the brain control, you know. Like any way. Like, you never use a globe to do navigation. Never in life. You use a Mercator map. And that's all.
Yep.
Every fucking navigation system uses a Mercator map. And maybe sometimes equidistant azimuthal map, but I don't recall in my work doing that.
So I'm gonna do a custom point right there. I'm gonna get. Doesn't really matter.
Airbus, Cocorico. And like, it's a fucking pick like that, they show you. Oh man. Have you heard about the airline company called, low-cost airline company called Plane? Level, sorry.
Yeah, level. Yeah. I've been posting it a lot of times.
Yeah, it's funny. I know about this because of you. Thank you. So it's funny.
welcome.
Even the logo and so on. The truth in plain sight.
No problem, man. I think Antarctica is huge. That's why it's probably. By the way, this is not clouds. This is the
I don't
rendering.
think it's the biggest continent on Earth, but it's clearly the highest elevation land on Earth compared to superficie. But
No, as you can see already, for some reason Antarctica is covering half of the planet. Look at this. This is not clouds. This is Antarctica. How is it cover? I mean, if the curve is real like this, for example, how is it covering the whole planet?
no, it's not the whole planet because I don't have the computation in mind. But your elevation is like what? No, you could tell me.
I don't know, man. This is hard to tell.
You are high, like more than 15 kilometers. You think?
I guess already, yeah.
Yeah,
But
you okay, you
we see until we come to the point where the rendering stops, you know what I mean?
yeah, okay. So yeah, it's
We need to go
pretty
higher and
high.
higher.
Pretty high. Okay. Because it's hard to tell how many parts of the globe Earth you should see. It's really hard. It depends on a lot of factors. But here you have like common camera settings. So maybe between 19 and 115 degree of field of view, with aspect ratio, classical aspect ratio, cinema aspect ratio. So you should have pretty the same angle of view of an human eye, but cut by the screen. You need to. I think you need to be like more than half the radius of Earth to be able to see a large part of it. You understand what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So yeah, it's hard on the. I try to have because we have all psychological bias. Like I see it on Flat Earth community. It's the psychological bias of Globers to refute any flat earthers argument is true, but I see flat earthers doing the same with Globers, you know?
Right.
So I try to not fall on those type of bias because there is some point made by Globers that is true. So we need to stay on the truth, you know?
But we can see here it's the same technique, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It does not change. But I agree with the fact that it's odd. The superficie of Antarctica air is a little odd. I agree. It's like they do. You are at some point and they do some infinite Antarctica rendering.
Yeah. The thing is, when you try to cross Antarctica in the game, your whole plane glitches out and you just crash. You can't do it. You can't just cross Antarctica.
Even more. Okay. It's even more.
I will show it to you real quick, and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna do some.
but it's because it's a joke, but it's because Blobbers has right. There is no flight over Antarctica because it's too cold on the simulator.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But maybe with this, we can even see the illusion better, right? That's actually a flat map they render.
Yeah, because there is no like oh yeah, it's the same
It's
thing.
just white texture.
Hard cutoff, yeah. Yeah, that's really great investigating. Yeah, GG. Like I said again.
I'm just happy I can show you this, man, because I thought you're gonna like it.
Yeah, totally. I join your interpretation at 100%.
Man, you make me like the French. I'm just joking, man.
No problem. We need to have fun sometimes.
It's just a joke, dude. I have nothing against French people.
Yeah,
They're actually always
I get
very
it.
friendly.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure when you have a sauce and you don't know if you feel good on the sauce and somebody is telling you, oh yeah, it seems logical. It's always yeah, it's good for the ego. you know.
Here you
I
can
mean,
see it.
ego is an enemy, but ego is also a friend.
Right. But here we can see it perfectly, right? If you extend the map, it would not match it just doesn't match the horizon.
Yeah.
So if the thing is a sphere is equal, right? It should be equally curved. Maybe we can see like so a sphere must be equally curved, right? To make it a sphere, 360 degrees in every direction. So if this map would be rendered as a sphere, this line should be exactly the curve like this right here, and we can already see with the bare eye that it's not the truth, right? It's not the same. It's not the same line.
And even if we don't go on this direction, you can I mean, even if they don't lie, it's just a technical limitation and so on and blah blah and blah blah. It's not so it makes the point that it's not a proof at all, you know. Like you cannot use flight simulator to say, oh, airplane can perfectly flight on a globe because of flight simulator. No,
Exactly,
because
yeah.
you are showing us that it's not even able to render correctly a globe.
Yes, your plane is flying over a plane, as expected. Haha.
Yeah, it's like obvious, but I don't get why global. I mean, when I was a global, I heard about flat earthers back in the day, but it took me 5 years before taking it seriously. So I have the time to think about it a little, but there is some point made that I agree back in the day, like airplane is more logical on a plane than on a globe. I mean, it's a mathematical truth, you know?
Right.
It does not prove that we are on a flat plane. It's not a proof, but saying that, I don't see the problem of playing over a globe and your flat map don't mean anything. I mean, every simulation is done on flat plane, and you are showing us that it's true for the last Flight Simulator 2. So,
The newest flight
it's
sim.
yeah, it's mathematically easier to do so on a flat plane, and it's logical on the Occam's razor things.
But the thing is, all the flight routes in real life I can do in here, right? I'm using actually charts that are equal to the real life charts that pilots use. Like it's not like it's just a comic. It's a simulator, right? It simulates the real routing.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a point I am looking for because I don't understand how it's possible to have the map hidden like that. And there is how to tell. There is a trigonometry of the sky. So we plot on the map doing this trigonometry things. So this is why the globe is hijacked from that. But I don't understand how south they can hide things in the south. They use ocean and sea. It's obvious if it's the case. But I don't understand how you need to have some like deformation matrix to be able to render this on a flat plane to do a simulation tools. So there is two possibility, in my opinion. They have this rendering matrix, or they don't have it, but they cheat by doing dynamic creation of the map until when you fly. Does it make sense?
That makes sense, yeah. And the thing is, look, as soon as I put on the fisheye lens, look at this.
Yeah, it does not match at all, even with the fisheye lens. So yeah.
Look at the horizon right here. What is happening? It doesn't. It's not matching. It's just the lens. Look how it's distorting.
Yeah. This is clearly fisheye lens. I agree, but the horizon is distorted as generated like before. So it's not even the same curve. It's not even the same things. But we can clearly see. We can clearly see that the hard cutoff is distorted by the fisheye lens things, and the same things occur, and we can clearly see the hard cutoff. It's obvious, you know.
It's not a globe, at least in the sim. Yeah, but it sure is in real life. It sure is a globe in reality, 100%.
Obviously, we live in a globe in the vacuum of space. It's obvious.
Everywhere we need to fake the globe, but in reality, it is a spinning ball. It's just it's way too complicated to simulate one.
Yeah, man, it's been 2 weeks. I try to simulate something new perspective asked me, but I am like I need to do fucking huge mathematical computation to do so. It's like, wow, what a pain, you know.
Yeah.
But people will be like, oh, it's not because it's difficult that it's not the truth. Oh, I agree, but there is something called the Occam's razors in science, you know. Do you know what I mean by Occam's razors?
Yeah.
So it's a matter of fact. There is a lot of experiments that show an inertial reference plan. So.
Are you trying to use this as proof that the Earth's not a globe? Because if it is, it's fucking amazingly hilarious if you are.
You miss every point made.
Yes,
here.
exactly. Like a casual glober does.
Yeah, sorry, but the word, but I mean, This
Isn't it
is
funny?
exactly
Listen,
what I don't understand by people defending the globe.
isn't
Not
it funny?
everybody, but a lot of people
Isn't
defending
it
the
funny
globe.
how he was muted for 20 minutes, now coming back and just giving off this comment of sheer, exposing his sheer ignorance of the situation? I mean, if he would be sincere, like, Clay, why is it actually like this? And what do you think about this type of rendering and why, blah? No, he's just, if you think this
Yeah,
is the proof that
it's
the Earth
exactly
is.
the point. Exactly the point I have made earlier.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
proving the point
why
again.
do you not discuss about this obvious fact? Like it's not a proof, it's not a globe. We add it to the evidence we have. It's not a globe, but it's
Because
not a
he's
proof.
sleeping,
We
man.
agree on that. I mean, how dishonest this comment are.
I mean, he sounds.
It's frustrating.
He sound.
It's
He
totally
sounds.
frustrating.
He sounds sleepy, man. So what should he do, man? He sounds as if he just slept a little bit and came back again.
No, Clay, I was just away on a phone call and I've just got to go away again. But I know that you're a flat earther, so automatically you would think that I would just expect to find this as proof of yours that the Earth's not a globe somehow. Why would you not? Why
No,
would you
it's
not
a
assume
proof.
that?
No, it's a proof that Flight Simulator is not on a globe.
Yes.
It's the only proof shown here. Oh
It's
my
not
god.
the engine that is being used.
Oh
Is
no, what I was saying is it's not a proof of anything. So I don't know why you're showing it. So
It's a proof that they can't do it on the
I
mall.
have said that just before. You cannot use Flight Simulator to say flight can fly on a globe because it's not an argument. It's exactly my point. It's not a proof of anything. It's a proof we can use it for that. I join you, man. I join you.
I had people in here claiming, "Oh, you play Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's on a globe." Flat Earther playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Then I proved that it's literally rendered as a flat map, and then they're like, actually you think that has anything to do with the topic? Do you think that proves that the Earth is not a ball? You stupid flat earther. No, it just proves how ignorant globers are.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's cognizant or intentional dishonesty. Yeah, I would love to talk about the rendering process and so on, and how you can think Flight Simulator is a globe or not, and dismiss the argument made here. But you are not doing that. You are only like, oh, it's hilarious that we think we are on a flat plane because of this.
He's like almost every glober on here, just a contrarian, just to be here to waste your time. Not really here to learn
I
anything.
said earlier, like a lot of globbers dismiss every flat Earth argument because there are flat earthers, and not because of the argument.
But they just want to be contrarians. I think many global or many fanatics on here, some of them actually know that the Earth is flat, and the only thing they do is because they have nothing to do and just want to waste time, they just go on here and be contrarians. I think many of the famous global YouTubers, they're just the same. They actually know that that they're full of that they have no clue what they're talking about, but they because it's a fun game, they just want to be contrarians. Fight a little bit.
Maybe you're right. Maybe
If you have a boring life, you can fight a little bit. If you don't care about the truth, you can believe the Earth is a flying horse. Who cares? I mean, if you can fight with some other people, why not? And the sad thing is that so many flat earthers fall for the pit. I do the same. Sometimes I think like, why did I even start a conversation again with these type of people? I know that it's useless. No, that's a waste of time.
Yeah. Honestly, I do this somehow to train my English and train my repartition, So
Yeah.
I found it when I have some time to spare. I found it interesting to discuss. And there is some people some globers I love to discuss. Like Jess Pass of Light, I have some great conversation about how to do experiments and so on. So it's not everybody is like that. I mean, there is some honest blobbers back here.
They are, yes, 100%. Not
And
everybody's like that.
I like to discuss with them, you know. So, but here I don't want to discuss with him because I feel like a huge dishonesty on the way he speak. And maybe it's just me, but I think we can. They will tell, oh, they want to be on an echo chamber, you know, as always. So,
you know what I think it is. You know what I think. It's actually the firmament, man. Look, this is the curve thing is the firmament.
Like they
this is the flat plane.
You know what? You know what? My first take is like they develop flight simulator, and there is some. I mean, I am just saying some completely imaginary things, but how could happen that? So I am the editor of Flight Simulator, and maybe someday some government people come to me and say, "Oh, can you stop doing that on a flat plane and doing that on a globe to shut up flat earther because they are so annoying, you know?" And I'm like, oh, okay, I will do so. So I contact my development my development team. Sorry. And say, okay, new rule, you do the globe things. And 1 month later, oh man, it's too hard. We will get late. Okay, we cannot do that, but we will fake it. So get back to the old mechanism and just find a way to fake it. To be not even because they are on the confidence, you know. I am sure the majority of people that do this simulation are honest globers. You know what I mean? And they have done this because of a late process. Because I am doing it. I know how it's a fucking pain to do it on a globe. So I mean, they have it's the 10th, or I don't recall the number of flight simulators they have done. Every all-on is on a flat plane, so they have some expertise in that.
Look at the celestial dome, man.
Does
The
it make
stars.
sense?
The
Sorry,
stars.
does it make sense?
Oh, sorry.
Does it make sense what I said, or you lost me?
Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe they put you under mind control and then use you as a tool. No, I'm just joking.
Go ahead,
but can you see how the stars are moving with
planetarium? Planetarium.
Yeah, it's a celestial dome. So not even is the sphere not working, but the sky is literally a stationary, like it's just everything moves at the same speed.
Yeah, but it's more easiest to program it like that. And nature shows us when you do something that is close to nature, it's easiest. And why it's easiest to do that? And here we go. It's an evidence we are on a flat plane because just of the Occam's razor things. You know, when you do something that is close to nature, what do nature? You do it easily. So if you render something easiest by doing that, maybe it's because nature is doing that. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And this is not a proof. This is just an interpretation. To be clear to the globers back here. I think he left, but...
Oh, dude, look at this, man.
He had to go smoke.
Look at this.
Okay.
Can you see what I'm showing?
Yeah.
That's
It's
the
a planetarium. It's a planetarium. It's a sphere, celestial sphere that is moving, that is physically moving in your 3D representation. You can do totally the reverse. It's what I am doing now. I am doing heliocentric simulation on scale that say that I will try to put everything like described in the heliocentric model. And I am not claiming it's not possible. I think it's totally mathematically possible, but it's a fucking pain. Sorry for the word. I need to take care of what I said.
It's okay, man.
I mean, it's a matter of simplicity. My point, my argument is just a matter of simplicity, but it's a point on the back in the day when I was Globers, I failed for these things, like, oh, flat earthers is so simple, man. They don't understand things. And yes, it's easiest for the mind to think we are on a flat plane. But, Globers, we are so smart. We know we can trust our senses. And we could explain it with math. Yeah, I can explain it with math. I know the heliocentric model. I understand the point made with everything about Coriolis and so on and so on.
Right.
And I mean, you can tell it's my ego speaking, but I have like 13 years of work in the art tech field. With I have some expertise in optimization algorithm, and I have done a lot of math in my work. So I know very well trigonometry. I know very well how to use a math function, how to understand the point of math function. So
Can you see how it's literally a celestial sphere? It's like it's just a dome basically.
yeah,
Like in the
but
game,
man, to do the rendering process, you cannot do other things than that, because the distance in place in the heliocentric model won't let you do that, and it will be a huge pain to plot every stars. So you just use the classical latitude longitude position of star. I don't recall the name of the position of star, and you plot it on a sphere. And you show the texture of the sphere on the interior of the sphere. Does it make sense?
Yes.
But again, it's a true globe argument to say, we do that because we cannot do otherwise. And I understand that 3D implementation won't allow to display things at light years distance, Does it make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I ask because I need to know if I am clear. I don't know what my English.
I would ask you if there's any anything I don't understand. No, man.
Okay, perfect.
I need to work in like 2.5 hours, and I haven't made some food yet. I mean, I was already at work for 3 hours, then I now went home. Now I'm actually wanted to make food like 1 hour ago, but I had this great conversation, and I wish I could do it. And I have a lot of time in the winter because then the season is over.
Yeah.
Right. So and when the season is over, I'm gonna put much more. Maybe I'm gonna make some video about what I showed you.
Yeah,
today,
you should do, but I have the same problem. I do a lot of stuff, and I have not enough time to do that. I spare a lot of my free time on the subject. So.
And I highly appreciate that, man, because what you do
Yeah,
is
but
even more complicated.
honestly, I feel like it's a duty because I have some knowledge that a lot of flat earthers lack of.
That's true. Yes, and it's good. See, it's like the Bible tells us this way, we all, the ones who are in the body of the Messiah, everyone has a different function, Some people are good at speaking, some other people are good at thinking, someone else is good at coding,
Exactly.
And and it also says as long as someone is for the truth, he's for us, right? I mean, even though maybe you don't know the Messiah, but you stand for the truth and you want this truth to be spread, you're not against him,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I am against, since I am chilled, I am against intellectual property, I mean, when you have knowledge, it should be a duty to share it with people. And
right.
I don't understand how we can have some industry keeping secret,
Yes.
Even without hiding globe, I don't speak about that at all in this subject. I am saying when someone finds something, share it with people. I don't know, man, but I understand the point of view of money and of the world work, but I feel it like it's wrong in our way.
Yeah, I'm just happy, man. I'm happy for the whole community. I'm happy for everyone, even if it's just a little contribution to just further unveil the deceptions that have been put in our lives. It's wonderful, a wonderful
Yeah,
thing,
I
man.
agree.
And just knowing that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, just like it's rendered in this very advanced engine, makes us we can just be happy, and what makes me sad is that there's still people who are so blind that they just want to believe in a spinning wobbling tilted spaceball flying through an ever expanding universe while hurtling around other planets. Just think about this. This is normal. This what I'm just said is normal. But me saying Earth is flat and
Yeah,
stationary.
like
Earth,
like I said just before, it's easiest. Just
life are always complicated, man.
like it's just it's a true thing that even if the globe is true, it lost you in the space. It's a true thing. Uh, it changed everything about how you see the world.
Wait, look at this, man. I mean, I can say to someone, the Earth is measurably, observably, repeatedly a flat topographical plane. Then the other guy says, "No, you're totally crazy. How are you so out of your mind? The Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from the ever-expanding universe while it's hurtling around other planets." That's the truth.
Yeah, it's a hard take. It's a really an hard take. And I was one of them. I used to joke on my friend when they brought me the flat Earth, and I was not I was not a troll. I never be a troll. I'm always for the scientific discussion. And
Yes.
I spent a lot of time trying to convince him that he's wrong.
You know how much time I spent in the beginning to convince myself that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from the ever-expanding universe while hurtling around other planets? I spent a lot of time trying to expose a stationary topographical plane as being ridiculously stupid and unrealistic. And I came to the conclusion that a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, and I don't want to go in full again, is the stupid and unrealistic. Has
Yeah, I
nothing to
mean,
do with reality.
there is two things that blown my mind. It's the space is fake things on the Sagnac and Michelson Morley on the Aries and this experiment. This is the space is fake things is for me as a person that know about CGI, that know about video processing, and that know about video compression. It's obvious that space is fake. So
Amen. And with that, I'm gonna close it off and make myself some nice steak.
Yeah.
And then make some siesta and then go back to work, and maybe we can see us. Are you around tonight on Discord?
Sorry, me?
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
Yeah.
I don't know if I will be later. I will try. I can't promise.
Okay. Hey, by the way, one more thing I forgot to say or to mention is, I think the main developers of Asobo, or like the main smart heads of it, are actually French. Let me see.
Sorry, I misunderstood you.
The development team,
Yeah.
the company Asobo that works through Microsoft creating Microsoft Flight Simulator, right?
Yeah.
Here it says Asobo Studios is a French video game developer based in Bordeaux and founded in 2002. The studio is most known for developing video games, adaptation of several Pixar movies, A Bleak Tale Innocence, and the 2020 version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. The studio's name is derived from a Japanese word aso, which means let's play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you send me the? Could you take a screen and share it?
Oh yeah. Wait, I'm gonna send the Wikipedia thingy.
Yeah. Perfect.
This is the studio that makes, the engine, made the whole thing I just showed, right? They're mostly French. Maybe you can get in contact with some of them and ask some question. Who knows, Maybe you make a video about this someday. Who knows? I just put it out there, Maybe you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that actually works for them.
Yeah.
Or maybe you work for them. No,
No, I did not. I worked for cartography things, so
Yeah,
it's
I'm
more
just joking.
for in real life uses. So, you could argue that Flight Simulator could have a lot of in real life uses. So. Because it was the case, I don't know if it's always the case, but I know for a fact that Flight Simulator was used to train pilots.
You know what's funny? One more thing, and then I go. There is an app that I use for my flight simulator that's called Volenta, which I can track my flights with, right? I can track every flight I do with that application, right? And it shows me like the past flights on a world map, right?
Yeah.
And on Volenta, until a certain update, Volenta always just had this a flat map, as a projection, just a flat map like every map actually is, right?
Yeah.
And then on Twitter, they make a post that there's now going to have an update where you can have a celestial sphere as a map, right? And in the Twitter post, they said, blah blah blah. Now you can have a sphere. No, if anyone was wondering why it was always flat, is because the Earth is flat. But now you can be happy because we implemented a spherical, something like that, And I thought it was a hilarious joke,
Yeah. It's funny. I am seeing. Sorry, I switched the goalpost a little because I am
Yeah, no
seeing
problem.
on the live text that they spoke about my field of vision in my simulator. They missed the point about the geometry things. But
Oh, they missed.
hilarious.
I
Hilarious.
sometimes get the feeling, man, they intentionally tried to miss the point.
It's
almost like
I have the same feeling somehow, but I hate put intention to people, so I will not make a claim, but I join you on this feeling. Yeah. It's like I triggered so much Globers when I speak about FlyPass on the.
Right.
So they even leave. It happened 3 times already that Globers leave when I spoke about FlyPass. It's odd, because they don't know how to answer. But I understand why, because I have done some research they have not done on I am the only one that have done this research, and I am always wondering, do I have done the work right? So I try to be the more objective possible on this, but. And just I want to make a last point on the. I give you the mic. I will do normally. I am scheduling a presentation done with some people that will translate me to the audience to be more clear and more understandable, and I can be more technical, because I lack of. It's a pain for me to translate word and so on live. I have a hard time to do debate and so on. So what I want, so it's on mass medicinal media. I don't know if you have heard medicinal mass media Discord.
No, I haven't heard that.
So I will send an invitation to people that want to. It will be on YouTube, so I will make my presentation in French, and someone will translate me live, and so I can maybe touch some French people too. So it could be great.
Sure, sounds good, man. You can do that. Just send an invitation to me, and I'll look into it, man.
Yeah,
I join it, man. Sorry.
Yeah. You do what you want. I don't force people to listen to my word. I'm not here to do that. So, okay, go ahead. Sorry about this.
I'm looking forward to that, Lebet. I think that'll be interesting, and definitely, I think it's cool that you're going to do it in French.
All right.
Yeah, it's because I know for a fact that people have a hard time understand me. So I don't want to do a long presentation technical that nobody will understand correctly. So
All
this
right.
is why we will organize something like that.
I hear you. I think
Thank
your
you,
English
guys,
is
and
getting a lot better, brother.
thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys, and see you around. Okay. Have a nice day. Okay.
See you,
I
Clay.
understand you.
Good night. Have a good sleep.
I understand you perfectly well.
Thank you. I feel like I have some announcement on my English, but I know if I go too much in the technical way, I will start to be my French guy,
No, go technical is all fuckery. I understand you perfectly well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's great to hear that because I'm here to train my English. It's a good thing to speak multiple language,
Yeah, no, you've definitely got a very strong French accent, but I can understand you. I don't know if anyone else can, but I definitely can.
Stacy B, that was here a little earlier, has struggled to understand me. I know.
Please, we're gonna have this guy translate for you, Jazz. I can't understand what you're saying half the time.
Oh, that's good, Jeremy. So I'll be able to translate the French, and then he'll be able to translate the Kiwi English. So that'll be good.
Exactly.
Model Builder, do you speak drunk New